they make those decisions to go online without asking us or so forth. I will say, once in the theme of eliminating sort of structural barriers, I was at the Standards Board meeting yesterday, professional educators, so they're the group that controls licenses for teachers, and they have passed yesterday a waiver to teach online. So we have a licensing regulation that would require you to have a license to teach online courses. Yeah, so they yesterday passed a waiver to that. So that was helpful.
Is there any opportunity for schools to do any kind of testing or screening kind of at this point, or maybe we think that the levels are low? I know that with younger, or heard that with younger students, they may not be very symptomatic.
You mean testing for the virus itself?
Testing for the virus, or any kind of like surveillance sort of testing within the school communities, or people within our school communities who would be more vulnerable. I'm thinking of, older members of faculty or staff. I just, it does seem that the lack of testing information has got to be affecting the decision-making process in some way, and I just wonder if there's room for any more proactive approach there.
Yeah, I don't think it's, the issue testing isn't a result of lack of manpower. It's access to the materials to do it. And I don't know if it would be even appropriate for school staff to do that kind of testing. It has to be done in a lab. You're talking about extracting DNA from a sample and even taking the samples, I suppose you'd be asking. I think from the...
Or even temperature monitoring.
Well, yeah, we already do temperature monitoring. We do those kinds of things, absolutely. And school nurses are a vital part of our chain of command relative to the Department of Health, so they report their data in directly. So we have, we have an understanding of absentee rates and symptomology and so forth from our school nurses. But I don't think in terms of actually identifying the virus, if that's what you're asking. That's
no. I guess it's interesting to hear that there is some things like temperature monitoring going on. Is that just like standard practice? That's something
standard
particularly
practice.
Happening now?
School nurses work closely with their local health officer and their local regional department of health. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's consistent with their role, regardless of this specific incident. So if there was a public health issue, they would be reporting that information. And they also talk with clinicians, local family doctors and so forth quite frequently.
If there was access to tests, would we be testing more?
I don't understand your question.
I guess you said there wasn't an issue of manpower, but it's really access to the materials for testing. And I'm asking if that access to materials was not a barrier, would we be testing more?
Yeah, that's really beyond my, I'm provide some commentary on public health issues because I've been immersed in that, but it's really not my area of expertise. That would be something asked the Department of Health. Mm-hmm. My observation is that, just nationally, people are asking for greater flexibility. We've seen that sort of unfold, I think, that where we started, where the CDC was the only entity that could test. Then we moved to states being able to do presumptive testing, essentially, that then needed to be subsequently confirmed by the CDC. And now we're getting more dynamic on that ability. I was reading this morning that New York State now has some discretionary ability to basically do more rapid testing. So that's evolving, but it's not an area that we're directly involved in per se.
I assume you'll be watching closely what the other states that have shut down all their school systems, how they're handling it, how they're handling all these waivers that you need from the federal government.
Right. Yeah, we're in
especially the whole feeding of children.
Yeah, we're in my organization, the CCSSO, the Council of Chief State School Officers. We convene regular meetings, and they're pulling things together like that. We're working closely with our various legislative staff on the Hill and so forth to do whatever we need to do. We're also, as you mentioned, sharing information between the states. And we're, it's a rapidly evolving, back to this exponential idea that this virus expands exponentially, so we have to be prepared to move very quickly. We, at one point, I think Vermonters felt like this, like a lot of people on the East Coast, right? That was like, it's in Asia, maybe it's in Italy, it's in California and Washington State. It's in Boston suddenly, and so we've got to be prepared to address that exponential increase. But I think that's important in the last Monday when I was starting to talk about this, I thought it was important that we start to talk with Vermonters about containment versus mitigation, and just get more accepting of this idea that our goal now isn't necessarily to stop it, it's to slow it down. And now we're asking, it's funny, I don't say funny, but in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, people are much more comfortable with mitigation, and they're saying, we need to be more aggressive on slowing it down. So it's just interesting to see how I think everyone's become more informed and prepared. As I would expect, I've worked statewide, I know Vermonters will respond well to this. But we have to be prepared to take steps to slow this. It's very serious. I would say the other thing we're focusing in on is we know the seniors, the older population is more affected by this than the younger population. So I think, need to focus our energies on ensuring our most vulnerable population in this area with this virus is clearly the elderly. So we're going to be looking very closely at how the K-12 system relates. And if you think about, once again, our schools, our community schools, a lot of interaction with older adults with our school system, perhaps more so than other states.
The children always bring the colds and what have you to grandma and grandpa's
so we talk about not holding a concert.
Right.
Think about how many people in that room are over 60, right? Think about if we close school, how many of those students are getting their care provided by a senior citizen. So once again, we know students aren't necessarily adversely affected by the virus, but they could be the transmitters of that virus to seniors. So we have to be thinking about those issues.
Any other questions?
I have a comment.
Sure.
I just wanted to convey my gratitude because, at the joint hearing the other day for the Human Services Committee, and then through your testimony and through watching the AOE website and seeing the guidance you guys are putting out and seeing the information that's available on the Department of Health, you guys are doing an amazing job.
Yeah,
and I just feel like you're really stepping up to the plate, and I feel so much steady leadership from the AOE and the Department of Health, and I think it's fantastic, and I hope you're hearing that.
Yeah, thank you. We are. And people are, we've I think we've all got to that place where we can talk frankly about the science of it, and it's certainly people are fearful. We're all fearful, but there is science and there's decision making that needs to be made, right? And we're in that space now where I think everyone's comforted by having factual information and knowing what the criteria are on which decisions will be made, And we can count on folks. We're fortunate as a state, once again, we have superintendents who can talk with the secretary directly. Parents can talk to me directly, and they're not shy about doing that. And all that granular information is really helpful to factor into good decision making and good guidance coming down from the state level. So there's very little that we put out that's not responsive to what the field needs.
Yeah.
And we don't necessarily wait for CDC to tell us what to do. We certainly work from their framework because it's so critical from a scientific standpoint, but we try to make sure that guidance is responsive to the needs of our districts, and that's our responsibility, I think.
Yeah, and it trickles down in such a useful way. I mean, I know to have those links to share on my page and on community forums, you can just see people's anxiety level, drop when they see the detailed information and, that's available and the plans that are being rolled out and all the strategies that are being considered. So it's been extremely useful to me, down here.
Good. It is.
Down here on the ground.
And part of it's, when last week, once again, it seems like months ago, talking with superintendents about preparing for dynamic decision making, like this isn't, initially it was like, well, that isn't what you said yesterday. I'm like, yeah, well, the CDC has changed its mind, largely because people were dissatisfied with the prior guidance, particularly on the 14-day quarantine issue. It was sort of at first, if you remember, it was like, well, if you came back from Italy, you might want to do it, And people are like, well, what do we do? So, that pushback, if you will, that sort of that feedback of inadequate feedback, we transfer that up to the federal government, which then responded in that case more emphatically with guidance. So it's really important, but it is a dynamic situation. So it's it's not necessarily useful to say, well, you've changed your mind. I'm like, yes, we have new information.
People are much more accepting now.
Yeah, right. We're in a totally different situation right now, so they're asking for more aggressive evolution
Yes.
of information.
Yeah.
So it's hard to keep pace with, but I think it's fair to say we are in a critical phase of this incident, and people should be prepared to take steps, aggressive steps to mitigate the spread of the virus. And as a state, we're gearing up for those decisions as well.
Well, we'll let you get back to what you need to get back to, and thank you for making the
Thank
time.
you.
Yeah.
Good morning, and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. Here we are at the State House. It's early on Wednesday morning, and this is Representative Mike Murwicki with today's guest, Representative Carolyn Partridge of Wyndham.
Hello, Mike.
Good
so
morning.
Glad to be here.
And welcome. Carolyn is the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, and this is an easy fit for her, since maybe you could tell people a little bit what you do when you're not here in the legislature.
Well, Mike, one of the things I do to make a living is I raise sheep and create yarn at Green Mountain Spinnery in your district.
Value-added products,
Yes,
right?
they spin it for me, and I dye it and take it to sheep and wool festivals. We also have a pretty good lamb market, so those are the things I do.
And do you
Yeah.
process the lamb yourself, or do you ship it?
No, we send it to a wonderful place that's been humane certified approved down in Massachusetts. That Temple Grandin actually had something to do with when it was designed. So
Yeah.
they get delivered to. It's never a nice day. I'm always sad on that day when
Yeah.
they go to freezer
Yeah.
camp, but it's part of the process. And I also take a certain amount of delight in feeding families with really good lamb.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Good local produce.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that brings you to the State House and the Ag Committee. One of the big things that's getting a lot of headlines is how do we support dairy in a very changing landscape?
Right, and as probably many of you know, and you know, Mike, the number of dairy farms has decreased significantly in the last 10, 20 years. We're down to under 700, 600 and some odd, 59 or something like that. It changes every day. And we've also found that going organic is not necessarily a path to success. My vice chair, Rodney Graham from Williamstown, just is in the process of selling his cows because the trucks wouldn't come to his farm to pick the milk up. And so there are a lot of challenges with dairy farms today. We do know, thanks to the Ag Strategic Plan that was put together, Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan 2020, that there are opportunities in dairy, but not necessarily, well, there are opportunities in cow dairy. There are cheesemakers who need milk that has been produced without fermented hay. So there is an opportunity for that, but then you have to rely on square bales, as my husband Alan and I do, which relies on 3 sunny days in a row to get square bales dried. And but there is room there, and also we know, because of the strategic study, that we need probably 4,000 more goats producing goat's milk in the state. So 10 farms with 400 goats. Vermont Creamery needs goat's milk, and so there are opportunities. What we're seeing is that farms, while small, farms are closing, they're mostly smaller, and in many cases the land is being taken up by larger farms. But it's a sad thing to see happen, because it's our farmers who maintain the working landscape and the reason for people to come to the state of Vermont to visit. I have been heard to say that people do not come to Vermont to look at subdivisions in South Burlington and Williston. They come to look at the working landscape. And my committee, as you said, includes agriculture. It also includes forestry, which is huge. And both of these sectors have a real opportunity for being a part of a climate change solution. And that's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
So dairy is kind of a sad story. I think dairy will continue to happen. I'm afraid that there may be additional consolidation, and but there are opportunities going forward.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned something that's on just about everybody's mind now, with the idea that climate change is real, it's here, and we all have to do our part. And ag and forestry are a huge part of that.
Yes, yes. And this, as I said earlier, really excites me because in recent times, agriculture in particular has been, well, the finger's been pointed at agriculture in terms of water quality issues in the Lake Champlain watershed, and that's accurate. They have been responsible for 41% of the problem, but they're also taking on 67% of the cleanup through the use of the required agricultural practices, and now with a focus on regenerative agriculture, which includes practices like cover cropping, low-till, no-till, grassed bufferways.
So what are low-till, no-till for somebody who's not a farmer?
You don't till the land. You don't.
Just plant over
You
it.
just plant, and there are techniques that can be used. Machines that can be used to, instead of churning up everything, which releases carbon and also destroys the microbial structure of the soil, you can sort of drill plant crops, and that is so low till, no till, and that goes along with cover cropping, which means you leave roots in the soil. You leave living roots in the soil as long as possible. So there are several other principles involved with soil health, but what is exciting is that there is this recognition that these, Dr. Heather Darby from UVM Extension is one of the gurus, I would say, of soil health principles, and she has been, she allowed us, when she started working for UVM Extension in 2003, there were 50 acres in cover crop in the state of Vermont, and now there are between 35 and 45,000. So that is a real positive thing. I've also been participating in a group. It's just the beginning of a group, really, with the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference. I got together in December with representatives from Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New York, who are very interested in starting kind of a regional greenhouse gas initiative, but for ecosystem services, for payments to farmers who are employing these practices and improving the soil, sequestering carbon, and being part of the solution.
Yeah, and that's just as true, or more so, for forestry, right?
Yes. Our forests, it's estimated that our forests draw down or offset almost half of our emissions. So that's a real positive thing, and we're looking at ways for them to, for our forests to become part of the California carbon market. There have been pilot projects that have looked into that. One, Burnt Mountain, they decided that they could not go forward with the California market, but they could probably be part of a voluntary market. Yeah.
Many people are talking about regenerative soil practices, and my understanding is that this is something we're already engaged in Vermont.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, most definitely.
And this is to make sure our soils are healthy, can grow best, and also absorb carbon.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. And in the old days, not all that long ago, but a couple of decades ago, you would drive around Vermont, and in the winter and early spring, it would look like dirt, right? Now, when you drive around, if you see green out there, you know that those folks are employing cover cropping strategies.
I have a picture, and I'll send it so they can include the cornfields along the Connecticut River.
Yes.
That are before you go into over the Walpole Bridge.
Yes. Yes.
And the snow's receding, and you see the green cover crop that was put in right after they cut the corn.
Right. Exactly.
There's a good example of the practices we're talking about in place and being utilized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Value added is something that we hear a lot about in regards to ag products. We've got the big yogurt producer in Brattleboro. We're talking about cheese makers looking for. Well, what does that look like in the long term for Vermont ag?
Well, it looks pretty darn good, and I'm just going to hold this up and block my own face. But this, here's the Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan, and you can find this online. One of the things.
At the website of the Vermont Ag. And
it is at the agriculture.vermont.gov and /administration/annual report. There's a dash between
they'll
annual
be able
and
to
report.
put that up on the screen for us.
Yes. So one of the things that this report includes 23 briefs on different sectors, including product, issue, and market briefs. And the good news is that there are 32, I believe, more coming after this. But if you look this through, they identify places where we have opportunity. And excuse me, in terms of value added for cheese, they find that there's this real opportunity for more small artisanal cheesemakers. And as I said,
we're making some incredibly good cheese here in Vermont.
Oh, we are making amazing cheese. I love going to some of the events where they have all of these different products on display. But we're exporting cheese to France,
Isn't that something?
And it's really wonderful and amazing. So I can get pretty excited about the future of ag, even though we've had some hard times. I'm hoping that with the required agricultural practices that are now in place, they've been in place for about 3 years, we're beginning to move the needle on this. And in a recent water quality report given to us by a young woman from the Department of Environmental Conservation, Emily Bird, she told us that 97% of the cleanup that has happened so far in Lake Champlain has been due to agriculture.
Yeah. So the farmers get it.
Yes, they definitely do.
And they're doing their part.
Yeah.
I think you pointed out before accurately that farmers have been in the crosshairs a lot when it comes to who's responsible for problems with water quality. But the reality is farmers are doing more than their share, and this is something we all need to be aware of. It's similar to the climate action. We all have to do our part.
Yes, and farmers are doing more than their share because it's actually the cheapest way to remediate these problems. It costs a lot more to clean up development impacts than it is for farming. So that's why, and farmers get it. It's their environment too.
Yeah.
So, and I will say, giving a little history, back after World War II, we were the breadbasket of the world because Europe and Asia had serious destruction. We were the breadbasket, and farmers were encouraged to apply phosphorus. There are folks who still are here who can remember when boxcar loads of phosphorus would come to the state. And if a little is good, then a lot probably better. So this is, and this was the advice given to farmers.
Yeah, I know farmers that were told, put it on your manure too.
Yeah. So, it's not like they just went willy-nilly doing this on their own. They got advice which we now know is not good.
Yeah.
So, and I also want to say that it's going to take decades to clean up Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
I figured that this problem started probably right around the time of the Industrial Revolution, and so we're looking at hundreds of years almost, and it's going to take a long time to clean up. I'd like to think that someday my granddaughter, who lives in Fairfax, will be able to swim in the lake without worrying about blue-green algae. But we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we know that Connecticut was in bad shape, and the old story was when you'd ask people what kind of septic system they had, the answer was, what system?
Yeah, right.
And just in the last 50 years, we've really turned that around.
Yes, you are right.
To where the Connecticut has a problem with nitrogen, but the overall water is much cleaner than it was.
Yes, and I can remember when I lived in Saxon's River, actually in Westminster, but just over the line, and Saxon's River was my community. We would go we would go with my son, who is now 40, and we would go to Herrick's Cove
Yeah.
and go swimming, and my brother-in-law had a boat, and we'd go water skiing
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And I think it's done nothing but get better.
Yeah.
And the problem with nitrogen, actually, is that when it hits salt water,
Yeah.
it creates a toxic situation. So when the Connecticut River hits the Long Island Sound, it creates this toxic dead zone.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to be careful about
Yeah.
nitrogen.
We've got a few minutes left. I wonder if we could just touch a little bit on cannabis.
Sure.
We've been struggling to get to a point where House and Senate can agree on what's the way forward for to open up markets, a tax and regulate system. There was a lot of concern that this wasn't being looked at as purely an agricultural product, and the balance they came to was that it wasn't going to be under the auspices of the Agency of Ag. Is there anything you want to talk about in that conversation that you feel we can do going forward, or what's the situation now?
Okay. Well, I think I did write a column about this that was in the Reformer a couple of weeks ago. We did want this to be housed in agriculture because it's essentially the same plant as hemp. It's all cannabis. And if you're growing hemp for floral purposes, for CBD, it's essentially the very same plant. It's just a different variety. It's like cherry tomatoes versus beefsteak tomatoes, right? So some adult use cannabis has high THC. Hemp does not. It has low THC. So we were hoping that we could house it in ag, but as it became clearer to me, and I thought a lot about this, I was pushing for some small growing permits, which we did get. They're focusing on that, and so that was good. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got some of the things. And I think that there are those of our constituents who really wanted things to be kind of loose, but what we've found is that it's very difficult to be loose about this. There were folks who said, oh, all this security, having to grow behind, fences with locks and stuff like that. Based on the experience of hemp farmers who found thefts in their own fields, with the exponential value of adult use cannabis, I think it would be unwise for people to be growing out in the open and putting a lot of stock in that.
And not expect trouble.
And not expect trouble. And also, the important thing to remember is that, this I basically put this out to farmers in particular, but everyone, if you're growing this, we'll have it legal in the state, but it's still illegal on a federal level.
Yeah.
And depending on who's in power in Washington, D.C., you might find yourself getting capriciously cracked down upon. And I don't want farmers to lose their land because you are subject to forfeiture. And if you are going to grow adult use cannabis, I really highly recommend that you create a firewall between your farm and your cannabis business.
A legal firewall.
A legal firewall. It's really important. And I hadn't really thought about this until I was talking with one of our legislative counselors who I think is just stellar in terms of thinking things through. And he brought this up with me, and it just made total sense. Yeah.
We have a good group of lawyers who serve us on Ledge Council.
We
and
sure do.
It's helpful for them to bring that perspective to us.
Yeah.
Especially those who are, most of us are not lawyers.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So, I was sorry to disappoint some of our folks, but I think that this, given the small grower permits and really a focus on farmers that is included in the bill, I think it was probably the best way forward.
I think one of the things that came through was we wanted to make sure some big corporate entity did not come in and try and take over the whole system here in Vermont. And I think we've done that.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
We don't want that, and the bill makes sure that small Vermont growers are where it's going to stay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else you want to share before we have to have to go?
I think we've covered quite a bit, but I'm
Yeah.
always glad to come back whenever you like.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly, agriculture is the heart of Vermont culture. I don't think anybody can argue that. We want to make sure that moving forward, we have a vibrant ag and forestry economy to take Vermont into this century. So thanks for all your work you're doing.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the people back at BCTV for bringing our work here in Montpelier back to you in Windham County. So until next time, take care.
is presented in 464 and 808. And it is coming to the point where I think we need to try to decide as a committee what direction we want to go on these issues. And so we've teamed these bills up together to intentionally allow us to have a conversation not only about policy and whether we think there's a reason why we need to make a change in, for instance, use of force policy, but also issues around training, training in cultural awareness, training in de-escalation, and of course issues around data collection so that we have the information at hand in order to understand what the experience of Vermonters in their interactions with law enforcement is about.
What's the bill?
464 or 808? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Are you being our legislative counsel now?
He's trying, but I don't think he's so good.
Doesn't have the call yourself.
How do you do that?
You the one up on the split
I'll work
screen?
on it, I'll work on it.
Yeah, can you do a split screen, bring them both up side by side? You do side by side?
It's been a while.
Right.
Do you really, are you just being a wise guy?
I think he's being a wise guy. I don't think we need to look at the bill language right now. I think we need to have a discussion about what we've heard, what we think makes sense, and what we want to begin to move forward with in terms of getting language on the page. So this is just an opportunity to have some open discussion. Jim?
So, we've had obviously a lot of testimony and a lot of different viewpoints, but the first part on the data collection, was it my understanding that we have this information, but it just doesn't go to this group? The E. That's already collected but not necessarily shared. Is that? Maybe I can call a friend in the room.
Lifeline. You got a friend in there?
Would you like a lifeline?
How? They think I know so much, I'm not sure.
Who would you like to call?
I would like to
Nobody in
call
this room.
my friend from the state police.
Sure. Tell me your question again.
Okay, so I thought my understanding was that the E, the underlined part, was already noted somewhere on different reports, but not necessarily given to this group that's looking at all the data.
Okay. So that is not one of the mandatory bits of information that's captured at traffic stops in the traffic stop data currently, right? There are, I think, 5 or 6 required: age, gender, reason for stop. So all those things, whether a search was conducted, but use of force at a traffic stop is collected by our department in a separate way. It's not part of the data collection effort tracking racial demographics of traffic stops. We are collecting uses of force at all levels, whether it's a traffic stop or somewhere else. I cannot speak for other departments about their collection of uses of force.
Wouldn't that be pretty, I don't know, common sense standard that
Yes.
anytime you have a use of force, local police, sheriff, state police, that you would note that somehow?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, how big a deal, and is there any harm to sharing this as part of this report, this collection?
You know, just off the cuff, I would say that it should be being collected. I don't know that this is the best place for where it should be collected, but it should definitely be collected. In my personal opinion, every department should be collecting use of force data. Whether it's on a ticket or else, I mean, traffic stop is just one instance where force could be used.
Al, do you have any thoughts on data? Since we're on data right now.
Yes, I did meet with Representative Donahue, and we came up with some additional language in E that we were just looking at. We were concerned about the means by which the stop was achieved and whether a chase might have been involved for achieving the stop, and some other language around use of force, whether it resulted in bodily injury or deadly force. So there's some additional language we thought might be added to that section.
And this pertains to just roadside stop data, but I think we are understanding in the broader context of putting both of these bills on the table that some of the issues are not around a roadside stop, but around other interactions with law enforcement that we may want to collect data on. I think we would want to broaden the data collection to be other interactions and the use of force on that.
May I shoot a lifeline question also?
Sure.
If you're on foot or in a car or anywhere, if you do an attempt to evade, it comes out as a separate charge, right?
If you're on foot or in a car and you attempt to elude or you don't respond to lawful orders, is that a charge? Is that a charge?
Yeah, sort of. Is that it's kind of a backdoor way of asking if that data is already kind of available in a lot of the situations?
I mean, I would think the majority of the time if you attempt to elude, but there is some discretion there. It's not, we can't say for sure that every time there isn't a decision made to go another route. Like if you're attempting to elude and you're caught and you're DWI, maybe you're only charged with DWI. There is some discretion.
Other conversation about data collection.
We also spoke to including language around collecting data for a person acting in a manner that created reason to believe a mental health crisis was occurring. And that's specific language from other statutes around mental health, from the Mental Health Council. But that kind of data needs to be specifically named. And finally, the thought was that this data report shall be reported annually to the legislature, in addition to the council.
I guess I have some concerns about trying to capture more data when the data that we have, that we're getting currently, we don't have any consistency in how we capture or report it. Aren't we just going to go through an exercise that really isn't going to do what we want it to do? I don't know who I'm asking this question to, just sort of throwing it out there. Because even the local, because this isn't, we're talking local and everybody. process in place even now for the data we're supposed to be capturing?
I think we heard that it's an evolving process, that the first year they tried to collect, they had something certain handwritten on the back of an envelope sort of thing. So this is definitely an evolving process. And shining some light on it, and also putting into statute exactly what we want to be collecting is the opportunity that we have before us right here. Other discussion on data? Okay, well, I'm hearing a proposal that we work in some way to incorporate some of the issues around people who are in apparent mental health crisis. And so I think probably what we should do is actually get with Ledge Council and see if we can get some bill language on in front of the committee. Take a look at this.
I would have to see the language, but I'm inclined not to support that. I think that's way too broad, personally.
Let's see what it looks like. Anything else on data? Right, so we have training in de-escalation and cross-cultural awareness as two concepts that were put forward in the bill. Any committee discussion on that? Any thoughts that you have based on what we've heard for testimony thus far?
Just to clarify, what do we have for policy in this area today? Anything?
Well, I wish I had that off the top of my head.
Well, there's a lot. The use of force, obviously.
I think we had some testimony that there is some training, and I forget how many hours of training off the top of my head.
I think they said 4 hours.
Small number.
They're looking to double it. One of them was looking to double it to 8. It's not full.
But I'm more specifically on policy before we get into the
So that's a separate issue.
Right.
Directing the creation of a policy around use of force is a different question than training in those.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to talk about
I think it's a two-step process. You have a policy and then you train to the policy, but I'm trying to understand what do we have for policy in this area today. I'm going to assume we have policy surrounding use of force and some type of de-escalation, but I maybe the major can help me again.
And is it do different agencies have different policies as opposed to this legislature
You're right.
directing a unified policy on when it's okay?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Sorry, what I'm looking for is the breakdown in the training that's provided with the different So for Vermont State Police recruits in the pre-basic phase, this is just BSP, 16 hours of less than lethal or non-lethal use of force training, 26 hours of firearms training, 2 hours of fair and impartial policing training. Basic training for all law enforcement in Vermont, 36 hours of firearms training, 46 hours of less than lethal use of force, 8 hours of communication and de-escalation, 4 hours of use of deadly force, 4 hours of capsicum spray, less than good use of force, 8 hours of working with people in mental health crisis, 4 hours of fair and impartial policing, 4 hours of community policing, 4 hours of responding to hate-motivated crimes. In the post-basic for all law enforcement, there's 16 hours of TASER certification, 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis and de-escalation training, 20 hours of firearms training, 28 hours of, this part is just for state police, 28 hours of less lethal use of force training, 20 hours of firearms, and 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis. And then for VSP, 8 hours of fair and impartial policing. And then in service for VSP only, 4 hours non-lethal use of force training, 12 hours firearms training, and then ongoing, the average trooper per year attends, average 30 troopers per year attend an 8-hour updated class for 2. And I can print this for you, and then you'll just have it in front of you.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Email it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
So
let's
it's
get that on the page.
Maybe that's a lot of non-use of force training. What sort of form does it take?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The non-use of force training, it's a lot of time. What sort of form does it take? Is it out the backyard playing karate, or is it classroom instruction on?
So I can't recite it exactly. I think it's a combination of practicals, so control procedures, how to make high-risk car stops, how to use de-escalation tactics, how to go hands-on if you need to with using other than your firearm. So it's a combination of classroom and in the field.
Madam Chair, if I may just add something to that. That's part of what the move on now is to increase the basic training another 4 weeks. And that's part of that additional 4 weeks is to provide much more training in this and the use of force and de-escalation. And that use of force, de-escalation are actual hands-on practical exercises where the police officer is actually thrown into a scenario where the major can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but thrown into a scenario and the officer is, or trooper in case of state police, is required to evaluate the situation, take the appropriate actions, and they're graded on that at the academy. And just for the record, the municipalities, most municipalities, unless you're very large, and I can only assume that happens to be very large, like maybe a BPD or something, don't receive as much training as the state police do in this, because they have a pre-basic, and I believe your post-basic is a little more intense, and they receive a little additional, they receive more training. So this additional, get off a little subject here, but we're getting this additional 4 weeks would assist the municipal departments greatly in requiring more time. I just wanted to have some of that.
So while we're talking about training, is there anything that you feel inclined to specify something with respect to training.
Well, just to pick up on what JP just shared, I remember there was some reference to trainer approaches, and it didn't seem like there were many of them. So how might you increase that in a way to allow some of the smaller agencies to have more exposure to training? So,
I mean, I think the challenge that I've seen just in all of the discussion that we've had around all of these issues is that, there's probably a wide difference in the way that Vermont State Police handle some of these interactions versus some of the small municipal agencies. And yet we're being asked to consider law enforcement as a whole, because we recognize that our community members who have interactions with our local law enforcement may be experiencing different things than what they experience when they are pulled over by a trooper on the highway.
Well, I mean, with respect to the training, I mean, I understand the policy part, and I'm fine with what's in the bill, but then the training component is supposed to be based on a policy that we don't know what it is now because they're going to have to draft it based on this bill. And I guess my question is, there might be a cost to that, which would be unknown.
To all of our municipalities.
Right. I mean, should it be more that, the training council should come back to the General Assembly with a recommendation on training? I'm just, because, I mean, it's a difficult situation as they come up with this policy, a model policy, and then they're supposed to take training on that. But we don't know what the model policy is at this point. And I mean,
Chicken and egg.
yeah. I mean, I agree with the policy issue. I mean,
I agree with that sentiment. I mean, 4 hours to put in the bill is 4 hours. I don't know what 4 hours gives you. Maybe it should be 2 hours. Maybe it should be 8 hours. And I think until we get a recommendation from, having a policy and then the recommendation of the folks that do the training of what's required to implement that policy, I think might be premature. Plus, there is budgetary concerns, and there's been a lot of discussion whether we go to 16 weeks to 20 weeks, and does this tip it to the 20 weeks, which has a huge budget. It may be good, and we may have to spend that money, but I would think we ought to know that.
That's a model policy. Do all agencies follow that policy is the question that I have.
well, you get a report back about that.
Right.
So we would have some idea of who's following it and who's not. I mean, I just worry about, okay, there is all this training already. I mean, it probably, and I don't know the answer to this because this is not an area of expertise for me, that it can be tweaked to be consistent with whatever policy is come up with, and it may or may not require an additional 4 hours. I mean, I'd rather see a recommendation about training than just saying, okay, we need 4 more hours. And if I might, I agree 100% with what Representative Gannon has said. If the Criminal Justice Training Council, who has the ultimate responsibility for setting training requirements, officers in the state are on. If they come up with a policy, a specific policy, give us some actual hard data expectations of what the cost might be, the type of training you're going to receive and everything. And I have to say that, you know, having been a retired police officer, but all the years I spent, and most of them are on the road, 4 hours is not enough for what we're looking at here. So it's going to require additional training to do the job that our citizens are asking us to do. But if the council can give that recommendation, that would be wonderful, and it would certainly assist us in what we need to do here as a legislature, and specifically this committee. So I agree with you 100% on that. And the director, I'm sure, would arrange that. The figures and everything would be close.
Does that make sense to committee members?
Just to add to that, talking with my local police force, which is small, sending their staff off for training creates a hardship on the force. So I think we should have the courtesy of knowing that and of letting them know how many hours it's going to be up front before we mandate this.
Oh, sorry. I got it.
So this is an amendment to 464. Who drafted that?
Just trying to be transparent.
You work with the drafter to make that change?
Yes.
All right. So, other thoughts, questions, suggestions, concerns about these issues? Nobody's dying to. All right. So Hal, you will work on putting together some bill language for that proposal, and John will work with Bryn to adapt to the policy language. Anything else? All right. I promised you a quick break, and so let's take a 10-minute break and come back to talk about the State Ethics Commission.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The United States is slowly shutting down thanks to coronavirus. We're seeing more and more states do what the federal government has been way too slow to recommend as we continue to be led by the blind and the incompetent day after day after day. The dishonest, blind, and incompetent Trump administration, I should add. And this is simply going to be the new reality for a while. And I know that it's horrible. It's horrible what's going on. But if we don't start doing these things, it's going to get much worse. The stock market and the economy will likely suffer far more than what we've already seen. Stocks down 12% intraday as we are filming right now. My prediction is we could be down 40% from the peaks of a few weeks ago by the time this is all said and done. Although who can ever predict the bottom? But once again, although I hope it doesn't happen, we have to be responsible, whatever the consequences. We have to do what your state says if we want a shot at turning this around. And part of the reason why we now are increasingly going to more extreme measures is because the initial reaction was so incompetent from day one. It'll go away on its own. This is no big deal. We have no cases. The United States, even with the little amount of testing that we are doing, are rapidly heading in the direction of being one of the countries with the most cases in the world. Now, of course, we have a really large population, but remember, we had, quote, leaders telling us we would likely see very few cases here. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, he now is saying straight up, cancel or postpone any event with 50 or more people for 8 weeks. 8 weeks as a starting point. That's a long time. I get it. But understand that the way these infection curves go, every day that it grows is another day on the tail end you need for the decline. Without a vaccine or treatments, if you have 10 days of case growth before you turn it around, you need 10 days of declines to get back to where we are today. If you delay slowing down case growth for 15 days, you then need 15 days on the back end before you get back to where we are today. Meaning for every day we don't deal with this, we are actually losing 2 days minimum, not to mention the exponentially disastrous effect on the medical system as ICUs become overwhelmed, as we lack ventilators. So this will add up quickly. Today is day 14 in the United States of that steady case growth. Imagine where we will be in another 14 days if we don't turn it around. So in that context, states are starting to shut down. The federal government is not doing what they need to do here. They have been far too slow. They have been far too dishonest. They're just making things up whole cloth, which I will talk to you about momentarily. So Ohio is shutting down bars and restaurants, period. Now, remember, some places may be ignoring the decrees at their peril. And it's true that there are places which will say shut down and people won't do it. And local police are not going to be able to necessarily enforce every single bar or restaurant following the rules. It requires people doing it. It requires restaurants doing it. Illinois has ordered bars and restaurants to close starting tonight until March 30th. That's a couple weeks almost. Here in Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker says all gatherings of more than 25 people are banned. Restaurants can be takeout only until April 6th at minimum, and possibly all the way until April 17th. Some conflicting reports about the exact dates. Schools are closed. Things are closing down. California Governor Gavin Newsom says California will be closing bars, nightclubs, and wineries, and that everyone aged 65 and over should be self-isolating. Do not go out in public. Washington State is shutting down restaurants, bars, entertainment, and recreational facilities. Restaurants will be allowed to do takeout and delivery. There are people who still say, you know, there aren't that many cases. We have 340 million people and we have 3,500 cases as of right now. Number one, understand that we don't have 3,500 cases. By some estimates, we likely have between 1 and 500,000 cases. We are just not testing. We're not testing. We don't know how many cases we have. There are people who will say this is simply going too far. When you understand the math of viral contagion, you realize you have to do it before it's too late, because otherwise it's too late. It needs to feel like it's too early, because otherwise you're going to be behind the curve. And look at what happened in Italy. It's a tragedy what's happening in Italy. They did too much too slowly. And now they have more active cases than China, despite having a population that's 96% smaller than China's. Think about that. And that's because of delays. Every day matters. You've got to turn the corner on the new case number, meaning you need to change the inflection of the curve from more new cases each day to fewer new cases each day. When you look at new cases in the United States, it's up every day. This is the time to shut it down, because otherwise in 10 days, the US could look like Italy. If this comes to your state, and it likely will at the rate that we're going, be part of the solution. Don't be part of the problem. And by the way, don't hoard, okay? The hoarding situation's getting very bad. There was no toilet paper shortage expected. Rumors swirled that there would be a shortage. Think about it. Why would all of a sudden there be a shortage? Doesn't actually make sense. People buying all the toilet paper they see creates an artificial shortage. And you have tragic stories of elderly couples driving around all over the place, not feeling well in many cases, looking for a roll of toilet paper because you have people, and I'll play you videos momentarily, people fighting. It's like Black Friday looking for the cheap TV over toilet paper. I went to my a couple local grocery stores. All yogurt was gone. All eggs were gone. All meat was gone. Frozen vegetables, frozen fruit, all gone. Fresh produce, by the way, plenty of. People, I guess, completely ignoring that at this point. Don't hoard. Build up a strategic supply of a couple of weeks of food, which most of us should have anyway. A couple of weeks is reasonable and non-perishables. And understand that you will make the problem worse. It's really, really bad what's going on. This next story has absolutely exploded, and it's as detailed as it is disgusting. As we're discussing today, a whole bunch of companies are working on coronavirus vaccines. That's a good thing. One of the companies is a German medical company named CureVac. There are now widespread reports with corroboration that Donald Trump offered $1 billion to this company to secure the vaccine for the United States only. Now, the reaction from Trumpists was totally predictable. First, they denied it was true. Fake news, fake news, fake news. Oh, it's been confirmed by German officials and authorities? Well, they said, good for Trump. He's watching out for us, America first, which is exactly what you would imagine a Trumpist would say about this. So let's go through the details. Trump was interested in buying this future possible vaccine for the United States for $1 billion. This became known inside of Germany to the point that the German government was almost negotiating against Trump, offering money to the company so that the vaccine would stay in Germany and be available to everyone as it should be if and when it is ready to go. Germans were understandably outraged. The world is understandably outraged. Trump wanted to get the vaccine here and only here somehow to help him politically. That's what this is about. That's what Donald Trump was trying to do. Now, of course, U.S. officials can't deny the story because it's been corroborated so widely. What they're saying is it's been misreported. For example, U.S. officials are saying, we're talking to lots of companies who are working on vaccines, and we can offer money to them to help them. Of course, that's not what this what this is. And any solution that is found, they say, should be shared with the world. What they're not saying is, would it be shared with the whole world at the same time, or would the United States get it first, giving Trump the opportunity to announce, I got us the vaccine. Americans are getting vaccinated before anybody else. Now, adding to the intrigue here, last week, this company, CureVac, weirdly announced they were changing CEOs. This was unusual. CEO Daniel Menechella was replaced by Ingmar Hoare just weeks after Menechella met with Donald Trump. The hypothesis is, and again, this part is more speculative, the hypothesis is that Menechella may actually have been willing to accept the $1 billion from Trump to give the vaccine only, or at least first, to the United States. The board and stockholders of CureVac caught wind of it, fired the guy, put in a different CEO, and said very clearly, if we are successful in developing a vaccine, it should help and protect the entire world. The German health minister, Spahn, said that a takeover of CureVac by the Trump administration is, quote, off the table, that CureVac will only develop a vaccine for the whole world, not for individual countries. Look at where the world is today. Donald Trump offering cash to give him the vaccine, to let him get the benefit. And of course, after denying that this happened, his supporters predictably started saying, hey, this is good. Trump's president of the United States. Trump is not president of Italy. Trump is not president of Germany. His first priority should be get us the vaccine. But of course, this is as immoral as it is stupid. The disease didn't start in the U.S., yet we are now increasingly ravaged by it. Vaccinating only Americans wouldn't help, since no vaccine is 100% effective. Not everyone would get the vaccine, and the disease would simply keep spreading if only Americans were vaccinated. This is, aside from this being utterly disgusting, it's also very, very short-sighted. This is that sort of dumb America first mentality that's not only immoral, but it's also idiotic in this case. And as I read this, I realized, if Trump wasn't born to a rich family, instead of trying to buy a vaccine for $1 billion from Germany, he'd be the guy buying the hand sanitizer in order to start price gouging by then selling it at 30 or 40 bucks a pop. Understand that Germans are shocked and appalled by this. People in Germany can't understand, how is Trump even a person that exists in the world? Never mind, how is he president of the United States? And sadly, these low information Trumpists who see him as unable to do any wrong say, love it. Go Trump. Make America great again. Keep America great again. It's a nightmare hellscape of embarrassment made worse every day. And just to put a final point on this, imagine for a second the reverse situation. Imagine a pandemic was spreading all over the world, and it turned out that a U.S. company had a vaccine ready to go. And imagine that the U.S. company sold rights to the vaccine to, I don't know, Italy or Germany or France or China or Russia or whoever. And maybe later they'd make it available to Americans. The same people who are saying don't regulate businesses and what a good job Trump is doing trying to get us the vaccine would be saying, take over that business, put the executives in prison. It is a disgusting double standard. It's truly a stunning story. And my guess is over the next few days, we'll learn a lot more about the details. Make sure you're following me on Twitter for all the latest COVID-19 updates. A lot is happening on my Twitter account @DPacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Robert Little and Stephen Moncrief. Robert and Stephen, thank you for your support. I also want to say thank you to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. That's Paul Foster. Paul's been a member for almost 5 years, and we are now just days away from our first 10-year David Pakman Show members. Incredible. Join them at joinpakman.com. Grab a membership. You get the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show, as well as the bonus show available only to members. You can also get a 40% discount off of your membership with the coupon code THISIS2020. You all know I call things as I see them. And right now, it's time to call the virus situation as I see it. Idiots and bad people are destroying our ability to curb this virus as soon as possible. Their behavior is putting people at risk, and it will cause people to die unnecessarily, people who didn't need to die. Now, I'm not just talking about the people in our government. I'm also talking about just regular old people. You might remember, and by old, I just mean regular people, not elderly. I did a story back in February of last year, about 13 months ago, called "It's Time to Admit That Many Americans Are Stupid." And clearly this struck a nerve. It got more than 600,000 views, a very positive reaction, more than 16,000 likes. But a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people felt that it was an attack on them to some degree, or on people who just lacked education. And this is not what we are talking about. We have never had a clearer case of bad and dumb people will be the death of us than what is happening now in the era of coronavirus. Coronavirus has exposed the deficits in our systems, the deficits in our healthcare system, in our economy, in our president's capacity to deal with a crisis, a total lack of capacity, that is. But we're also hurting because of bad and dumb people. And I'm going to go through some examples with you today. Of course, the context being to stop the spread of the virus, absent functioning antivirals, a vaccine, antibody treatments, all of which are under development. It's going to be a while. We need to reduce exposure and transmission. Stop gathering in large groups. Work from home. Stay away from other people. All this stuff, many states are realizing it, shutting down bars and restaurants and gatherings even as large as 25 people. Look at just a sampling of what happened over the weekend. This is just a handful of examples. There are hundreds or thousands of these. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt posted a tweet of himself out with his kids in a very crowded restaurant saying, "Eating with my kids and all my fellow Oklahomans at the Collective OKC. It's packed tonight." This is the exact opposite of what medical experts say we should do. And of course, we live in a world where one party has decided medical experts are basically just people with opinions, which we can ignore if we don't like them, because it's just like saying, I think low taxes are good. It's just an opinion. Our Republican governor here in Massachusetts is taking this seriously, activating a system to get nurses from out of state licensed in state within 24 hours to keep up with demand, saying close schools, work from home, starting a restaurant and bar closure other than takeout and delivery starting tomorrow. And meanwhile, the Oklahoma governor is bragging about being at a packed restaurant with his kids. Is this weaponized ignorance, or is this a bad person? You tell me. Governor eventually deleted the tweet because of the obvious blowback. People are hoarding. People are hoarding food of all kinds. People are hoarding toilet paper. This is creating an artificial shortage. There was no expectation that the supply chain was actually going to be disrupted for toilet paper, nor that toilet paper usage would actually go up. But people are going crazy, and they're doing it with food as well. Here's video of people rolling around on the ground, pushing each other, yelling at each other, and fighting for toilet paper at some big box store. I don't even know where this is. Doesn't matter. It's happening all over. For toilet paper.
One per person. One per person, one per person.
Again, this is all started by rumor about a shortage. People go fight for toilet paper, and they cause a shortage because people are hoarding it. If people just kept buying toilet paper at their normal rate, using it at their normal rate, there'd be no shortage. There'd be no scuffles for people pushing each other in order to grab toilet paper. Are these stupid people, or are they bad people? I don't know the answer. More and more in blue states, people are staying home. St. Patrick's Day parade here in Boston canceled. If you're from the area, you know just how big of a deal that is. Not everywhere, though. Here's a girl at some kind of St. Patrick's Day street party talking about, well, I'm 21. I'm immunocompromised, but I don't care because I take supplements.
I have a compromised immune system, but I'm still only 21. But I'm not even worried because I just take supplements and I self-medicate, so it's fine.
Is this a dumb person or is this a bad person, for lack of a better term? South Korea has tested large numbers of asymptomatic 20 to 29-year-olds and found that a whole bunch of 20 to 29-year-olds who feel fine have the virus, and they are spreading it all over if they do what this girl is doing. It has to stop. Here is Republican Congressman Devin Nunes going on Trump brown-noser Maria Bartiromo's program on Fox and saying, hey, you know what? This is a great time to go out to a restaurant. It's not that busy. You can get right in and get a table.
And there's a lot of concerns with the economy here because people are scared to go out. But I will just say, one of the things you can do if you're healthy, you and your family, it's a great time to just go out, go to a local restaurant.
Yeah.
Likely you can get in easily. Let's not hurt the working people in this country that are relying on wages and tips to keep their small business going.
We're very sympathetic.
Don't run to the
Understood.
Yeah, just don't run to the grocery store and buy $4,000 of food.
Right, they're cleaning off the
Go to your local pub.
We want to be very sympathetic to what's going on.
No pushback from Maria Bartiromo. Should that be criminal, what Devin Nunes said? I tweeted asking, should this be criminal? A whole bunch of my Twitter followers said, yeah, what Devin Nunes is doing there should be criminal. Now, Devin Nunes isn't wrong to be concerned about the economy. The economy isn't a free fall. But the problem is a systemic structural one. The solution isn't to now say, well, we have to just keep going to bars and restaurants. What we need is a system of paid sick leave so he can be less concerned about the restaurant employees, not having disbanded the pandemic response team, having a functioning healthcare system. These are structural problems that they don't get solved by saying, go at the individual level and continue to engage in the behavior that's spreading the disease. If we are going to have this level of both stupidity and just straight up disregard for others, we are in very, very serious trouble. And as we see the partisan divide, Republicans have to a third as likely to be worried about coronavirus as Democrats, to be taking action around coronavirus as Democrats. We are in a situation that is only going to get worse. That's where the data is pointing right now. Okay, there's a ton of disinformation and straight up propaganda floating around about coronavirus. So I want to go over the actual science around cures, treatments, and vaccines that are being investigated, what's most promising, timelines, etc. Before we jump in, remember, drinking silver won't cure coronavirus. Prayer won't cure or prevent coronavirus. Buying a 2-year supply of toilet paper certainly won't help. Black people aren't immune, as was floating around. This is not a Chinese bioweapon created in partnership with Kim Jong-un. We'll get to that. This is a virus, and as such, we can look at vaccines, antivirals, and antibodies. And then in the meantime, the treatment of symptoms and, of course, social isolation in order to prevent transmission. The treatment of symptoms, of course, includes things like breathing assistance through ventilators and other things that can be done while the body is attempting to fight the virus off naturally. Let's first talk about vaccines. Vaccines take a while to develop. There is a large range being cited for how long it might take until a vaccine is ready for public use. You have to get through development, clinical trials, approval, production, distribution. There are some vaccines that are ready for trials. The timeline that is most realistic for a vaccine being ready, optimistically, we're looking at 8 months. Less optimistically, looking at 18 to 24 months, sort of at the most conservative. There is already a vaccine from the Israeli Migal Galilee Institute because they've had a poultry coronavirus vaccine for a while. They've modified it to be a human version. It should be ready to test any day. But again, the testing is the beginning of a very long process. There's a bunch of other vaccines in development subject to the same timeline. The vaccine is, of course, for people not yet sick in order to make them immune. No vaccine is 100%. The idea is if lots of people get it, you can build herd immunity, reduce what's called R0 or R0 to below 1, meaning one person is infecting no more than one other person on average, Right now, the R naught of COVID-19 is between 1.4 and 3.9. And obviously, until we get that below 1, we will continue to have more cases. Second, antivirals. COVID-19 is a virus, not a bacteria. So antibiotics would not work against it. Antivirals are used to treat viral infections. Antibiotics go in and destroy the bacteria. Antivirals instead tend to prevent the virus from developing, replicating, or spreading. There's a few promising ones being tested. They all have their side effects. One is called remdesivir. It's made by Gilead Sciences. It was developed for Ebola. Didn't really work well for Ebola. It's being tested in clinical trials right now, including, I believe, in South Korea. Now, there are conflicting reports about how well it's working. There was a report last week saying it's working well, other reports saying it's not really clear it's working better than placebo, and it has significant side effects in a large portion of patients. We just need more data. Maybe it's an antiviral that could be modified to better work on COVID-19 with fewer side effects. There's another antiviral being tested in Japan called Avigan. Now, this was actually developed by Fujifilm, and it was developed as a broad spectrum flu antiviral that Japan stockpiled, and it can have serious side effects up to and including birth defects. So women 18 to 40 straight up shouldn't even be using it at all. Experts think this is probably Avigan not going to work well enough to justify the risks. And then we have the possibility of giving people antibodies. Antibodies actually neutralize the virus pathogen, the specific one. When you fight the virus off naturally, you develop antibodies. The idea is take the antibodies from patients who have recovered and transfuse them into a serum, which you can give to another patient. The issue is the logistics are tough because right now, the antibodies you can get from one patient in the tests that have been done are enough to give to one patient. 1-to-1 is not a great ratio in terms of the logistical task that's required. It's being looked at. There are also side effects, fever, allergic reactions. You can also transmit infections. That's being tested in China. At the earliest, it looks like fall. Then Dutch researchers have found another antibody, which they say seems to be working against the virus in lab settings and could be used to develop an antiviral. It's also early, could be a while until that is developed. So as all of this comes together, what we're quickly learning is the social distancing, work from home, avoid crowds, shut down restaurants, going out only for necessities like groceries and medications, otherwise remaining isolated. That's all we have right now. And until some of these things can be developed, we have to do that. Unfortunately, too many Americans aren't taking it seriously. I don't want martial law. I don't want police lockdowns. That will get very, very ugly. So people have to start cooperating. Otherwise, it's going to get even worse. We'll be continuing to cover this on our Instagram account. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram, @David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
So we've gotten to the point where any attempt to do actual journalism and hold people in positions of power accountable is going to be written off as an attack by a huge portion of Americans, because that is exactly what their fearless orange leader, Donald Trump, is doing. Donald Trump was asked by reporter Yamiche Alcindor during his coronavirus emergency declaration on Friday about how he shut down the pandemic response team. Trump called the question nasty, claimed to have no idea what she was talking about, but also sort of blamed Anthony Fauci, who was standing behind him, who just said, I don't know anything about it. This is just disgusting and stunning. And watch Trump say, well, I don't know. That's a nasty question. Maybe ask Anthony Fauci. I have no idea.
My first question is, you said that you don't take responsibility, but you did disband the White House pandemic office, and the officials that were working in that office left this administration abruptly. So what responsibility do you take to that? And the officials that worked in that office said that the White House lost valuable time because that office wasn't disbanded. What do you make of that?
Well, I just think it's a nasty question, because what we've done is, and Tony had said numerous times that we've saved thousands of lives because of the quick closing. And when you say me, I didn't do it. We have a group of people. I could ask perhaps my administration, but I could perhaps ask Tony about that, because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know about the
I
reorganization that happened at the National Security
It's the administration.
Council.
Perhaps they do that. You know, people let people go. You used to be with a different newspaper than you are now. You know, things like that happen.
But this was
Please go ahead. We're doing a great job.
Notice Trump slipping in there. Well, you changed jobs, so like maybe the pandemic response people also just changed jobs. Nothing to see here. Denying it happened, but saying if it did happen, maybe Anthony Fauci knows something about it. Now, there's something special that I have for you today on this. Back in 2018, Trump was asked, why did you cut the pandemic response team? And at the time, Trump knew exactly what he was being asked about, and he didn't deny doing it. And in fact, he defended what he did. He said, hey, we haven't used those people, and I don't want to pay people that we aren't using. Remember, Trump 3 days ago saying, pandemic response, that's nasty, maybe ask Fauci. Here is Trump right after he did it saying, oh yeah, I did it, and here's why.
Some of the people we cut, they haven't been used for many, many years. And if we ever need them, we can get them very quickly. And rather than spending the money, and I'm a business person, I don't like having thousands of people around when you don't need them.
So Friday, it's, I didn't cut anyone. That's a nasty question. If anybody did get cut, maybe Fauci did it. I don't know. When he did talk about it back in 2018, he knew exactly what he had done. He defended doing it. But the real thing here is, listen, Trump being a liar and Trump being incompetent, that's not new. The treatment of journalism is what is actually nasty here. Calling journalism nasty is very, very nasty. Donald Trump has framed up a situation where, as far as he's concerned, he's done everything right and Obama everything wrong. Questioning him about it is nasty. Asking questions like, you did this and it didn't work out well. Are you responsible? That's a gotcha question in this era. And of course, there's always the question, is he more likely to refer to women as nasty? Is he more likely to be referring to black women as nasty, as is the case in this particular instance? I don't know. We'd have to run the numbers on that. One never knows, but what's nasty is Trump's behavior, his competence, which is incompetence, his treatment of others, and absolutely and totally weaponizing delusional narcissism. Weaponized delusional narcissism maybe should be the tagline of this administration. Let's talk about lying. I'm against lying. And I know that that's a quaint statement to make at this point, but I want to hear the truth from our politicians, even if it's not good. But not all lying is created equal. Lying about, I reduced the deficit, when in reality, you reduce the rate at which the deficit was growing. Okay, I mean, listen, these are lies. They're provable lies, but it's very different than the pandemic is under control. It'll go away soon. No one will die. We will have few cases. Donald Trump cannot and will not stop lying about coronavirus. And this included And it continued when he announced the national emergency for coronavirus on Friday. A national emergency for something he said 2 weeks ago was nothing and would be going away. No, he announced it at a White House press conference on Friday. And one of the things Donald Trump announced was that Google is making a national coronavirus testing website where you can type in your symptoms, follow a flowchart process to be told, do you need a test, and then be directed to the closest testing location to go and get tested for COVID-19. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump said, and then we'll look at what the truth is.
I want to thank Google. Google is helping to develop a website. It's going to be very quickly done, unlike websites of the past, to determine whether a test is warranted and to facilitate testing at a nearby convenient location.
Notice that Trump even interrupted his lie there to say that other websites weren't developed quickly. He was referring to healthcare.gov, the Obamacare website. Again, just obsessed with Barack Obama, even as we're in a national emergency. Now, the real problem is Google had no idea what Trump was talking about. They had no idea Trump was going to announce this. Trump even said Google has 1,700 engineers devoted to this project. It was all a lie. First of all, Google's doing nothing. Alphabet, which owns Google, has a unit called Verily. Verily is working on a triage tool for coronavirus testing meant to be for healthcare workers in the Bay Area who may be exposed in the process of working to treat coronavirus. Google immediately started getting a flood of inquiries and questions when Trump announced this. They had to put out a statement that included clarifying, quote, statement from Verily, we are developing a tool to help triage individuals for COVID testing. Verily is in the early stages of development, planning to roll testing out in the Bay Area with the hope of expanding more broadly over time. Trump can't stop lying. Remember that in the Oval Office address last week, he said we're shutting down all travel from Europe. Turns out U.S. citizens and U.S. residents can go back and forth. Wasn't true. Trump said the Europe shutdown includes cargo and trade. It didn't, but it still rocked the markets. Trump said insurance companies were waiving copays on coronavirus treatment. Turns out it was only copays on coronavirus testing. The man cannot stop lying. It is life or death for many people. It appears that Donald Trump has put not only Mike Pence in a position of power in this entire fiasco, but also Jared Kushner, who knows absolutely nothing about infectious disease or pandemics or public health or outbreaks. He just knows nothing about it. We're dealing with bad people who are also incompetent and are in way over their heads. How would you expect garbage in, garbage out? How would we expect to get anything but garbage coming out when everything that is being put in is garbage by people who don't know what they're doing, are in over their heads, and seem to care more about optics and elections than actually preventing death? That's the bottom line.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Patriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I have a really interesting video to look at with you today. We are truly seeing the worst of what a dishonest and incompetent administration is capable of. Dr. Seema Verma was interviewed by Fox News' Martha MacCallum. Now, Dr. Verma is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the Trump administration and part of the coronavirus task force. She went on Fox News and was asked 6 times by Martha MacCallum very specific questions about the number of tests, ICUs, and ventilators available for coronavirus, okay? Trump has been insisting for weeks anyone who wants a test can get a test. They can't. That's not true. Trump has been saying people who are flying into the country are being tested. No, they're not. They're sometimes just having their temperature taken. Trump says there are more than enough tests. There are not. Trump pretends like our cases numbers are accurate because we're testing so many people. We're not. The numbers aren't accurate. We might have 500,000 people currently infected. And I have to say, this is not praise of anything other than Martha MacCallum in these 5 minutes, okay? It's not praise of Martha in general. It's not praise of Fox News. It's merely Martha MacCallum realized she was being snowed. She does a good job of exposing this Trump robot who can't stop lying and can't answer a single question. So I'm going to play for you a bunch of questions which essentially ask the same thing. What is the number of actual tests available? What about the ICUs? What about the ventilators? And you will notice how every single time Dr. Seema Verma just talks about something different. And Martha MacCallum tries to bring her back, and Dr. Verma just again answers about something else. When even Fox News hosts have to expose a Trump bot for obvious lies and deception, you know they're being more deceptive and dishonest than usual. Let's get right into it.
My pleasure. How are we doing on these tests? So I remember last week, I believe, Alex Azar, the HHS secretary, said that there would be millions of them out there by the end of the week. Has that happened?
You know, our focus is on making sure that people that need tests can get tests. And so one of the things that's already available is that at every public health laboratory across the nation, these tests are available. What we're working on now is to increase the capacity in the private healthcare system, because most of us, when we go get tests, we don't go to a public health lab. You're used to going to your doctor's office, they order the tests, and that usually is handled through our private healthcare system. And so we've been working with the private system to essentially ramp up so we can make sure that those tests are available.
Our focus is on making sure people who need the test get it. So we're working on capacity at private versus public. It's not an answer. So Martha MacCallum tries again. You promised millions of tests by now, and we don't have them, right, Doc?
So is it true that there are millions of those? It's now almost the end of the week. So has that mark been met that we heard about from Secretary Azar? Because I was at a doctor for something else the other morning and asked, and they said, you know, we can't get them. We've been calling. We called the state. We called here. We can't get our hands on them. And then I heard it from another doctor earlier today with the same story with a patient that she wanted to test, and she tried to get a test for that patient and was unable to do so.
Well, today, one of the things that we did, Dr. Hahn and I hosted a call with over 1,600 representatives from hospitals to work with them around how they can do the testing inside their hospital laboratories. The other thing that we're focused on is preparing the entire healthcare system. Some of the conversations that we've been having with hospitals is making sure that they have.
Again, no answer. Question is, you promise millions of tests. My doctor says they have none. She answers, well, listen, we've been having phone calls with hospital reps about testing in hospitals. We've issued guidance, no tests, no answer. And Martha MacCallum is starting to get irritated. She filibustered there for more than a minute. Eventually, again, Martha MacCallum manages to get a word in and asks another time. And this time she says, well, we have ICU shortages, we have ventilator shortages, we have shortages of equipment to do tests.
Okay, but in terms of actual equipment, we heard Bernie Sanders today, for one, coming out and saying that there's a major shortage of ICU units. We've heard that there's a shortage of ventilators, even swabs and equipment for the actual tests. What's being done about that, and how concerned are you that when these numbers do start to rise, which Dr. Fauci has told us to expect, that there'll be enough ICU units, enough ventilators to help the people who do get sick in this country?
Well, that's why we have an emergency prepared system. We're used to dealing with disasters. If we look at some of the disasters that have happened around hurricanes in Puerto Rico and Florida, there is a system in place to make sure that folks that are on the front lines have the equipment and the supplies that they need.
So are you saying that we
do have enough?
have
One of the things that
enough?
we're doing at CMS is to have rapid dialogue with healthcare providers. So we're meeting with providers.
Well, we have a system, but the question was about equipment. Oh, but there's no answer to that. We have a system. We have meetings. We have guidance. They have plenty of dialogue and guidance, clearly. But what about the equipment? More filibustering about tests and equipment. Martha comes back in again. And this time, Dr. Seema won't even let her ask again, just talking over Martha McCallum.
The needs that they have.
Yeah, I understand
the other
that.
thing that we've really
But can I
focused
just
on
ask you one more
is
time?
telehealth
Will there
and
be
making
enough?
sure that people understand, hey, before you go into your doctor's office, you can call your doctor on the phone and have a discussion with them. And they can tell you whether you need to come in or not. And that's really important because we don't want to have people have to travel unnecessarily if they're not feeling well.
No, absolutely.
And if they come into a healthcare facility, they could also be putting others at risk.
Martha tried to ask again, and the doctor just said, call your doctor, have a discussion. Eventually, Martha McCallum gets to ask one more time. And this one is just nuts. Dr. Verma goes directly into saying Trump has been bold and decisive, and check out the look on Martha McCallum's face. She can't believe it. It's a smirk of disgust as the last big lie is told. And Dr. Verma knew it was a 5-minute interview and this was the last 30 seconds. Praise Trump and avoid answering the question.
Making sure that providers can use telehealth and telemedicine to serve their patients.
We've made that point here quite a bit, and I think it's a very important point to make. But before I let you go, I want to ask you one more time. Are there going to be people in this country who don't get a ventilator if they need one? Are you concerned that the actual physical equipment that is needed to serve the people who will get sick is out there? Can you reassure everyone tonight that there is not a shortage of ventilators or ICU units?
And that's why the president has taken such bold and decisive action, right? We're not waiting for this to get worse. We're not waiting for this to be a crisis in our healthcare systems. And that's why the mitigation strategies that he announced last night, limiting travel from Europe, not allowing that. We've given travel advisories on cruise ships. That's why we're taking all of this action, because we don't want to put stress on the healthcare system.
Okay, that's not a direct answer to the question, but it sounds like a hope that there won't be enough sick people and we won't run out of ventilators because we have mitigated, and we certainly hope that's the case.
Guys, this was 5 minutes. Martha McCallum asked 5 times, tried to ask 6 times, was only able to ask 5 times about tests and ventilators and ICUs, and there was not a single factual answer from this Trump bot who it's almost like her software malfunctioned and she just kept repeating the answers to a different, she was working off of a script for a different interview. It didn't matter. She loaded up that script and read it for this interview, and it's dishonest, it's disgusting, and this is nothing other than saying, at least here, Martha McCallum kept asking and said, those aren't really answers to my questions. What else can we do? They're just not going to be straight with us. Fox News, now going to a very negative Fox News story. Fox News allowed lunatic Christian Jerry Falwell Jr. to suggest that North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un may have created coronavirus as a weapon to attack the United States. We need to listen to doctors. We need to listen to pandemic specialists. We need to listen to scientists on coronavirus. We don't need lunatic Christian preachers who come from a line of lunatic Christian preachers in their family, like Jerry Falwell Jr., to go on television and say these things. And if they say them, we need them to be held accountable, which Fox News did not. So this is a clip of Christian pastor Jerry Falwell Jr., associated with Liberty University, son of the late Jerry Falwell Sr., who once said 9/11 happened because of gay people and abortions. His son, Jerry Falwell Jr., goes on Fox and Friends, which Trump regularly watches, remember that, and check out not just what he says, but how the Fox News clowns don't even push back at all about it.
It's just strange to me how so many are overreacting. The H1N1 virus in 2009 kills 17,000 people. It was the flu also, I think. And there was not the same hype. It was, you just didn't see it on the news 24/7. And it makes you wonder if there's a political reason for that. It's you know, impeachment didn't work, and the Mueller report didn't work, and Article 25 didn't work, and so maybe now this is their next attempt to get Trump. But I had the owner of a restaurant asked me last night. He said, "You remember the North Korean leader promised a Christmas present for America back in December. Could it be they got together with China and this is that present? I don't know, but it really is something strange going on."
Well, Jerry, so regarding the fact that you're going to continue to have classes,
people are overreacting. There's too much news coverage. This is politicized. Coronavirus is just like impeachment. And isn't it possible this was a weaponized virus created by Kim Jong-un and China to attack the United States? Fascinating, Jerry. And you guys are continuing to hold classes. That's the reaction from the Fox News people. Now, let's go through it at two layers. At its face, this is absurd, first and foremost. But think about it a little more deeply. Other countries so far, there's still time, but so far other countries have been hit way harder than the United States. Italy, Iran, China, Spain. So why would Kim Jong-un punish the United States by creating a virus that disproportionately kills people in Europe and Asia, at least for now? Every aspect of this appearance is weaponized ignorance, and it's irresponsible. It's InfoWars level stuff that is being allowed on Fox News. I told you last week, attorneys general have been sending out notices to people selling fake coronaviruses like drinking silver. They should be sending out the same notices of cease and desist to Fox News for allowing known disinformation to spread, which will cause panic and misunderstanding and potentially cause even more cases of coronavirus and deaths. Now, one other thought to consider. Jerry Falwell is simultaneously saying this is all an overreaction and it might be a North Korean bioweapon. Think about that for a second. If this really was a North Korean bioweapon, aren't we underreacting? That would be insane and effectively an act of war. If it is the case that this is a North Korean bioweapon, we're not overreacting. We're drastically underreacting. But Fox News just says, oh, yeah, right. And you're continuing to hold classes, Jerry, at Liberty University. Fascinating, fascinating. They've all failed us. The people that elected Donald Trump have failed us, as he now is completely in over his head, lying uncontrollably, diarrhea of the mouth, can't tell the truth. It's like Pinocchio with Donald Trump, except the more he lies, instead of his nose getting bigger, his face becomes more orange. And meanwhile, Fox News is allowing this stuff and continuing to have people on saying this is a great time to fly. The planes will be empty. This is a great time to go to nice restaurants. The restaurants will be empty. These people will be our undoing. And we are working against not only the virus, but we are working against the disinformation viral spread that is happening simultaneously. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. I got a bunch of these questions about the connection, the possible connection between coronavirus and the election in November. Take a listen.
Hello, David. The name is Gerard, longtime follower. Question for you. If the coronavirus should keep going on until November election time, could Trump declare the election postponed, canceled, and essentially go on as president without an actual election?
Not really. So here's the thing. First of all, Trump couldn't postpone the election by himself. You would need congressional support to do it. Even with congressional support, it would be difficult to do. Trump could say it, but that would not make it so because Congress sets the time, place, and manner of federal elections. But the thing is the following. Congress would need to rewrite 3 U.S. Code subsection 7, which has the timeline for electors, which are chosen by states, to vote in the Electoral College. Remember, when we vote in November, each state is saying we want our electors to vote in this way at the nominating at the electors convention. That is set for December 14th. So if lawmakers managed to delay the election, they really couldn't delay it beyond, a few days before December 14th without having to rewrite the Constitution itself, which says the president can hold office a term of 4 years. The election is happening at this place, so on and so forth. Now, here's the other thing that a lot of people are worried about, which is imagine that Trump succeeds in doing it. Does he just remain president? And the answer is no, because this has been researched. The 20th Amendment terminates each presidential term at noon on January 20. So even if at the federal level, at the states level, things were delayed, Trump as president would be terminated on January 20th regardless. Now, of course, it would all be a legal fight. It would be unprecedented territory. But the idea that Trump could do this to just stay in power for some period of time seems extraordinarily unlikely and not something that I would put too much time into worrying about. The real question now is what's going to happen with the primary. Louisiana and Georgia already deciding to delay primaries. There's now a fight about whether the primaries happening in March should even be delayed. That is a much more present thing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will actually talk about Georgia and Louisiana postponing their primaries. We will talk about Trump saying that he's going to waive federal student loan interest due to coronavirus. And we will also talk about Trump considering a full pardon for ex-advisor Michael Flynn. We knew it would happen. All of those stories and more on the bonus show. Get access instantly by becoming a member at joinpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Call the meeting to order at 6:01. Welcome, and I guess we are also streaming live on Facebook. Thank you, Mr. Perrin, for arranging that. So, no, that wasn't you. Oh, BCTV. Oh, well, you get blamed for a lot of stuff. You should get credit as well. So, thank you for coming to the WSCSD Budget Information Session. So, I think I'll start at the beginning, especially because we're live streaming this. What is the WSESD? So, the WSESD is the towns of Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney that were merged as of July 1, and also the former BUHS number 6 district. This now is one district providing education for all the children in that town. We have a sister district, Vernon, that did not merge. Because of that, we have another structure, the WSESU. It's a supervisory union structure, and that provides certain kinds of services to students in the WSESD and our sister district, Vernon. So some of the differences are, because this is important in budgeting, because some of the things by statute are going to be budgeted through the SU and some of them through the SD. So at the SU level, the services provided to Vernon and WSESD are the superintendent's office, fiscal service, curriculum coordination, special education, transportation, and actually food service is in there too. There's a whole laundry list of services that are funded at the SU level. At the school district level, both for Vernon and for the WSESD, the budgets include costs for principals' offices, regular education, guidance, building, maintenance, paraprofessionals, the things that you would normally see in your school budget. Any questions? Talk louder? Okay. Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes. Can you just state your name?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. Special ed, you say, is provided by the SU. But
oh, yeah, you need a mic. Sorry, thank you. Would you like me to be a runner? I can do a runner today. It's my favorite job.
special ed is saying is provided by the supervisory union. However, Vernon doesn't get it through the supervisory union shared like we do they? They pay for all of theirs.
So yes and no, Jody. Well, we all pay for all of ours. I mean, it just doesn't, in the end, we all pay. So Vernon's kind of a different case. There's a lot of cases like that around the state. People that have tuition in, the payment is done a little bit differently. But to be sure, we're all paying the supervisory union back for the special education services that are provided. So let me just, I've only talked about who provides the services because that's where they're going to land in the budget. So maybe I'll go a little further and then I think I'm going to turn it over to Frank because I think I could almost explain how Vernon's special ed reimbursement happens. It's not entirely, well, I guess it is because we have to pay for the SU. But let me go a little further and talk about what's happening so that people will actually understand the question as well. So the WSESU has a $22.7 million budget, give or take, and that is on page 48 of your 2020 annual report. And those services are provided to the WSESD and Vernon. And then the WSESD and Vernon have to reimburse the WSESU for those services. So that question that Jody is asking is, we receive services, we reimburse the SU based on a couple of different formulas. I think Frank must have spent the whole month of October working on these formulas. So by statute, SUs must provide special education. So Vernon students that attend Vernon school reimburse the SU, and it's averaged out through all those students in the whole Vernon K through 6 and the WSESD K through 12 on a per student basis. So it's based on your equalized pupil number, and the money is then reimbursed to the SU for providing services. In the case of Vernon students that are 7 through 12, the costing is a little different because they're not averaged out with all of our students because they're really not part of this district, but they're still part of the SU because it's tuition. Is that clear enough? Maybe I'm going to phone a friend. I'm just wondering if maybe, I'm kind of in the weeds here, so maybe I could have Frank respond later. But it's a very complex model. In the case of transportation, there are 14 buses, I believe. Vernon has 3, so they pay for the cost of 3 buses. In the case of food costs, different districts reimburse based on the food. In the case of superintendent services, fiscal services, curriculum coordination, it's all on the basis of the number of students. But special ed was a very tricky calculation this year. It's on BCT TV too, if you want a full and thorough explanation if you're still not completely on board with it. So if you went to page 48 and looked at our SU budget, there were pretty significant cost increases in a couple of areas. And at the SU level, special education costs were up $2.5 million, basically due to students moving in the area that have increased needs and general increased needs. So that's a pretty significant increase that we have to reimburse the SU for. There was also, I believe last year, maybe 2 years ago, Brattleboro Union High School went to a Provision 2 free lunch program, and the reimbursements didn't work out quite as we expected, so the cost to support that program, which is free lunch for all BUHS students, is going to be approximately $200,000 more than last year. So then at the WSESD, there's other factors that are affecting our tax rate as well. A $700,000 increase in health insurance rate, that's really dictated by the state now. Increased salaries and a net of 3.4 additional staff. That's a $500,000 increase. The food service that we have to pay back to the SU for providing the food service at the high school level, $200,000. And I think I don't have that number right. I think it's not 200K, but I think it's more than that. But special education reimbursement to the SU is also increased. I think that's closer to $500,000. But we have some things that brought down our tax rate. We actually have an increased number of equalized pupils. So I think we have close to an additional 30 equalized pupils this year. So that helps bring down our tax rate. And we had several retirements. So while that's not always a great thing, it does when you take a teacher who is at the top end of their pay scale and bring in generally a younger teacher, that will also reduce our tax rate. So the other thing that's affecting our budget this year is last year the board voted to use $1 million in reserve funds to bring down the tax rate. And this year we chose to use about $800,000 to reduce the tax rate. So that has an effect of increasing our tax rate slightly. But we felt that there's so much going on in the legislature right now that we're not very certain about what's going to happen, that we thought it was a good idea to keep the money in our fund balance and not spend down anymore. And we had about an hour and a half discussion about that. So it's been clearly vetted that the board agrees this is the most prudent thing to do when the legislature's making a lot of changes for us, as usual. So the bottom line on the overview of the budget is our expenditures are up 1.8%, which is actually in line with inflation right now. However, our net education spending is up about 5%, and that is pretty close to what's happening statewide, and things like a 12% increase in health insurance when we are a large employer. Our biggest line item is employees, so that is going to hit our bottom line. And our equalized rate is $1.74. But wait, there's more. Ooh, I could have made a bigger font. Sorry, that's what happens when you make a PowerPoint at lunchtime. You don't vet it completely. So it's not over when we get to the tax rate, because we have different communities and statute requires that we adjust the tax rate for how the market value of our houses compare to the tax assessment. So for example, right now in Dummerston, houses are selling for slightly less than their tax appraised value. So in order to make it fair, there's a factor that the state calculates every year. Some guy, someplace, some woman, someplace calculates this, what's called the CLA. So you take that rate that we all share, $1.74, you divide that by each town's CLA, and that gives you your town tax rate. And I rounded the numbers. I go out one more decimal, but it would have been a smaller font probably. So there's another factor in figuring out your actual tax rate is most Vermonters pay their tax rate on something called income sensitivity. Our rate is 2.83, but it's a very complex formula because it's based on $200,000 of home value plus 2 acres, and it phases out as you get higher in your income level. So a family making a family of 5 making $40,000 a year as a family income would, no matter what their house was appraised at up to $200,000, they would not pay more than 2.83% of their taxes, and it phases out at around $140,000 a year income. That's it. So I thought we could maybe go through and just take an overview of page 12 of the annual report. And I can just show you how these numbers affected the tax rate this year. So it's a state form. Keep turning to page 12 till you find something that's clearly a state form. So the top line, number 1, the budget, those are all of our expenditures, which for the WSESU that we have reimbursed now, our portion. So our total spending for the WSESD is $51,171,300. Now, we get grants, we have tuition coming into we have a lot of tuition students at the high school, a growing number of tuition students at the high school, I hope. And so we get to take that off of our expenditures to get our net education spending, which is $42,654,000. You can see that big, bold education spending number. So if you go down the next line, you can see the number of equalized pupils. And if you look at last year, we had 2,234. This year we have 2,253 students. So these aren't exactly students in chairs. You get, the state takes all the students and they give values based on, at this point, what somebody thought of was the good number to use. So for example, if you have a preschool student, that student counts as 0.46. But if you have a high school student, they count as 1.13?
You do now.
Yeah, right now, 1.13. Because the thought is it costs more because you have so many different classes you need to teach, it costs more, and so many more facilities you need, full labs, that it costs a little bit more to educate a high school student. So they put all the students, figure out all the values. A student learning English might cost more, so there's a value associated to this. So it roughly equates to the fact that we probably have more students, but it might mean that we have more high school students, fewer pre-K students, more students learning English, so those values will affect that number. But the good news is that higher number means our per pupil cost comes down. So it brings our per pupil spending down to $18,932. That's in line 16, education spending per equalized pupil. We did not go over the threshold this year because some of our spending is from capital improvement work we did, so that we don't have to pay a penalty for doing that. So you see a couple numbers down there that we can happily ignore this year. It's a number that every school board member looks to first when Frank hands us this page. Are we over the excess spending threshold? Because then every dollar you spend, you get penalized another dollar. So you take that number and in very tight, that 18,932, if you look in very small letters, it says the threshold. That's the excess spending. And then you go down and you see it says 174%. That number is taking the yield. If you look below that 174%, it said based on yield, 10,883. That's a number determined at the state level that you divide our per pupil figure by the yield, and that we're 174% of the yield. So if you just move your decimal point, that 174% becomes a tax rate, shazam, of $1.74. If you look down further, so that's our district rate. So if everybody's house was selling in all of our towns for exactly what the house was tax appraised value at, that would be your tax rate. If your house is selling, if the houses in your community are selling more than that rate, then your tax rate, your actual effective tax rate will go up. And that's just how it is at the state level. We didn't make that up here. In fact, everything on this sheet is decided by statute and the state to help our taxes be transparent and clear to everyone involved. So, how's it working for you? Also, if you came in, we had a great gift on the board this year. In the past, it is in the Brattleboro Charter that the Brattleboro Finance Committee will independently review, and they are appointed by the town meeting members. Is that right? Yes. So it's people who maybe stayed late enough and weren't paying attention when they asked for volunteers that will actually take this whole budget, review it. They come to our meetings and ask questions, and they prepare a report reviewing what we're doing with our fund balances, how we're spending our money, and they have traditionally always done this for the Brattleboro Town Schools and the Brattleboro Union High School Board. This year they did it for all of us, which meant they did probably 40% more work reviewing it. But this report is on the way in if you want to take a look at it. And I hate to bury the lead, they recommend passage of the budget. But it's a gift no matter what to the school board, because it was very helpful for us to have a set of eyes checking our work and being able to recommend to the voters the correct thing, what their opinion was on our work. This packet here is all the backup that goes into your annual report. What we did this year, rather than try to have all these annual reports printed, it would have been heavy, unwieldy, and really hard to follow with all these schools. So we have summaries of all the different schools' spending, really broken down by broad categories. So if you have a question about what's happening in your school with spending, and why did this number go up, why did that number go up, between all of us, somebody can answer that question. What have I forgotten? Anything? So I'm happy to open it up to questions.
Richard Mills from Dummerston. Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'll take maybe you all can pass this on, and I can, because this one will reach to all of us.
You want to come up?
Nice.
Good evening, people. Can you explain to me how the state comes up with that yield? I'm sure it's a number that they come up with, and when do you get that number?
I'm going to phone a friend for that one, because I kind of know it's how much money they have versus what they think they're going to spend, and it's not done yet because they're still working on it. But Frank will do it.
I can't add a whole lot to that. That's the general concept. They ask for preliminary board-approved budgets in February. The legislature does. The Agency of Ed collects that data. It's shared with the legislature. They look at common level of appraisal statistics that come in from the town listers, so they have a sense of what does the state property values look like in general. And then they say, okay, here's proposed spending. Here's changes in the CLA. So based on that type of data, they then project, as Christina articulated, it's the denominator that the entire state uses in terms of school board budgets to divide by. And you can see how simple that math is in terms of projecting essentially the effect of a statewide property tax. The reason why they do all of this sort of preliminary work is so before they adjourn in June, they set that number so that they're confident the education fund will receive enough money to pay out all of those budgets that have been passed by voters. That's a consistent number throughout the state, though. It is a consistent number. It's printed at the very top of page 12, and I've added the prior year for reference. So you see this, when we say prior year from a budget point of view, when we're talking about fiscal year 21, Christina's mentioned the 10,883. That's a proposed number that's estimated by the legislature based on what we just talked about. The 10,648 is the actual number that was used to set this fiscal year's tax rates. And yes, it's the same number across the state.
I think last year that they kept the legislature an extra week. That was one of the last things they were figuring out, was what the yield was going to be, because Scott wanted it different than the legislature wanted it. So yeah, these are only preliminary tax rates. We make our best guess, and as you remember, we make our best guess, and then it all depend on how the ed fund spending looked. Earlier they were saying they thought budgets were going to be a little lower than projected, but I don't think that's true anymore. So
well, the last I've heard from the Agency of Ed, as a result of collecting the preliminary budgets, is that the tax commissioner's estimate, you remember in December that was shared with all the school boards, I think estimated about a 5% increase in education spending across the state. It appears that that's coming in a little bit lower. So they're suggesting that yield number is probably going to go up a little bit, which is going to bring our tax rates down. So they're not being specific at this point, but the implication is it's going to be a favorable adjustment.
Jody Normandow.
Is this on? I guess it is. I have several questions, but maybe ask one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, the capital plan.
So that's on
page 23.
Oh, thank you.
It appears, and I was not at a meeting where you discussed this, so you may have answered it along the way, but looking at the 5-year plan, it appears that there's quite a discrepancy between the different schools as to how much you are doing for them. And I've tried to go through and find out exactly what was happening. And so my question, I guess, is how do you come up with these issues? Like Dummerston doesn't have anything in the 5th year, Guilford doesn't, and Putney doesn't. So I'm assuming you haven't gotten them, from the principals or any information from the schools. But how do you decide how much to spend on each school? Because we're supposed to be fairly equal on things like this. Thank you.
So I can speak generally to that. I know, for example, some of the schools had much more flushed out capital plans that were going long term than other schools. For example, our Dummerston board did not have the kind of capital plan going on that other schools did. Some schools are in better shape than others, and so we do, for the Dummerston school, there are some pending projects. If you see in 2024, is that a new furnace and a roof we're talking about in the same year? Yes, a new roof and a new furnace for Dummerston in 2024. So that's the $279,000 if you look across FY 2024. So that year is a huge year for that particular school. The next year, there's nothing projected to be needed. So there's some little things along the way, but for that school, that's what we're looking at in 2024. If you'll notice at the top right-hand corner, it says project subject to board approval. So all of this is just our best guess on what we need. And I think now that we're through our first year almost, the schools that have not had the deep dive, we will be in a place to take a little better look at what various schools will need in 2020. You know, you shift priorities. If somebody else's furnace blows up, you've got to manage that. So it's just our projection to sort of make sure we have this, you know, on our plan and we know what we're looking at. And I think that's something that we could hone in the coming years. You had other questions, I bet, though.
Somebody else may.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Paul Namendo from Dummerston. My question goes back to the supervisory union on page 48. And if we look at that, you know, revenues miraculously equal expenditures. Amazing how that happens. And what I'm curious about knowing is what is the net amount that is that goes through that flows through that we have to pay through our taxes. In other words, what, you get monies in from grants. You have a grant-funded program. So what is the net amount that that the schools themselves have to supply to support the SU? Can I have another question? Can I just, you want to stack them or do you want to?
It's pretty late in the day for me at this point, so if we could do one at a time. You know.
Okay.
I'm
do you want to?
I'm not young like you, Paul. So.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
So, well, I will just comment on the revenues have to equal expenditures because the SU has they don't have a money printing machine. They can't raise revenues. So their expenditures have to be reimbursed 100% by us. So in the case of the SU, they have to be equal because the SU isn't raising any funds. They're raising them from us, and we have the districts have to pay the SU. So, and I will then turn.
Yeah, but they're a grant. They get grants for like special ed, right? You get part of that's funded by the state. So I guess I'm curious, what is the net amount that we have to pay?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So what's the net amount of that 22 million on that side? So it's in various places that I can't add off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but let me hand it to you.
I bet Frank can.
I can. Page 21 of the expense budget in the annual report that you have there, that has a group. That this section of the report is organized by school site. Okay, so this is intended to be for the reader to see at each school site how much are we spending on instruction, how much on student support services, and on school operations and so on. As part of all of those, the site concept, one is the district-wide services. So what are those expenditures that serve all of the sites? And that's the question you're asking. Mm-hmm. So when you get to the supervisory union on page 21, that's all within the school district. Okay, the school district budget that Christina gave us an overview of 51 million. Part of that is in that, you see that middle section, 3096 is the location code that the state assigns, and it says WSED district-wide programs and services. So your question gets at the line there that is going from left to right starts with the function code 2500. It says support services, SU, admin, instruction, and transportation. So of all of those numbers on page 48, 3,193,000 is the assessment to the school district for, as you say, the net of all of the state aid that comes in that the SU retains and then has to bill the town for. So it's 3,193,000 for those things, which are the admin, the supportive instruction, and the transportation services. And then in addition to that, the special education services that we just talked a fair amount about are just a couple of lines below that. You see under what's called Program 22, this is all part of a state coding system, and it says Special Education Services Pre-K through grade 12. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the header, and then there's the line, the expenditure line. It says Support Services SU Special Education, $4,992,000. So it is the addition of that $3,193,000 plus that $4,992,000. You know, about $8 million.
Right, but that's what you assign to the local schools, right?
Right.
But how much do you get from the state?
Yeah, everything else in that budget is from the state. And, you know, we're talking in the forum of the Wyndham Southeast School District. So everything other than that $8 million comes from the state, other than, of course, Vernon. Vernon has to pay as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So that's the answer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next question. Still back on page 48. I notice under expenditures, well, it doesn't make any difference which part you go to, expenditures or revenue side, but there was the F20 budget you have amended. Now, what was it amended? When was it amended? What was it amended to? And what was it amended for?
Yeah, great question. So years ago, when the world was a little bit simpler in education finance, you would have a town meeting, you'd set a budget, and that would just be a static number until you came back the next year and you saw what you voted on as the same number, and then you have a new proposed number. Mm-hmm. Several years ago, as the Agency of Ed has tried to standardize the financial reporting and the data collection that they do, they have required a number of changes, and one of them is this concept of if a grant is applied for and awarded subsequent to, let's say, today, or let's say March 17, in the old days, we used to just kind of have a spreadsheet that would say, well, here's what we published, and then here's all the stuff that came in after the date in which the town voted. But now they're saying we must have in the public record, in the general ledger, all of those amendments that occurred subsequent to a vote. So what the common theme in this concept of an amendment is it's always a grant program. It's always funded by a source other than the tax rate. Mm-hmm. So that means that when you see an amended budget, it doesn't mean that there's also an amended tax rate. The tax rate is what the voters voted on as adjusted by the legislature and at the end of every June. And amended budgets are reflecting grants that were applied for. I don't know if Paul's here, Paul Smith, but in general, the grants are our Title I, our Title II programs. Nancy Weiss, I think, is here at the Career Center. She's done a terrific job applying and receiving substantial amount of Perkins funding money for our Career Center. So it's those types of things.
Okay. Last one, if I may. I'm glad it's not a big crowd because you wouldn't let me do this. Concern about administration. You keep hearing, there's a lot of talk on the street, and yet I don't know how much of it is valid. That's why I'm asking this question. But we've heard that several positions were added to the SU budget, and it's a great place to hide additional staff if you want to, because it's hard to locate. But I've heard that there was statements made about hiring a facilities manager, number one, for all the schools in the area. One, I'd like to know if that's true or not. And not to point fingers at anybody, and I don't want to name names, but it was I heard there was a position that was created to mentor principals. And I'm curious, why do principals need mentoring? Because by the time you become a principal, I would tend to think that with all this, the workshops you go to and the education that you've attained, that you don't necessarily need mentoring. So I would like to, if that is the case, I would like to have an answer to those. Thank you.
So I do not think in this budget there were any positions added at the SU level. Is that correct?
Last year, diversity?
Yes. I don't believe there were any positions added at the supervisory union level with this budget, especially where our special ed numbers were coming in so high. It was a really difficult budgeting session season at the SU level. So I don't think, am I correct? There's no new personnel. We have a number of new principals in our district, and I bet everybody could use a mentor. I could have used a mentor in this job, let me tell you. But it's a state requirement that you have mentoring actually for principals. It's another thing that comes from on high. We could have hired in-house or had mentors come down from the VPA. We have an in-house mentor where we had a lot of new principals. But that was put in, I think Ron put that in. I think Ron created that position, so it's prior to merger. There's a state requirement that principals are mentored, that principals have access to mentoring.
Minimally 2 years. At least 2 years. Yes. Yep.
Any other questions? Jody, we've come so far. Thank you for waiting. Another question.
I have a couple of questions. Excuse me. One of them I think I know the answer to, but it's between the schools and it's the food. And Academy School, for example, has $85,000 on it. Oak Grove has 0, Green Street has 0, and BAMS and BUHF have 0. So I'm assuming that's because Academy creates the food for the Oak Grove and Green Street?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And that because BUHS and BAMS is 0 because they have free lunches? Oh gosh, Frank. I just wrote down on the bottom of the page, so I'm on page 17, so I don't know where that went to. I was just taking them all together. If you go to Academy, you see 85,274, and I can't turn the pages with holding this.
Because
food service, it's down halfway in the page, 3,100, right, and it's 85,274.
And then,
so is that because they prepare the food, so they get all the cost for all the food for Oak Grove and whatever? And then the high school, you said earlier that they get the free reduced lunches or whatever. The high school and BAMS both get that.
but there's a line for food service operations, page 17.
Yeah, that's one.
There's the third bar down is food service operations is $229,213 this year.
And that's under BUHS.
That's under BUHS, yes.
And so is BAMS a separate?
They're part of that.
They're part of that.
Just like Academy, yep.
Okay.
The whole school, yep.
Thank you. The other issue was transportation. And I noticed, Putney. I'm looking at Putney, for example, and 2,700, it says student transportation is up 47.6% with a figure of 9,300. And then you come down here further to 2,700 under the regular education, and you've got 4,000. I don't understand the discrepancies in the numbers.
Sorry, Jay, I'm trying to catch. Can you just go over what the numbers were you were looking at? The 2,700?
2,700 under Putney Central School on page 19.
Okay.
You have student transportation, and it went up 47.6% at 9,300. And then you go down to the next section, 11, regular education total, and you got 2,700 student transportation at 4,000.
Right, that's for the summer school program.
Oh, that's under the summer school?
Yeah.
Okay, not under regular education.
Right, it's the regular education is for everything above it in that bold 11 line.
Okay, so what is the total of their transportation?
Maybe, looks to me like 13.3.
Okay. My question, second question along that is, what is different in the top section under Putney Central School for $3,000 increase in transportation? I mean, they've been transporting their kids like the rest of us have forever.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Thanks. I'm Herv Pelletier, principal of Putney Central School. The discrepancy in the cost, I believe, has to do with the bus monitor, right? Am I correct on that?
It's part of it, but
yeah.
Also we've done a lot in the summer program.
Yeah.
In terms of increasing services, and we know we have to review that.
Right.
Emily did a committee report on that, and we see that as far as the going from 6,300 to 9,300, that's in the general field trip budget of the school.
Right.
And what we've done is look back at the historical actual and found that the 9,300 was closer to our actual costs.
Right, and it's also worth mentioning that as far as the summer transportation budget goes, it would be much higher, frankly, if we didn't call on some friends at the Putney School for the loan of a minibus, which they were graciously supplied us with last summer at no cost. So all we had to do was put gas in it, so that was a big savings.
And I have one more question. On page 26, where we've got the resident student census, are those butts in seats or equalized students?
Those are butts in seats, correct?
Okay, thank you.
On October 10th, I believe, right? Or something like that, or thereabouts. Yeah. November 10th, off by a month. Any other questions on the budget, on any of the, we also have Lyle here, so any of the assessment data? Yes, Jody.
I forgot to say something, and I forgot to thank Frank and the administration for putting the page numbers on here, because in previous meetings it was very difficult to follow on that 130-something page budget, so thank you.
Any other questions? I would just like to mention, if you just give you a few minutes to think, the legislature is considering changing how equalized pupils are calculated. When in 1997, when the Brigham decision came through and we went to a statewide funding system, the idea was that everyone should have equal opportunity for education. And they made real guesses as to what it costs to educate certain types of students who might be a little bit more expensive to educate. But we're trying to give all students the same opportunity. After 20 years of asking, the legislature commissioned a report that came out in this past December that actually looked at the costs. It was a UVM, Rutgers, a couple other organizations. So it was a research study to figure out what it really costs to, is a high school student 1.13 times a regular education student? They didn't touch pre-K on this, I think, but what are the costs of educating a student who is learning English for the first time? So they came out with this research study, and it's dramatically different from what people guessed it would be at the legislature in 1997. The fiscal office at the legislature did a model, showing what would happen to districts. So education spending, if you didn't change education spending, but you counted students for taking into account what it will cost to educate them, it dramatically changes various districts. And ours is one that would be greatly helped by reconfiguring and using, it's called the weighting analysis. The legislature is taking testimony tomorrow on this. As one could imagine, if we are winners and you're not spending any more money, some people will be quote unquote losers. Those people that are losers have been having their education subsidized at the expense of students who are living in poverty, students who are learning English, providing high school students with the opportunities that they need. So I don't view it as winners and losers. I view it as doing what should have been done in 1997. And I really take somebody who has been in education in Vermont for a long time. I was talking to him, and he said he read the study before he went to what I did, which is how does it affect the WSESD? Well, this gentleman read the whole study and made a determination of whether it was the fair thing or not, because he didn't want to think about how it affected his district. And he, without looking at the analysis of how it affected his community, he supported it because it was the fair thing, it was the right thing, it's what we should be doing under Brigham. And so I would like to think that I would feel that way if we were losers, but as I think about it, it's what is fair. And we really, if we're having a statewide funding system, we should be doing this weighting study. There's several good articles in the Brattleboro Reformer, had an opinion piece today. Laura Sibilia, who is a representative and been a long time on school boards from the Wilmington-Dover area. Anyway, she's really pushing for this legislation. So if you have a few minutes tonight, there is something on our website, a flyer that I did for town meeting day. There's a link on there to write your legislature and just advocate that the weighting study, please move on it, because people are talking about let's go slowly, let's wait. I'm all for phasing something in because dramatic changes in property taxes are difficult on schools and communities, but I think it's the right thing and the fair thing. And just for last year, our tax rate in their simulation, it would have gone from $1.71 to $1.53. So that's not to say that we would maybe bring our budget down to $1.53. Maybe we would split the difference. I can't speak for a future board if this were to happen, but it would give us an opportunity to perhaps lower our taxes and to perhaps provide more supports for children who are struggling and need that support. So if you have a minute, it would be a really good use of your time to advocate for children living in very rural conditions in this state, children learning English, children who are living in economically disadvantaged situations. So it is on the WSESU website, correct? Can somebody, or just write to your representative. I attacked them all at our town meeting, and Jody Normando was close behind me. So. And the school board has had a resolution on this as well, and so you could say you supported the WSESD's resolution. Jody.
I was also going to say that there's a fantastic letter, if anybody's on Vermont Digger today, from David Kelly, and it really makes you want to cry. He's up in the Northeast Kingdom where there is real poverty, and they've been gypped out. So.
Yep. Any other questions? Yes, Robin.
I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of work went into this, and I appreciate what everyone on this board has been doing for months, and also on the Brattleboro Finance Committee. And I noticed in their report, they said it would be more appropriate if a committee made up of members from all of the towns review this. I was just wondering if the school board had any ideas about how to form that.
We had a brief discussion about this at the Finance Committee level, and did we bring it to the full board for discussion? I don't think we spoke about it briefly at the Finance Committee level, but we had kind of a pile of work because of the Academy project at that level, so it's been pushed off. I think it would be a great idea And I'd love to volunteer for it. It'd be just the perfect thing for a nerdy math girl to do when she's retired from the board, because I know all this stuff, so I might as well use it for something occasionally. So I think it's a great idea, but that will be up to the next board going forward and to the people that have served on the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee, but it would make more sense to me. Thanks for the question. You want to speak for yourself, Franz Reichman?
Franz Reichman from Brattleboro and chair of the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee that put together the little report that you've got. This is, I think, a kind of difficult question. Our report addresses it more or less in a theoretical way, that it would make sense for a committee that's doing a report like this to have representation from all the towns in the district. It just seems logical. And from there, though, how it would be authorized, where it would draw its legitimacy from, questions like that came up at the WSESD Finance Committee meeting that I was sitting in on. So there would be a lot of questions to answer, and just how it would be put together, I don't know. And I guess, the new board can talk about that, but the direction's unclear, but the principle seems clear, that if there's going to be a report like this written, it should come from a broad representative subgroup of the citizens of somebody. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz.
I mean, do you guys have anything like that in your town meetings? Are there committees for the towns?
So when we pass our budget in Dummerston, I can only speak for Dummerston, that's my only history is within Dummerston. People read through this with a fine-tooth comb. We don't need a committee because we have a committee of the 60 people that have served on boards in the past and say, what's going on? Did you buy 4 more brooms this year? Because I thought there were 3 brooms in the budget. Because it was a, $3 million, give or take, a $3 million budget. So there was not quite the need, I would say, in our smaller budgets to have that kind of review, whereas Brattleboro Town Schools were a more significant budget, and you're trying to balance needs and had capital plans, and you may not know what the roof at Academy looks like because your children go to Green Street, whereas everybody in Dummerston knows the roof was leaking during the middle of the championship basketball game. So I think it's a different need level. So we had very robust conversations of the budget. It was walked through carefully, questions were asked, but there was no formal committee process in the smaller towns. And I think it's harder now, even than in Brattleboro was, because now it's a $51 million budget. So it's much harder to understand how things are apportioning. That is just my opinion, and it's a waning opinion. It'll be the next board that will take that up. So. Yes, absolutely.
I think it's safe to say that everybody on the board thinks it would be a good idea, and I think the way Franz laid it out is exactly the way it should happen. Probably the most appropriate place for it to come would be on the floor of the annual meeting next Wednesday. So I would encourage people to come and propose that we do that, and then that'll give us the authority, maybe not to do it. There'll probably be legal questions, but certainly to look into it and maybe set up a draft board. That's not the right word. A tentative board until we actually have a vote at an annual meeting to create it. But it would be the annual meeting that would create that.
Anything else?
Waiting study?
Oh yes, the waiting study.
So if you go to the WSESD board, it's under press releases, March 5, 2020 press release, board resolution, change to student waiting formula. So you can find it there.
Thank you, Lyle. Yes, Paul.
Paul Memendo. I'm looking at 2 things here. I'm looking at the tax rate sheet that you have, which shows equalized pupils of 2250.
Mm-hmm. 2253, yeah.
Yeah. And then when Jody asked the questions about butts in the seat on page 26, It says 2,509. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm looking at, oh, that's non-member. I guess I'm looking at the wrong thing. It says 2219. I'm
Yep.
sorry. But also looking at that same sheet, I see that out of every town except Putney either stayed the same or dropped in butts in the seat. I want to congratulate Putney on their fecundity, and I would like to encourage other people to follow suit.
The chair will pass on that request personally, but yeah, but it also, that's just butts in the seat. So the equalized number is going to be different based on what's happening with free and reduced lunch levels and everything else. So, but yes, having more students would be a great idea for bringing our taxes down. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Well, excellent. I hope you're our ninjas on the budget now, and you can join us next Tuesday. Tuesday. Next Tuesday, March 7th. I know it's a week from today. Thank you, David. Next Tuesday, March 17th, 7 p.m. We'll be in the BUHS Gymnasium for our annual meeting and our budget presentation. In the meanwhile, if you have any questions, Sean. If you have any questions, you can email any of the board members.
I can't let this go by and not thank Christina for all that she's done. She's amazing, and you're going to be greatly missed.
I'm joining the O'Connor sisters as in the audience. So I'll get Kate and Carrie, and we're going to sit in the audience of the WSESD. So you won't miss me. I'll still be here. So thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. And I have finished a meeting in under an hour. Thanks, Jerry.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Guilford Select Board of March 16th. And I'd like to recognize our public. Hello, you courageous folks. Nice to see you. The rules of procedure are on the table of this, where the select board is sitting. Those rules govern how the public interacts with our select board. Basically, they are rules of courtesy. If you have a question or a comment, you address it to the chair, and I will recognize you. And your questions and comments should be brief and to the point. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I don't have any.
All right, I don't have any. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
None either.
Okay, then we will launch right into what the essence of our agenda is this morning, a very important one. Guilford's response to COVID-19 and its presence in our state and potential to be in our community. And I'd like to hand over those responses to Peter Root, who is our Emergency Management Director. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Richard. So yeah, as Richard said, I'm at this meeting today as the EMD, not as the town administrator. I have been in quite a number of meetings and conference calls over the past week. One of the first ones was last week, and with that, I've also been coordinating with the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department, with Jared. I've also been in contact with Richard Davis, our health officer, who unfortunately couldn't be here today because of other obligations. One of the first main regional meetings occurred last week at the Brattleboro Fire Department, and those who were jointly putting the meeting on were Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, the town of Brattleboro, and the state health department. And first and foremost, they wanted to encourage everyone to not panic. Obviously, we want to have a good measure of concern, but also to know that everyone possible is doing their best to address this situation within Vermont and within Windham County and here in Guilford. Local responders have been coordinating with the state, first responders, Rescue Inc., the various fire departments and the hospital, and are ensuring us that definitely the hospital is prepared for this. They have rooms set aside, they have supplies. The various first responders are also working on preparations and locating supplies, which I'm sure everyone knows are in short supply. Coordinating with the state to secure those supplies, and the state is working with the federal government and manufacturers to get those supplies to us. One of the big points of caution is there's a lot of incorrect information spreading around on the internet, and in a situation like this, we need to be really cautious. And with that, some of this information will be posted on the town website later today. But to make sure we are reading up-to-date and correct information, we're encouraging folks to only look at a few specific websites. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has a really great section on their website addressing this topic and their preparations, as well as what residents should do. I'm not going to read out their website, it's a little bit complex, but I'll have a link on the town website. The state of Vermont also has many pages dedicated to this. Their website is healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. They are updating the site a minimum of daily, oftentimes multiple times a day. It's a very great resource just to have an understanding of what's going on. The other website that is being updated multiple times a day is for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And there's unfortunately another long link, but I will share that later on. For anyone who's interested as far as tracking this and see what's going on with COVID-19 worldwide, Johns Hopkins University has a really amazing tracking device that they have created. One point to note, though, is that there are several fake websites that have come up mimicking the Johns Hopkins website. So make sure that when you look at the link, that it states jhu.edu. If there's a different domain name, such as .org or .net, that is likely not the Johns Hopkins website. And the reason this is of concern is these websites are injecting viruses into your computer via your web browser. So the state just announced this morning, just for residents to be concerned. Many of these websites also don't have security certificates, so they're saying when you look at the web address, it says HTTP, whereas you want it to say HTTPS. So just a couple of things to be on the lookout for relating to the Johns Hopkins website.
Excuse me, Peter.
Yep.
Will you be posting that fake news alert on the town website?
I will, indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. And hopefully most people should have heard by now that a majority of Vermonters, a majority of Guilfordites are at very low risk of getting this disease at this time. Those who may potentially get it are also will have very mild symptoms. But we do need to be cautious of the elderly and those who are currently ill. And Governor Scott had a press conference discussing this on Friday, and there's another press conference later today that I would encourage you to watch. If you don't have television, you can also watch it online. Vermont Public Television offers a live streaming service in emergency situations, and it works very well. In the part of not panicking is one of the key points that health professionals are noting is that this is a fragile virus, and you don't need to stock up on hand sanitizer and things like that. All you need to do is use warm soapy water and wash your hands for at least 20 seconds, which is roughly the equivalent of singing happy birthday to yourself 2 times in a row. In 20 seconds, washing your hands is a lot longer than you think. In this work, the town I'm encouraging the select board to work on what's called a continuity of operations plan, which is a plan to ensure that whatever the minimum services that are needed to keep the town running are in place should something happen to any elected official or any town staff member, anyone from the town clerk to myself, to the assistant town clerk, the assessor, one of our highway crew members, or even a select board member. And so we're going to be working on that hopefully later today, just to make sure that we know what is essential as far as serving the residents of the town and what can be put on a temporary wait.
Peter, can I just add that Peter will be using a form that is from the state about the continuity of operations. So it's a standard form that we have to fill out, naming the things and the people that will come into play and to keep operations continuing.
Yes. At this time, if you are feeling ill, or if you have been caring for someone who is feeling ill, we kindly ask you to avoid coming to the town office out of respect for enabling us to continue our jobs, but also just for your own health and safety. Let's see, if you have questions as well, please call your doctor, or you can call Vermont 211 to get answers. You don't, before you go, if you are feeling ill, before you go to the doctor, please call your doctor and speak with them over the phone. There is, contrary to a lot of what we've been hearing on the internet, there is no drive-through testing at this time. Some other countries have drive-through testing, but we in Vermont do not at this time. And you cannot just request a test. You have to be displaying the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 in order to get testing. And as with any medical issue, that must come through your primary care provider. They must order the test. So we would encourage folks to be in communication with your primary care provider if you are feeling unwell. So later this week, we are on Wednesday evening, we're having a meeting for all of the individuals who are volunteers for the town's Emergency Operations Center. At this time, we are not opening the EOC, but it is a consideration should the situation get worse in either Windham County or in Guilford. And we are monitoring that every day. And I am in communication with Jared and others as is needed. That's roughly the situation for the time being. And one thing I think I would encourage the select board to consider is to whether or not we should cancel any public meetings being held at the town office aside from select board meetings. And relating to that, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is currently working with this Secretary of State's office because of open meeting law. Open meeting law is a state statute that requires all meetings of a public body to be held in the public, even though we can have individual members of that board be remote, like Richard is at the moment. A minimum of one person has to be in a public location in order to allow the public to be present. And as of Friday evening, there has been no clear solution to this problem as of yet. And because of how state law is written in Vermont, we must continue to abide by it until we have been notified that there have been any changes. Because of that, I would encourage the select board to consider whether or not we should cancel commission meetings of whatever form it is, as well as we have several community groups that use the town office for public meetings on a monthly basis, and consider whether or not it's prudent to cancel those. At the moment, the most recent information from the CDC is to limit meetings to a maximum of 50 people. That has changed since Friday. Friday was 250 people, and that's what Governor Scott announced in his meeting, and it may well change further later this week, and we will find out as time passes.
So, would that take a motion of the select board if we wanted to cancel public programming, if the select board wanted to cancel public programming in our town? That would also include the programming of the library.
Yes.
The library puts on a number of programs. So do we need a motion for that?
I would say yes, to be certain. I would strongly encourage you to have a motion. And considering that the library is a public library, I would encourage you to include the library.
Can I raise a couple questions before we advance this, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think it should be open for discussion first.
Okay, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, is the library currently open or closed, just out of curiosity?
The library is open.
Okay. All right. As far as commissions go, I mean, I think generally I'm in favor of just delaying them or, whatever we need to do. But I do have a specific request from Michelle Frizzy from, I think you're aware of it.
Yes, I was going to bring it up too.
It's in relation to the town plan.
Yep.
There's a forthcoming public hearing for feedback, and she feels like the town plan should not be sort of put into play until the planning commission has that opportunity to have public feedback. So I'm not sure what she called me. I think she might have said the same thing to several of us.
I've spoken with her as well.
She spoke to me too.
Okay, and I mean, her thought was to just accept the current town plan until we have, the chance to do the new one.
I have a question
correctly.
about that.
But there may be, I mean, there's some sort of deadline we're working against, and I'm not sure what the fallout sort of repercussion is of not moving our new town plan forward.
So the overall repercussion could potentially be that we wouldn't have a town plan in place, which could then affect a number of things, particularly related to funding, grant funding. So we would be in a much better position to re-adopt the existing town plan and then to make amendments to that at a later date so that all of this work that the Planning Commission is doing won't be for naught. When I spoke with Michelle on Thursday morning, things were looking like, we could still have public meetings. Obviously, a lot has changed since Thursday morning, and we don't know what's going to continue to change. I think that her initial thoughts are good, that we should move in that direction for the time being, just so we can have it in place.
Yeah, I like that idea, Peter. Another option that we can consider is, which other towns are doing, is to have a conference call, which basically becomes a town meeting where folks can have a number to call in and they can make their comments about the town plan and have questions about it. I'm not advocating that. I'm just putting that on the table as what other towns are doing in regard to commission meetings in Vermont.
Tom, did you have something you wanted to say?
Steve, maybe you've spoken with folks at the Wyndham Regional Commission there, but with the planning process, there are these deadlines that are, at this moment, there's no flexibility in them simply because it's there's many things to think about, and this is not high on the priority list. So the option of going ahead and re-upping the previous plan, potentially with some amendments, is a way to get around that. There's the expectation that there might come some changes down the road, but since we don't know, we should move ahead, I think.
And obviously, we're hoping that we will get support from Wyndham Regional, presuming we will, as well as VLCT, to work with the state on situations like this relating to the town plan, which we have very specific deadlines and steps that must be taken in order for the process to happen, and how we can work around that. We don't have any answers yet, but we're not alone in this position at this time.
Right, so let me just clarify for myself and maybe other people who will be watching this. We're all dealing with this certain new reality that's an interruption in deliberations, or at least face-to-face deliberations. So we might advocate for a change in the timetable. Maybe that we'll get a positive response about it, maybe we won't. But it seems reasonable not for everybody to be sort of fudging the situation, like using an old town plan just to have something in place, rather than acknowledging that we need more time for deliberation. That's the end of what I have to say.
Go ahead, John.
It strikes me that at least the only tool we have right now is it's not necessarily a fudge, but the only tool we have right now would be to adopt, re-up the town plan, which would then give us more of the space that we need, while at the same time advocating at the state level for some softness in some of the deadlines or readjustments.
So we would have a two-pronged approach.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Sarah has her hand up, Richard.
Okay, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. I came in my role as your state rep, so I just want you to know we're taking it really seriously at the state level. And while we just made a decision we stayed late on Friday, but made to pass through a number of provisions that would help our communities. And I won't go into that. I sent you all an email over the weekend. But with things like this, while we're not up at the State House, I'm in regular communication with leaders. So if there are questions like this that I can help, I'm getting, we have a point of contact with the governor. We have a point person with the Vermont Department of Health and with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. So if I can get pretty quick answers with my new email address. And so I'd be happy I'm taking notes today, but if there are other things that you need from me, I can be that conduit. And also, as I'm getting things, Peter, I'm sure you're on the email list for everything.
I am.
But if there are things where I can be helpful, I don't want to inundate you more.
No.
But if there are things, I've been trying to put things out on Front Porch Forum and things like that. But I'm just really, I'm here to listen and to support you. I really, this is a great community. We know how to take care of each other. But I wanted to reassure folks that from the state's perspective, the state treasurer has said we're in a really strong financial position. We have the resources in our reserves to help our communities get through this. So I'm really here to listen and to also be a reassurance, but also to let you know that I'm here to help in ways that help. So
I'll definitely be speaking with you regarding this topic.
So this topic, because we did pass a series of legislation on Friday with provisions for our communities with special circumstances around the COVID-19 virus, and this was not one of them, but I think I can do some asking.
Great, thank you very much.
And we're expected to go back on the 24th, so which, like everything, things are changing quickly, so that might change.
Richard, Jamie also has.
Yes, Jamie, I see you.
Hi, I just had a clarification question about the potential delay of the town plan. So is it because they can't hold a public hearing?
That's correct.
And so if the law is shifted so that the definition of what's public, for example, if there's an open public forum online or an open conference call, if that changes, does that then take away that stumbling block?
That's an excellent question that I don't honestly have an answer to as of yet, because we don't have a response from VLCT yet. It's a great question, though. I do think that, from my understanding at this point in time, we'd be safer to re-adopt the existing plan just to prevent a situation like that from happening.
I guess, so then I have a follow-up question. So I've just been glancing at the draft town plan, and I've noticed there are updates that are, immediately relevant. And I'm curious if it's an option instead of adopting the previous town plan, adopting the draft of the new town plan?
Not without public input.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's a key step in the process of the town plan, because the town plan, one of the key parts of it is that it represents the goals and interests of the residents of this town.
Zorn?
Oh, no, I would say exactly what Peter's saying. Yeah.
Are there any other comments? My question is just, is the select board ready to make a motion to re-adopt the current?
Before we do that, we have to be in touch with Michelle. There's a specific series of steps that need to be taken in order for that to happen. So we'll have to wait on that. I'll be in touch with Michelle later this morning.
Okay.
But I can, if that is your decision, informally, I can let her know that that is your opinion, that you wish to do that to prevent us being in a sticky situation.
Okay, can I take a straw poll then of the select board members who think that we should re-adopt the current town plan in light of the situation that we're in with COVID-19? Can I ask Michael what your opinion is?
So I'm kind of wondering if we can, who is setting this deadline? Which agency in the state is it, or?
I don't remember.
I wonder if we can go to the state just before we decide to re-adopt, just ask if the
Michelle is working on the deadline can't be, for the time being, it can't be shifted.
And what is the deadline?
There's an adoption process for the town to do its planning process.
And each step has a deadline.
They have legal ramifications all the way down the road. So they're all.
Okay, and so what is the first deadline we're talking about?
The first one is going to be the first public meeting, which is going to
May 4th.
May 4th, yes. So that's one of the first deadlines. I'll be, because I'm not personally deeply involved with the process, let me be in touch with Michelle and Thayer and Jethro regarding the specific dates and timelines and what specifically state statute is around this. But it
If
is
the
governed
state,
by.
if the state is open to changing the deadline,
they're not at this
but
moment.
you don't
At this
see that.
moment, they're not.
They're not. Okay,
No.
in that event, then I'm all for readopting the
There's-
current town.
Excuse me, is this something that Sarah could help with in regard to?
Yeah, I'll be in touch with Sarah after this meeting and get
Okay,
Michelle in
thank
touch
you,
because Michelle has more information.
It's not.
Just
I
going
would-
on with the
I'm
straw
sorry,
polls on.
Rich, I'll just say, add in here, I'm in favor of adopting the old plan if we need to, but I think it's important to say that it's not fair to say that the state's opposed to switching the deadlines.
Correct.
It's just not something that can be done at this moment.
That's correct.
So until more looking, perhaps from Sarah's point of view, or whoever would be doing that kind of looking, then perhaps we can see some openings begin to come. So it becomes fluid.
Miranda, do you
Yeah,
have
I'm
anything?
interested in gathering the pertinent information, and then we can move forward quickly once we know what our options are.
Okay, so, well, the question was that Peter presented was that he wanted to be able to tell Michelle what the general sense of the select board was in regard to readopting the current plan. That was what you put before us, Peter, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we need to come to, in a straw poll, we're not voting, we're just giving.
Well, she can abstain if she wishes to.
Well, let me just put it this way, if the people who are drafting the town plan feel that this is the best way forward for now, I'm all for it.
I think they do.
Okay, and let me put my straw in, I would say that I would be for it, for readopting the current town plan in light of the current situations. But I would like to remind folks that we are working on a dual track, where we've got Sarah working for us with Montpelier agencies, and we're also trying to figure out whether a public meeting would be in order and whether the deadlines can be changed. So we're working on two tracks here. And we're not taking any action at the present time. Steve?
Steve has something to say.
Yeah, he was recognized.
I'm Steve Lemke from the Wyndham Regional Commission rep for the town of Guilford, but I've talked with John Bennett, who is the main man on town plans and things, and John offered to personally take our old plan and take the new plan and see what in order to readopt the old plan, there will still have to be some revisions made in order to be correct, in order to even begin to readopt it. So John is going to do that. He started it on a Friday. I would expect that Michelle or I or you guys or somebody will have that information. So a good thing, it's a moving target, but if John can identify those 3 or 4 paragraphs that need to be put in, then at least we would have a document that could be readopted. And as far as deadlines are concerned, the ultimate deadline for the town plan as it stands now is June 22nd, but there's so many public hearings and things and that the select board has to do that I think the first deadline is as early as April 1. So it would be very well advised to get a readoption of the old plan once it's in the format that it can be readopted.
So Peter, could you, so it seems that the select board is in favor of thinking about readopting the current plan with the additions of John and of the WRC. So that should be carried forth to Michelle.
Yep, so I'll continue, I'll add in John and Steve into the conversation with Sarah and Michelle to make sure that we're attacking this from as many sides as we can to make sure that Guilford's in the best position we can be.
Thank you.
Good. Do you have next on your agenda, Peter?
Well, I would recommend you making a decision as to whether or not we should cancel public meetings in town offices and the library. And if you do decide to, I would strongly encourage you to set a time, say 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever you feel is best until we have a better idea.
For reevaluation?
For reevaluation, correct.
Do I have a motion either way to keep public programming open in the town of Guilford or to put it in abeyance for a specific amount of time? And it seems to me in my research that towns are doing a month or 2 months. as well as the state has done that too, in terms of stopping public programming for an interim.
I would so move. I would suggest that we cancel town meeting, all commission meetings and public gatherings in town buildings.
For a period of how long?
Well, that's what I'm thinking of. Perhaps we could say for 1 month to be reevaluated at that point.
Mm-hmm.
The wording of that we could simplify, but that's the point.
Zahn, did you have a comment?
I think I'll second it so we can talk. I would just suggest that we might want to does it make sense to go to April 6th, which is what the public schools are doing, that it helps people just have everything in one space, in one mental space?
So would you like to amend that motion, Zahn?
Yeah, I guess, just if it's open for whatever.
That's a good idea.
I guess I'll just raise one more point. I know at least one commission, the Conservation Commission, is considering like conference calls, which is, I feel like a live meeting in one room is a better way to get business done.
As discussed previously, because of the way state law is, somebody still needs to be physically present in a room where the public can meet. And so it's until we get a response from the Secretary of State's office regarding that, we cannot do it.
Okay, I'm in favor of until April 4th.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I suppose, I guess I'm curious, and I guess this is another Sarah question, is whether whether there could be some kind of modification to the open meeting laws to enable essential commission projects to go forward. I guess it's just, if we're talking about April 6th, that's not a very long time,
Well, as I stated previously, VLCT is currently working with the Secretary of State's office on this very specific topic because it's affecting every single community across the state.
Well,
obviously, we can ask Sarah to assist, but I think we don't want to overburden her, and I think getting her assistance on the town plan, in my opinion, is more valuable at this point in time.
So, one more question. So, just so I understand open meeting laws, excuse my ignorance, but
it's okay.
So it would be illegal for the Conservation Commission to all take place in a conference call from the comfort of their homes?
That is correct. Without someone publicly present at a location.
So if we shut the town offices, then no one could come in here to have a public meeting, and you can't just name someone's house as a public place. I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, because it's a town commission, it's supposed to be a business enacted by the town.
All right.
Now, if that was to use some other public, because your home is not a public space.
I see.
But for example, BBCC
or
the library, those are public spaces. So they can and have occurred in those spaces before, but not someone's personal home. So yes, the way that Vermont state law is interpreted and written at the moment, that would be illegal. That's why VLCT is working on it.
So could we have this provision that until April 6th, everything's canceled unless we learn something more, or unless things change and we could open it back up?
Yeah, so we could add that to the amendment that puts April 6th as the date certain.
Yeah, sure, unless things have changed. So, Richard, then you need to inquire if Veranda will accept the amendment to her motion.
Veranda, will you accept the amendment?
I would welcome it.
Okay. So, Peter, would you read the amended motion, please?
Sure. The Veranda moved to cancel all town commission meetings and public meetings at the town office with the amendment is until April 6th to be reevaluated at that point unless we receive additional information sooner than that.
Good. And that's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. And are there any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board.
I will put that information on the town website, signs on the front door, and we'll communicate it with all of the commissions and other groups that regularly meet at the town office.
Speaking of the town website, Peter, I'd like us to discuss having a space that's dedicated to COVID-19 news on our town website.
Yep.
And is that something that you're doing presently?
Yep, I was going to tackle that today.
Okay, very good.
I believe that.
It should be. I'd like to add that it should be prominent.
Yep, I'm going to put it at the very top of the front page, and then have a dedicated page people can click to. Steve and Jamie both have their hands up.
Jamie?
I'm speaking as the administrator for the Bradbrook Community Center, and I'm wondering if the select board advises the community center to follow the town's schedule with closing public events.
Well, the BBCC is a private nonprofit, and I think that the trustees would have to make that decision of the BBCC. It's not under the auspices of the select board.
But we're asking for an opinion.
Yeah, I think it's more of a, are you going to advise the town to abstain from public gatherings?
It seems like we could say that in accordance with the CDC and all the recommendations that they're making, that every nonprofit in town would do what it can for the safety of all Guilford citizens, that use the accommodations that are being made in our town as a justification.
This applies to the state's instructions as well as the CDC instructions that public meetings are, and it's 50, but public meetings should not go forward. And so perhaps the select board could make an advisory. Sarah?
So I'm now wearing my hat as the president of the Bradbrook Community Center. One of the things that happens at the Bradbrook Community Center, we have lots of different groups who are our partner, community partners, and one is Guilford Cares. And one of the things that Guilford Cares does, as everybody knows, is runs the Guilford Food Pantry. And I think we were talking, we're leaving some of the discretion up to our partners, but we want to give guidance. We think that the food pantry is an essential service in our community. So I just wanted to say that here that even though we've been encouraging groups to rethink whether they're going to be there, I think that we're going to encourage the food pantry to stay open, and we'll put up. I've picked up some signage for the building so that we can put up some signage for people to wash their hands and things like that. But I think Pat Hain said, made an announcement that she's going to continue to do it, and folks should be able to depend on that, I think.
And I've read that there are models on the website of how food pantries are operating under the current conditions. And so perhaps Pat can take a look at that to see how she might want to operate. Steve?
At WRC, we have a lot of committee meetings, and our suggestion was that they don't meet unless there's critical business. And sometimes, did the prohibition that you just put through actually apply to the select board as well?
Excuse me? I didn't hear.
Was what you just voted on apply to the select board meeting as well?
Technically, yes, but they would need to actually make an amendment to that since we have an upcoming select board meeting on Monday.
And you have critical business sometimes like paying warrants and things like that. So,
that is correct.
So when you make it so broad, it starts to fall apart. When it's one thing if you say we're going to plan a picnic for the summer, but it's another thing if you have to pay town people or there's critical business to a contract needs to be signed. So I would only say consider that in your broad-based statement.
Richard?
Since the food pantry came up, one of the reasons that I'm here today is just to make the point that the Broadbrook Community Center is planning a remodeling, phase 2 remodeling, which would put the food pantry essentially out of business come May. And Guilford Cares has been trying to find an alternative location without success.
Really?
So at the time that we are talking about, excuse me?
I think the school is because we've done that in the past, we
Yes,
have less time.
that's correct, and the school is now under regional control, and we cannot get permission to use the school. So we have an additional crisis, and I'm wondering if the Broadbrook might consider postponing their remodeling. Obviously, we're not going to have meetings there for quite a while. We're saying 2 months and so forth, but pandemics last for years and have recurring waves in the aftermath. So I'm just raising that issue for your awareness, and I hope we can work something out, because I think there's serious risk at this moment that we won't have a food pantry when we need it most.
That's an issue that I'm not sure the select board, given that we're dealing with a private nonprofit organization and one of its partners. I think that the select board perhaps could discuss this. Peter, you'll have to let me know the legality of that. But certainly it's not up to us. I think it's a very profound concern in our town about where the food pantry can be and store its food. So we've got to pull a group together to tackle that issue, because it's critical.
Yeah, the select board can express your concern and empathy towards the situation, but as Richard noted, this is a discussion between two private organizations, and if we can provide any support in a way, we will do our best, but if, this is not a specific select board matter, unfortunately.
Well, certainly the welfare of the community is a
sure.
Yes. So that's the only reason I thought we were obligated to make you aware of this situation, which involves vulnerable members of the community. So,
And we appreciate your bringing that to our attention for sure.
And I certainly will be happy to join any effort to find an additional, another place for it if the BBCC is not available. I mean, I'm one of the pantry volunteers, and we'll certainly keep that together.
Sarah?
I don't want to take up much time with this, but I just want to say we're working closely with the food pantry. The Broadbrook Community Center board helped the food pantry find an alternative location last time. We know the value of this. This is going to be a big question coming up, how we move forward with the construction. A lot of our funding is timeline dependent, so we have to use the funding in certain ways. We have local contractors who are depending on this work, and if we don't do the work, they could be in a situation. And at the same time, I think we're finding that there are some pretty creative solutions in how food pantries are operating in situations like this that are mobile and flexible. So we're looking forward to working with Guilford Cares and the food pantry and figuring it out.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we should move on now. Peter, can you continue with your agenda?
That was pretty much it for as far as what I have. I will be presenting more information to the select board. 2 points I did want to address back to my role as EMD. One is, while the select board did officially change the location of the Emergency Operations Center from Guilford Volunteer Fire Department to the town office, due to a number of factors, including preparations for town meeting and other things that have been happening, the physical resources have not been moved away from the fire department as of yet, and also due to the fact that we had been waiting to install a radio tower here until the summertime when we have our new fiscal year budget. Through discussions with Jared, for the time being, should we need to open the Emergency Operations Center, we will open it at its original location at the fire department, should we need to do so. The second point is that we have, or I have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday evening for all volunteers with the Emergency Operations Center. Due to space constraints, we are going to move that meeting to the fire department. And I received permission from Jared to do that.
Oh,
So-
Peter? Richard, I have a question about that meeting. And so when you say volunteers for the EOC, are you talking about already existing volunteers, or are other people who want to volunteer in the effort welcome at that meeting?
At the moment, I've reached out to the 26 volunteers who have previously volunteered. If any new resident is interested in participating and volunteering, you are welcome to show up. I just need you to reach out to me in writing to communicate that you are interested in volunteering and you would like to come to that meeting. And really, preferably by noon tomorrow, so we can get full planning for those purposes.
Jared, did you have a comment or a question?
Nope, Peter covered it. I just wanted to make sure. The biggest thing is that we get the contact info and names of people. So if they can't make the meeting, or if we choose to keep the meeting small because of the situation, then we at least have their contact info.
Thank you, Jared.
I have another matter that we didn't discuss, which is the town office. There are towns in Vermont, in the research I did over the weekend, that have closed the town office. Are we in favor of keeping our town office open but discouraging face-to-face business and encouraging people to call the office if they have a matter, or to is there a mailbox on the outside of the?
Yes, we have a large mailbox at the end of the driveway.
Right. So I'm interested in the select board's opinions about that. I'm putting forward whether to keep the town office open or closed.
Richard Dick Smith has his hand up.
As a lister in town, I have concerns about what our job as listers, we're time sensitive. The 1st of April is a key portion, and I'm not sure that we should be going into people's houses this time and doing this. We haven't gotten any notification from the state that they're going to change timelines. So I'm a little concerned as to both our safety and other people's safety. So,
Sarah, is that something that you can find out for us? Yeah, great. And we'll report back to you, Dick. So we're coming back to the town office. Do I have any opinions?
I just need to ask some questions. If we close the town office, that means we're closing, asking employees to stay home.
Well, I think it could be two ways. It could be closing the town office
to the public.
for the public not to enter, but keeping continuity of staffing.
Okay.
And some towns in the state are doing that. So, for example, attorneys or other researchers, real estate agents can call in and request. Now, they have to pay a fee for the town staff to do that, but they can do simple searches. That being said, a discussion with Penny and Lisa this morning, it appears that most real estate transactions have come to a screeching halt within the past couple of weeks. And there has not been a lot of business. But I think that in order to, I appreciate Richard's question. I think it is a valid question that needs to be answered. That being said, I think we need to establish the continuity of operations plan first before we make a judgment on closing the town office.
I agree with you, Peter. And I also, my feeling currently is that we should remain open but discourage the public from personal, face-to-face interactions.
One thing I would consider or offer for your consideration is to consider closing the town garage to public access. So some people do come in to talk to the road crew just because they're friendly guys. Some people come in to get some road sand for their driveways, and for the safety of these critical staff for the town, I would offer the select board to consider not closing the function of the town garage, but to close it off to the public.
So we're
So we
talking
could have,
about,
Miranda, yes?
so we're talking about a few different things.
Correct.
I mean, or these are two related issues. I mean, one thing is, I'm wondering how the staff at the town office feels about their own health and safety and public access. Do you have a sense of how people feel here?
When I spoke with Penny and Lisa this morning, there are mixed emotions because they want to continue to do their jobs. They have, as Dick pointed out, Lisa and the listers have critical things that they need to get done in a very short time frame. Penny has critical things. She has time limits when she receives a filing that she has to perform her duties within a certain time frame as well. And so my colleagues are concerned for their own well-being and the well-being of anyone who comes into this space. And there was no consensus as far as what the best state of action is at this time.
Could I suggest a motion which would be that the select board has votes to close to the public the town office and the town garage, but they would continue operations. How does the select board feel about that?
I would second that.
I'd be in favor.
Okay. So then I shall make that motion.
So do you have an effective time or date, and do you have an...
Until April, what is it, 2nd?
6th.
6th. To be reviewed at that time.
I'll second.
Is there any further
And
discussion?
effective at what point in time? Effective at noon today, effective tomorrow?
Isn't today the day, the deadline, time, no, Wednesdays when the schools will
That's
be
correct.
closed in the state?
Yes.
So why don't we do it on the state timeline, Wednesday?
So that's effective as close of business tomorrow is the way the state worded that.
Yeah,
So are you amending your own motion then?
yes I am. Is there any further discussion? Peter, would you read the motion, please?
So Richard moved to close the town offices and town garage to the public while maintaining daily operations, effective close of business on Tuesday until April 6th.
Oh, I have a question, which is, I don't know that we've resolved the issue of select board meetings. I mean, so if we're closing, let's say, the town office to public access, does that mean that the select board is not going to be meeting here?
Well, so the only thing, I mean, the select board, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would say the select board can meet, because just as the town employee is going to be doing the work, the select board can do their work, but we would not have the public in attendance.
We can't do that because of open meeting law. If the select board is having a meeting, as of right now, unless things have changed while we've been sitting here, because of open meeting law, it has to be open to the public for the select board meeting. That being said, if the select board meets, you folks need to determine what is essential business. The minimum essential business that I would suggest is the approval of warrants, would be our general invoices and payroll. And the meetings can be limited to only the warrants. It's still...
Does the select board want to meet by conference call?
We can't meet by conference.
As we discussed with the commissions and other bodies of the town, that can't happen.
No,
I mean, I could be present.
But if you were present, that's what I'm thinking, in the town office, couldn't we have a conference call?
I also feel as if it's essential for us to communicate among ourselves and with the public about our responses to the health of our community. I mean, I feel as if, you know, we're here for the public, and
I'd like to find a way for the select board to still meet on our regularly scheduled
Okay. Jamie, do you have a
calendar
comment?
here.
I was just wondering if you could keep it open to the public, but discourage the public from coming.
Yeah, yeah.
That is illegal.
Oh.
That is, open meeting law makes that patently illegal.
So you either are open or you're closed.
You're having a public meeting or you're not having a public meeting.
Dave?
I think it's important that the select board, if the select board has enough essential business that it has to keep operating. But you could have Peter in the office and everybody else could call in. I mean, you can still do the business and you can still vote as long as one person is in the office that could. Right. But the question is, are you taking? If somebody walks in, are you going to allow the public to walk in? The reason to have one person in the room is that in case there's a person from the public who wants to express a comment, that would mean the person would have to be let in and participate in the meeting on their own. And that's that you can run the meeting, but the whole point of it is not just to have one person in some mystery room someplace. It's to have a place where the community can actually come in, sit down, listen, and participate. So
we could also have a conference call where the public was invited to call in and listen and make comments.
At the moment, state law does not allow for that, and so that is not an option at this point in time until we are notified that that has changed.
No. Well, I can tell you that other towns are doing that because I've been checking what other towns have done in Vermont.
Sure, I can.
They are having public conference calls, but if you say it's illegal, then
I can appreciate that they may well be doing that, but at the moment, I would caution thinking twice about that, as state law does not permit that at this time. If the select board wishes to make that decision, that's up to you. I would caution against it, but that's my personal opinion.
So then I just have a question now because I don't understand essential business. I understand that idea, but for instance, if we were to meet only to take care of warrants, is that public?
Yes.
That has to be warned
Absolutely.
publicly? Okay.
Richard, I would caution that we've gotten away from your original motion and we should address that before you continue with this.
Yes, so would you read the motion again, please, Peter?
So Richard moved to close the town offices and town garage to the public effective at close of business on Tuesday until April 6th, until further information is received.
Okay. Now, is that in conflict with what we've been talking about, where we can't close the select board meeting that meets in the town office to the public?
Yes, technically.
No. So that's not a valid motion then.
Well, it could be, but you could also amend it with the exception of select board meetings.
Oh, there you go. I'll take. Can I make that amendment?
You can amend your own, yes.
Okay. So I'd like that to be in the motion.
Okay.
So could we hear the motion with that exception?
Yep.
I just clearly understand the
Yep.
ramifications.
So Richard moved to close the town office and town garage to public access effective close of business on Tuesday until April 6th, or more information is received, with the exception of regularly scheduled select board meetings.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Or maybe even do we have to say regularly?
You can just say select board meetings.
Why don't you just say select board meetings? Because, I mean,
We're liable to
afterwards we might have another emergency meeting.
That's correct.
Did I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, Veranda. Any further discussion? All those
Any thoughts on how you're actually going to close the building to the public? I mean, aside from an announcement on the town website?
Town website, front porch forum, put signs on the door and lock the doors.
And lock the door.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious what the steps would be.
Yeah, and there will no doubt come some reason why that can't be, why this can't hold forth.
Possibly, we don't know.
Yeah. So,
For the time being, I think.
So it's a guideline we're passing at this
Yes,
point.
okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board.
Steve's got his finger up.
One quick comment: if your agenda is really Spartan, Like if the select board's gonna meet to do warrants, and it doesn't have a whole long thing about dogs and cats and everything else, you won't get many people. So the whole point is to hold the meeting, keep only critical essential business on the agenda that is boring to everybody else. And you won't have to argue through this.
My voice might still come.
Is there any further business to conduct at this time?
Not at this time. We'll update. I mean, I'll update the select board as I get information, and if necessary, I would recommend to the select board. If we need to, we'll have another special meeting. At the moment, we will have the regularly scheduled select board meeting next Monday.
Next Monday, a week from today. Tom?
Richard, I do want to ask that, I know we're closing for public meetings and so forth, but as of April 6th, we will be looking and evaluating whether to open again. In the case that we remain closed in some way, but we allow meetings to move forward, could we have some research done about conference calling options for folks in case the laws change, and so we can be ready for that?
Peter, can you keep track of that then?
By all means.
Thank you.
Because I know when I went to look at what towns are doing in Vermont about COVID, I saw numerous town conference calls.
Yep.
So we need to find out about that, and you
I'll
can
look into
report
that.
back to us.
Yep, I
Thank
will.
you. Steve?
Not to add too many hypotheticals, but should somebody in the town road crew contract the virus and then everybody has to quarantine, is there anything like mutual aid for roads and snow removal and things like that? Because we could end up quickly with the entire road crew at home.
The short answer is yes. The long answer is that's part of the continuity of operations plan that's going to be worked on later today. I've already addressed it with Danny earlier today, and so he and I are going to be meeting later this morning to discuss that.
Veranda?
I'm wondering if perhaps by Front Porch Forum or the town website, if we could and just this meeting, we could invite people to submit their questions to us so that they can feel heard. If we're going to be trying to close the wagons for safety around the select board, I would welcome people to share their concerns with me, either to my email address or call me at home. I just feel as if part of our responsibility is to hear people and to speak to their concerns directly.
Richard, may I make one last point?
Yes, please.
I would strongly encourage all Guilford residents to sign up for Vermont Alerts. There's a link on the town website. You can also just do an internet search of Vermont Alerts. The state has been actively using that. Should the situation worsen here in Windham County or in Guilford, the town may resort to communicating, and those are automatic messages that are sent out. They can, depending on what way you sign up, you can receive the message via email, via text message, or via direct phone call.
Right, and that should go on in the website?
It is already on the website. It has been from day one.
Okay, but it should be in the content about COVID-19.
Sure, I'll happily add that there too.
Yeah. Veranda?
While it's not the select board's primary concern, I'm thinking about the well-being of our town and the number of children who are going to be out of school and who have working families. And, I just want to express my concern to all of those people, and that, we can't solve that problem, but it is something that we care about, and individual members and the select board maybe could see whether there's some kind of role that we could play in helping to care for our children during the time that the schools are closed.
Do I have any other comments? Yes, Jared?
I just have one quick comment. As a select board, if you guys could also, I know you are, but make it a focus too, that Peter's got a huge role here, and make sure that he's got backup and people are in the loop on what he's got going on, how to get into programs, how to assist him. I mean, comments are good coming in for questions, but we got to have like you guys answer those, not put everything. I'm not saying that it would be, I'm just saying that
That's
he
a very
reads.
good point.
And because as the EM director, with all this coming down in the emails that you see, I see them too, and geez, it takes to consume all that info and to actually make it worthwhile to use in your day-to-day stuff and to update. It's huge. So if Peter goes down, gets sick, you're gonna have a lot of catch up to do. So if somebody is in that loop, and a couple people even, is not a bad
And
thing.
that will be in the continuing
Yep, exactly.
operations form where actually there will be designated people to succeed Peter in the event that he goes down. Yeah.
Yeah, Richard, I think perhaps the select board ought to, you know, the members who are around could confer with Peter about some either delegation or backup that, you know, just meet about logistics and maybe having an area of concern. You know, each of us could take a piece just going forward, not waiting until it's overwhelming.
Well, that would, once again, that's what the continuity of operations plan directly addresses. Who would be responsible for what?
Yep.
Well, maybe it's, we need to do it straight away.
Yeah, but Peter's working on it this afternoon.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry.
Any other comments? Okay, I have one final comment before I ask for an adjournment. Wash your hands, please, after you, before you leave or after you leave this public meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Well, just tell people something inspiring and reassuring, Richard.
I would like to, the folks of Guilford to know, our residents to know that the select board has met in this emergency meeting to discuss how Guilford will respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that we are being, at this point, we are being told that Guilford is at a low risk of this. There are 8 identified cases in Vermont at the present time. I mean, that might have changed since I looked last night, and that I hope that Guilford, I know that Guilford will pull together to protect ourselves and our community.
Richard, may I make one quick comment?
Yes.
I just want to express my appreciation to BCTV for their willingness to come last minute at this, as well as for those who are public, because you won't know until you see the video, but they have graciously said that they will get this video published on the web by the end of business today.
Terrific.
So you who are public and select board members, if you get questions from your fellow friends and neighbors about this video and what was discussed, that it will be on the town website, it will be on the BCTV website at the end of the day today. So thank you to you guys.
Thank you, Peter. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, Sarah, for your representation, and Jared as well. Steve, Richard, Dick, Jamie, thank you for coming and having your input, and we will get through this.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here for our latest update on COVID-19. As I've said before, we're learning more about this new virus every single day, and our top priority continues to be protecting our people. We've talked before about how more than 80%, who get this virus will experience mild to moderate symptoms. But even if you're not worried about yourself, it's important that everyone focus on protecting those at higher risk, especially older Vermonters and those with serious health conditions like heart or lung disease or diabetes. As I said last week, our strategy is to slow this down and prevent as many cases as possible. As you know, I declared a state of emergency, and we've implemented a range of mitigation steps to slow the spread of the virus, from limiting public gatherings and restricting visitors at long-term care facilities and hospitals, to banning state employee work travel and extending unemployment benefits to those who have to self-isolate, and so much more. It's important for Vermonters to know that additional measures are inevitable, but every action we've taken thus far has been based on science, data, and the guidance of experts. That's why yesterday I ordered the dismissal of all pre-K through 12 schools by the end of the day Tuesday, March 17th. So effective March 18th, all schools should be closed. This decision was made in close consultation with the Department of Health and the Agency of Education. We felt this was necessary in order to keep ahead of the curve in terms of reducing the spread of COVID-19. This is a moment of service for all of us, and I know educators and school support staff all across Vermont will be flexible and do their part to support students and their families. I've also asked the Agency of Education to work with superintendents and local districts to make sure every child continues to receive the services they need from their schools. This includes a plan so students have school work to do when schools are dismissed, as well as to create remote learning plans that prepare us for what could be a longer period of time. They will also develop a plan to get meals to kids who need them and services for children with special needs, as well as options that meet the child care needs of the healthcare workforce and other essential personnel. At this point in time, school closures will last until April 6th. But Vermonters need to know. We may need to extend it for all the reasons we've explained. We have to slow the spread down to bend the curve. I know, and I fully appreciate the challenges that closing schools will pose for Vermonters. But based on the best science available, this decision is now necessary to stay ahead of the curve to reduce the spread of COVID-19. And to the point of quickly evolving guidance, last night, CDC advised further limiting the size of public gatherings to 50. Based on that recommendation, I'm amending my executive order to limit gatherings to a maximum of 50, or 50% of an establishment's occupancy, whichever is less. Additionally, as a state government, we're working diligently to transition our state employees to work remotely. As well, we're implementing measures to limit person-to-person transactions at state offices, like the DMV. Those measures will be combined with 90-day extensions in license and registration renewals. I want Vermonters to know we're continuously evaluating other mitigation steps, and we'll continue to communicate those as they are put into place. It's important to remember that in times of crisis, we all need to make sacrifices. But Vermonters and all Americans have risen to the challenges before, and this time will be no different. We will get through this, and we'll do it together. Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Levine to remind us of all the details around COVID-19, who is at risk, while bending the curve is so important. And he can also address how we're extending our testing capacity. Dr. Levine.
Thank you, Governor. Just 3 short days ago, we stood before you to say that Vermont was not yet at the point where closing schools was called for to slow the spread of coronavirus. But the governor and I both stressed that the calculus could change, and change soon. Based on the certain knowledge that we must take every action, even those that are the most disruptive to the lives of our children and families, we have come to the quick and data-driven conclusion that closing schools, while considering the many consequences and working to mitigate them, is the responsible action to take. In the US, the virus has been clearly overtaking our efforts at containment. In Vermont, our testing underlines this assessment. When I last spoke with you all on Friday, I noted that the health department had recorded 2 positives out of 140 tests. I noted to you that we would be expecting to have a marked increase in testing, and that we took our public health surveillance functions very seriously and would act rapidly, informed by data. Since then, in just 3 days, we have now tested a total of 415 people and are up to 12 positive tests. Cases have been reported in people who live in Bennington, Chittenden, Orange, Washington, and Windsor counties, plus neighboring Massachusetts and New York. At least 3 out of the 4 most recent cases seem clearly to be the result of person-to-person spread of illness in the community and not travel-related. So even these small numbers indicate that community transitioning is occurring. And that is why implementing these social distancing measures is a powerful public health tool, such as banning large public gatherings, prohibiting visitors to care settings, teleworking, and others. So now, in addition to all the actions we've taken thus far to try to slow the spread of illness over time and flatten that curve of transmission, it's appropriate to close schools. In fact, we are at precisely the time when school closure has been shown to be an effective public health strategy. Closing schools at the end of the day Tuesday is a further step that will help us keep ahead of the curve in terms of preventing and reducing spread of COVID-19. We are painfully aware of the disruptions and social isolation that will result from this. These are extremely difficult times for everyone, and they will not soon be over. But all of the actions that Governor Scott is taking, together with what each of us individually can do, will help slow the spread, meaning fewer people who become severely ill, fewer deaths, fewer opportunities to overwhelm the healthcare system. That is our ultimate goal. So please remember, if you are sick, stay home. That's now more important than ever. If you're sick with symptoms of COVID-19, fever, dry cough, difficulty breathing, call your healthcare provider for instructions. Don't just show up, and don't go to the emergency room. We must keep our healthcare providers safe and keep our health system from being overwhelmed, and there are protocols in place to handle your concerns. And if you are well, and I hope we all remain well, practice social distancing as we've discussed. We will all thank you. I'd now like to introduce Heather Bushy.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, Heather Boucher, the Deputy Secretary for Education. I'd like to start by thanking our educators and districts and school administrators throughout the state for their commitment to students and families. We at the Agency of Education have received numerous calls and questions. We are doing our very best to answer your concerns, your issues and questions, and we certainly stand ready to serve. We are certainly charting new and unknown territory in our state, but we do have some ideas based on previous emergencies, such as natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina and more regionalized H1N1 incidents to help guide us in our approach. So we will be relying on some of this information as we provide assistance to districts in terms of their own plans for continuation of education and services. In addition, I'd like to remind us that Vermont is not alone in statewide school closure. This is, of course, happening across the nation. We are lucky in that we have excellent cross-state collaborative relationships to rely on, and will continue to do so throughout the coming days and weeks. At AOE, we are quickly turning operations towards continuity of education and service focus. We're setting up a new structure to address this need. We have released guidance to the field on child nutrition services, and more is forthcoming. And our special education division is working as we speak on guidance for providing students free and appropriate public education under remote learning situations. We also have another division working on continuity of education through curricular shifts, personalized learning plans, and lesson planning assistance. So I will again just conclude by saying that we are ready. We are here to help our districts as much as we can. We're in this together, and we want to keep those communication lines open. Please send us your questions, concerns to your usual teams that you're working with, and we will have much more information coming out in the coming days. Thank you.
So at this time, we'll entertain questions. We do have about 10 media members on the phone, so we're going to alternate and take a question from the floor first.
Governor, what's the plan for healthcare workers who have kids in school who are obviously needed at this time in the state's hospitals and healthcare facilities? Any contingency there for taking care of them?
Yeah, there's a great concern for that very issue. It's something that we did contemplate in closing the schools, because we know that a lot of parents are going to be impacted by this. So that is a provision that we've talked about. We are putting a plan into place so that we can provide for child care for those first responders and those in the healthcare field that are going to be needed in the coming days and weeks. So at this point, we don't have it perfected, but we're working on the plan as we speak.
Do you think by Wednesday it will be?
I believe in the next 2 days. It's my hope that we'll have something in place, yes.
Okay, next question, Sean from the Chester Telegraph. Are you on the phone?
Hi, thanks. Subsidized child care is available to moms who qualify with the subsidy being paid directly to approved providers. But if the illness is posed those approved providers, has any thought been given to how to continue to parents who need to have their children cared for?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I believe I have the answer to that, but I'm going to let Secretary Smith answer that and be more succinct.
Sean, thank you for the question. Mike Smith, Secretary of Human Services. When we got the order yesterday at the agency, we formed a internal task force to look at these various issues of subsidies, as well as moving forward, how we're going to move forward on this. We met this morning. We're going to be setting up a 24/7 hotline. Those questions of subsidies will be answered in the near future. As the governor had mentioned, we've got a window here that we have to get these answers done by, this 2-day window, and those answers will be answered. But using the subsidies, we're going to try to be as flexible as possible to sort of forewarn that, and then we'll make the decision of how those subsidies are going to be used, I would say within the next 24 to 36 hours.
Yeah, Governor, not to play necessarily Monday morning quarterback here, but some people are going to look at this and say, as of Friday, here we are on Monday, just a few days later. Is there anything that you're looking at now that maybe that this should have been called for earlier on Friday, which would have given schools maybe a couple days over the weekend if
Yeah, no, I think we're right on schedule in some respects. We were waiting for different guidance in many different ways. Certainly from the number of tests that are coming back in, we were watching that. And we feel to be ahead of the curve, giving this 2-day period will give us time to get ahead of the curve. So I believe we're right on schedule, and I can let Dr. Levine add to that. But this is something that we calculated, and this is what we were asking for. As I said, this is every day. We're constantly looking at the data and the science to make sure that we base decisions on that methodology, because it's really important that we just don't react too quickly. That we have to stay calm. We have to be panic-free, but at the same time, take care of what we think is the right opportunity at the right point in time. Dr. Levine, do you want to add to that?
Just very quickly, you want to be on the right point on the curve, so to speak, and know when your cases are starting to escalate and could become exponentially greater. You also want firm evidence for community transmission of the virus, as opposed to just travelers coming back from places that have the virus endemic. So it really was all the right criteria were being satisfied. And I think the 48-hour waiting period is really a critical time here, that a lot more can be accomplished during a weekday than a weekend. So this was a public health decision to use the school closure as another mitigating strategy. But keep in mind, the reasons that these 48 hours are so critical, some of them are educational, a number of them are public health. We have children who need to be fed, need to have meals. We need that to work seamlessly. We have children, as the governor alluded to, who have disabilities or special needs. Those needs need to be met. And we have a healthcare workforce, as the first question illustrated, that needs to be having the time to plan out how they can continue to engage in that workforce and have their children taken care of at the same time.
And just to confirm, you did say 12 cases now?
12 cases, 415 tests total.
Okay, next question, Lola from Digger.
Maybe on mute.
All right, we're going to move along. Wilson Ring.
Yeah, no. I muted myself, sorry. Hi. There's this hope that we're going to use online learning to keep kids on track. What is that going to look like in communities that don't have access to high-speed internet?
Yeah, I'm going to let Heather take this one. But again, we're going to be creative, understanding that we don't have internet access everywhere. But we do have a method we're going to put into place to make sure that schoolwork gets to kids, and that we can keep track of it and it's reportable. Heather?
Yes, just to echo what Governor Scott said, it will be largely contingent on the communities that we're talking about. In some communities, they could rather seamlessly move to a fully online platform with some training, because internet usage and internet accessibility is reasonable in communities. Many of our communities, however, will likely be focusing on a combined online and paper, if you will, packet format. We will be providing assistance to the districts depending on their own unique situations, and our districts and schools know that they are required to make sure that all students have access to the materials and to the instruction that will be taking place.
So we're seeing, of course, across the state, schools, numerous businesses are kind of temporarily shutting their doors. Who should be at work today?
Well, obviously, you have to take some responsibility yourself. Make sure that you're well, that you are not showing any signs yourself. We're asking businesses to implement some strategies in order to distance workers. If you can work remotely, you should. There are a number of different cases, and again, I have to stress, you know, we're here in Vermont. We can get creative, and we can do this if we just think about it a little bit differently. Think outside the box in how we provide the services that Vermonters need in a safe manner. And I have a lot of confidence in the employers across the state to do the right thing and to keep their employees safe. But I would say just adhering to some of those questions that we ask of those who are going into going into long-term care facilities. Ask yourself those questions, and then ask yourself whether you should be going into work or not. Dr. Levine, anything else you'd like to add to that?
Wilson from the AP.
Yeah, hey, thanks for, I got notes from it, I have to get dialed back in, I was worried I missed my opportunity. There's two questions here, and I'll ask them both at the same time. As of yesterday, I don't know what today's the fourth case reported overnight are, but as of yesterday, half the cases came from out of state, and there's some indication that people are coming from elsewhere, are coming to Vermont to come to their second homes or whatever, and whether whatever we're calling this, whether the quarantine, what do you make of that? I mean, do those out-of-state cases place an extra burden on what we're doing here? And then the second question, have any of the patients who have been treated, have any of them recovered yet? So those are my two questions.
I'll take the first one first. Obviously, you know, we as a nation are in this together, and we're going to get through this together. You know, we know we have second homeowners here that might be seeking some refuge from their own communities, and we would ask them to self-evaluate and ask themselves whether that's a good idea or not. But once they're here, we'll take care of them. We're not going to turn people away just because they're from another state. We in Vermont are compassionate, and we take care of ourselves as well as others. So while it's concerning, again, I want to stress that those living in other states who have second homes here should rethink their strategy. But again, once they're here, we'll take care of them. In terms of whether anyone is recovered, I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer that.
I do think the first question illustrates the concept of viruses do not respect borders. So, you know, some of our borders, we have frequent interchange, even if people aren't coming to their second homes, frequent interchange across those borders all the time. So I think we need to consider northern New England as a community, and anyone is really susceptible within that community. For the second question, keep in mind the majority of the cases, except for the first two, are all being reported Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So none of those people, of course, have recovered. They've just become ill and gotten tested. The first two cases, to my awareness at this point in time, are clearly not yet on the pathway to recovery.
Okay, David.
Thank you.
If the calculus changed over the weekend, why not make it optional for students to go to school today? Why make it optional for students to go to school today, as opposed to saying only send your kid if you absolutely have to? And the second question is, where are we on that chart time-wise?
Yeah, well, I'll take the first one. Obviously, there are many parents who are, you know, understandably concerned about their children. And that's why I said that it's up to them. If they don't feel comfortable sending their kids to school, they should keep them home. We feel it's okay to send them to school for Monday and Tuesday. We're ahead of the curve on this, and this is calculated in our approach, giving at least 2 days to prepare for this. So it's not as though if we had thought that it was unsafe for them to go to school on Monday morning, we would have said over the weekend, don't come in on Monday. But we again are basing this on science and data, and we feel that we have 2 days to prepare for this, and that by Wednesday, having them home will give us the best result.
So the community spread that you're seeing happening, you don't suspect would happen in a school setting?
Well, again, we think getting ahead of this, we know this is coming. I want to stress, the worst is yet to come. We know it's coming. We just have to slow it down a bit. And again, our strategy involved looking ahead to seeing when we thought the right time was to do this. And it ended up being Tuesday evening, and shutting down the schools for Wednesday is the right approach from my standpoint.
So I have, sorry.
Yeah, that would be showing the chart. I don't know.
Hi, this is Danielle.
And we're cycling.
The question, if I can please.
And we're circling through questions. I'll call your name if we have time at the end.
I'm not going to be able to show you exactly where we are in that chart. But we believe we are in the early phases of community transmission, so beginning this slope upwards, but certainly not anywhere near here.
And time-wise, give or take, when do you start, like, when does the blue start heading downhill? Time-wise.
Right, we're going to find that out.
Okay.
That's all I can tell you.
Colin, 7 days.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So yesterday, Secretary French had mentioned that he believes teachers will still be paid because they will be required to show up to work, but he had said that support staffers represent a more complex question given the way that they're funded essentially. Just wondering if there's been any updates to that thinking, any assurances that can be given to these people about whether they'll be paid, and there are a lot of concerns about that.
Yeah, we have communicated to the districts and superintendents that we expect everyone to be paid. So we'll, I know that there'll be some bumps along the road. We're not sure how, what everyone is going to be doing in the meantime, but again, it's about creativity and finding an approach that will work. We are going to need people to provide for the services that we have said that we're going to provide to the children, the students. So we're still going to need people in order to do that. But we haven't fully developed the plan. When that plan comes out, I'm sure that there'll be many people involved. But again, we've asked the superintendents to make sure that everyone is paid.
Okay, Mike.
In the nation of South Korea, they've been dealing with this for a while now. They've tested over hundreds of thousands of people. And it seems like the more they test, the lower the estimated death rate goes down. The latest number I checked from 3 days ago was 0.7%. So my question is, at what point does the death rate become low enough? And we always got to assume there's more people out there we haven't tested. As you said, the symptoms are not always going to be very significant. At what point do we reevaluate some of these measures, closing schools, closing gatherings?
I'll let Dr. Levine answer that from my standpoint when there are no deaths occurring, but I'll let Dr. Levine answer that if it's clear what the question is.
Not super clear, but
the death rate, the more they test people, the more the death rate percentage drops.
right, because they're finding milder
more
cases.
Right.
Exactly.
So in South Korea, where they've tested hundreds of thousands of people, it's dropped to close to 0.5%.
Yeah.
So my question is, at what point does it become low enough that you start to reevaluate some of these economic measures, shutting schools, shutting public gatherings?
Yeah, I personally wouldn't look at it that way because we're trying to forecast the future right now, not get to a point and then say, did it work or it didn't work. These mitigation strategies do take weeks to months. That's why when we talked earlier about school closure, when it's done too early and for 2 weeks, it's not been shown to be effective very widely. Whereas when it started a little later and it goes a little longer, it's been shown to be an effective strategy. Just like all the other strategies that you heard about at the first press conference and in the executive order, those take time to play out. So when we talk about where we are in the curve and et cetera, we're trying not to let the curve follow the red, and we're trying to implement all of these things sufficiently early that they have time to kick in and allow us to flatten that in that direction. So, 0.5% is still 5 times the rate that people die from the flu at. So it's still significant. So I don't think I would, cheer about success at any point in time in the next 2 months, because it's really everyone doing all of the strategies that we've outlined that's going to help us succeed. And we want to be able to look back at the end of it and go, wow, look how wonderfully we did. But there's no way we're going to be able to do that as time elapses, because over these next several months, the entire country is going to see the coronavirus rise in frequency of cases.
Patricia from Bennington Banner.
Yes, I'm wondering specifically, we've been told, we're here in southern Vermont, which of course has SDMC as our main healthcare provider. We've been told that when individuals started showing symptoms, the healthcare provider was contacted. The healthcare provider said to call and schedule a drive-by testing, which SDMC has instituted. And we were told that this woman who was exhibiting symptoms was told that there were no slots available to test her, so they are still waiting. And we were just told last week, of course, that there are as many kits as could possibly be needed, and no one's being turned away. So I'm wondering if you guys have received any indication that people are being turned away, as this would suggest.
Again, I'm not aware of anyone being turned away when a provider requests a test. But again, Dr. Levine or Secretary Smith might be able to answer that from the testing facility.
What you're describing sounds like the testing facility didn't have a slot for the patient to have a sample taken. Because as I said in my earlier comments, our key strategy to getting ourselves to this point in time was to test as much as possible. And we had sufficient test kits to do the testing. So the role of the provider who connects with the patient is just to obtain the sample, send it to the state lab, and we will do the testing. So I'm not really sure where the confusion came from the case you're describing, because we would certainly have run that test over the weekend had we received it.
Okay, Tim?
I think it's also important to note that if anyone is having symptoms that they suspect to be coronavirus, even though they haven't been tested, that's just a confirmation. They should self-isolate. They should not become in contact with others.
Governor, everyone is very concerned that the economy is going to crater. Worried about losing their small business, their home, their job. What do you say to those people?
Yeah. Well, I'm concerned as well about the economy. I mean, this certainly, if it goes on for a prolonged period of time, could be devastating to our economy. But at the same time, if we do this right, and we have this period of time over the next month or two, and we can get some control over this, I believe there's a path forward. I also know that we are not alone, not our state, not the nation. It's certainly a world issue. So there'll be strategies involved, and we're working with our federal government as we speak. I've been in contact with Congressman Welch, Senator Leahy. I had calls with them over the weekend, and they are going to do everything they can to provide for some stimulus to help us with this economy, to provide for the local economies across the state. And I would just advocate, if there's a way for you to continue to use the services and products and use some of these businesses in the state right now, please do. Take care of them. They've taken care of us. So we'll see, obviously, some repercussions from this. But if we do this right and take the steps that we've tried to implement, I believe that we'll shorten this and it won't be as devastating.
Okay, Michelle from St. Albans Messenger.
Hello, Governor. I was just wondering about, to touch off of the question I was just asked, the economic impact on people who work for businesses that they can't work from home, such as waitresses, people who work in shops, and who are getting sent home because the customers aren't there that they need to serve. So now, instead of working 40 hours a week, maybe I'm getting a waitress and for an 8-hour shift, and I just sent home after 2 because they don't need me. What assistance is going to be available for those folks so they don't get laid off, they don't lose their job and qualify for employment? They've just got severely reduced hours.
Yeah, you were a little bit garbled, but I think I got most of the question. For those who are having reduced hours, obviously this would come through some federal action. I believe that they're contemplating this as well, and we'll do everything we can to provide for their relief. And we'll know more. This is, again, quickly evolving. It's quickly evolving as a virus. It's quickly evolving as an economic package out of Washington. And so we'll know more in the next couple of days of what this could mean. But I've received assurances from Senator Leahy yesterday afternoon, as well as from Congressman Welch yesterday afternoon. They are diligently working on this effort to make sure that we protect Vermonters and Americans from what we know could be stressful in the lives of their families, as well as with the businesses that they represent.
Steve?
Thanks. Governor, the President and the administration have been out twice now talking about the public-private partnership between Walmart, Walgreens, et cetera, and some of the private labs. Have you heard anything from them? Are you looking at driving into a Walmart parking lot and setting up?
Yeah, we're working on some other strategies here in Vermont. Obviously, making sure that we have enough testing packages is important to us. In fact, I was on a call with the Governor Sununu, with the Vice President on Saturday afternoon, and then was with officials from HHS on Saturday night about 10 o'clock, a conference call with Governor Sununu and myself and Commissioner Levine, and we discussed testing. And we believe there is a path forward for us. We're, again, taking a Vermont approach, and I believe it's going to work. Do you want to comment any further on that, Commissioner Levine, at this point? Or?
I could. Okay. Sure. Very, very briefly, because it gets complicated. I would characterize what's going on at the federal level as very well intentioned and aspirational, and it's a matter of when it will be kicking in and implemented. And we hope during this week we'll hear some more about that. But as the governor said, we are taking a Vermont approach, and it turns out that to be successful in testing across the nation on this date today, you really need to be very resourceful and work with your academic medical centers to accomplish the goal, because most health departments can't obtain the quantity of the reagents that are needed to do all of the processes involved in testing. So we have some very promising work we're doing with the University of Vermont College of Medicine and with the University of Vermont Medical Center at the level of actually testing reagents, at the level of the kinds of equipment needed to do the testing, and the personnel. And it's really going to become a very nice collaborative effort that will help us maintain the level of testing we've been doing thus far.
All right, we're going to end one more question. Ann Galloway Digger.
Yes, hi, thank you so much for my question. What confidence do you have, Governor and Commissioner, that the healthcare system can handle this with a doubling of the number of positives since last Friday? Also, how many test kits are available right now? And how many people have been tested?
Yeah, I have, again, I have confidence in our healthcare system. Obviously, the measures we're taking today are an attempt to prevent the surge. I mean, if we get to a point where we're at this level here, is going to compromise our healthcare system, and that's why we have to take the measures we're taking in order to reduce that. And it might prolong it a bit because it's inevitable that we'll get this here in Vermont. But if we can reduce the high number of cases at any one time, then we can prevent that surge into our healthcare system. So that's our approach. But if we do it the way we're doing it, I believe that we're fine. We have an update every day on the number of beds available and units available, and so I'm confident that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we're ready when this does happen. But the other testing and number of tests and so forth.
So as I said earlier, we've done 415 tests. Add 5 more from New Hampshire of Vermont residents, that's 420. We have in the 400 range test kits available right now, which will be augmented with the collaborative arrangement I just mentioned before. And again, I want to point out, one of the previous questions had to do with getting the person tested in southwestern Vermont. And people need to really understand, Southwestern Vermont Medical Center has been an innovator. They are the first drive-through site in Vermont. And other medical centers are pivoting off of that. Our federally qualified health centers have considered pivoting off of that. We have some capacity with our Department of Public Safety to actually create situations that will be like that as well. So in terms of coping with the load of people who might think they need to be tested and whose physicians believe that that is something that would be advisable, we should be able to meet that need. And as the governor said, we're trying to make sure we don't overtax the resources of our healthcare system. And at some point in time, we may get to that dotted line. We hope we don't get above it.
How many cases do you anticipate at the height?
Hard to know the severity.
That would be
How many causes are you prepared for?
yeah, that would literally be an impossible answer to give right now. But 297 beds available today. And keep in mind, not all of the 12 positives are in a hospital ICU. A number of them are in home. They've been seen by the healthcare system and are well enough to stay at home and weather the storm, so to speak, with their illness. And we anticipate, again, if we use the experience of other countries, that over 80% of Vermonters who contract this illness should not require hospitalization and should have a mild to moderate course.
I think that's why it's really important that we focus on the elderly and those with chronic conditions and to prevent them from getting it, prevent the spread. And that's why we focus so heavily on that population, so that, because we know that they're the ones who may be hospitalized as a result.
All right, thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you to the media for your questions.
And we have to get the governor to a call now. There is a process for questions. If you need to follow up with us, please do so.
Thanks for communicating this to Vermonters in the way you've done it. It really does help. We appreciate it.
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board being held on Monday, March 23rd, 2020. I just want to make sure I hit the record button properly on this. If it's making volume things, then I'm good to go. Perfect. Yeah. So we are recording, we are live, everything has been done properly. And Jan, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, it's a short meeting tonight. We have a few quick orders of business to take care of so that we can keep town government running smoothly during these uncharted waters. The first thing that we are going to do is have an appointment of a select board member to fill the vacancy that was created by David Skoll's resignation, which many of you probably saw, I believe came out last week. And David, who served this board very well for I think 7 or 8 or 15 years, I'm not sure, is now going to put all of his attention into the school board. And so we are going to appoint somebody to come on in and take that spot. Indeed. And the person that we're going to appoint is none other than Ian Goodnow, who of course won the election, and had this been a normal year with a normal representative town meeting, we'd be swearing Ian in right now to his regular spot, but instead we are going to be doing an appointment. So
would you like the motion?
I could make a motion.
Yeah,
you can.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to appoint Ian Goodnow to fill the vacant seat on the select board for the remainder of the term to which David Scholes was elected in 2017.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. And now, directly following this, we will swear you in. Please find your X. And the swearing in will be done tonight by Jan Anderson.
Thank you. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ian Goodnow,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board Member
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board Member
for the Town of Brattleboro
for the Town of Brattleboro
for the period to which I have been appointed,
for the period for which I have been appointed,
and will therein do equal right and justice
and will therein do equal right and justice
to all people
to all people
in the best of my judgment and ability,
in the best of my judgment and ability,
according to law,
under
the pains and penalties of perjury.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table.
Yeah, please join us at the table, which we are, of course, practicing social distancing, so Ian is way over there.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the exception of Daniel Quip, who could not join us tonight, this is your sitting board. We are now going to move into election of officers, and what that means is this is the opportunity for people at this table to give out nominations for chair, vice chair, and clerk. Currently, I am chair, Tim is vice chair, and Liz is clerk. That's going to be a big shakeup. Peter.
You need to adopt a motion to conduct the election since it's not a reorganization.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have this right here. Before I do that, I want to say that I will not be seeking and have not been seeking any of my colleagues' nominations for chair, as I am not seeking to be an officer of the board. I am seeking to just be a regular old board member for the remainder of my term this year. I am now going to be looking for a motion to elect select board officer for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board, right? Perfect. So I would look for that motion.
I move to elect Select Board officers for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 Select Board.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Whew. Motion carries. We get to continue our work this year.
4-0.
No shakeups on that one. Okay, at this time, we are going to go ahead and do the election of officers, and the first position that we are going to be looking for a nomination for is for chair of the board. Liz.
I would very happily like to nominate Tim Wessel for chair. He's currently serving as vice chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Are there other nominations for chair? Okay. Nomination closes. Do we do these one at a time? Does it matter if we do the whole? Okay.
You do.
So for chair of the board, the only nomination on the floor is for Tim Wessel, current vice chair. All those in favor to appoint Tim as chair or elect Tim as chair of the board? Aye. Motion carries. Phew. You can breathe now.
Should I have abstained?
No.
No,
Okay.
you were allowed to vote for yourself.
My mother said you should always vote for yourself.
That's right. You should be the first boys we hear. Okay, moving on. I am now going to be looking for a nomination for vice chair of the board.
I would like to nominate Liz McLaughlin for vice chair.
Excellent.
That's in order.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for vice chair of the board? Okay. Seeing none, I would say Tim has made that motion for Liz to move into the vice chair position. All those in favor? Aye. 4-0 again. God, we're just keeping it too easy up here. And last but never least, our final officer position is for clerk of the board. I would entertain a nomination for clerk of the board.
Yes, you were going to do that.
Okay. I was until 30 seconds ago, clerk of the board. And I would be happy to nominate Ian Goodnow for the position of clerk.
Excellent. I have a nomination for Ian Goodnow for clerk of the board. Do I have any other nominations? All right, then Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good job.
Oh, wow.
That's how you do it, Tim. Take note. Wonderful. So we have your sitting board for the remainder of the 2020 select board term. We have your officers who are Tim Wessel, Liz McLaughlin, and Ian Goodnow. That's what we have. Is there any other business to be discussed? Is there any member of the public who would like to participate this evening? No, there is not. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 5:38.
Oh, I move to adjourn.
Excellent. Ian has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, VCTV. We'll see you soon.
That might have been a record. I think we're good.
Okay.
I know.
Good evening. This is the New Fane Select Board meeting, March 16th, 2020. We welcome everybody here, and for the people at home, we really hope everybody's doing well and taking good care of themselves. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, and the first thing is for the amendment to call to order, which I am. And the second item on the agenda is additions or amendments to the agenda. And I am adding an addition to the amendment and that, to the agenda, which will be covered under approval of minutes. And that addition is that we are going to be voted on the amended bylaw, Article 3, Section 343, for the conditional use of the amended bylaw for the natural burial ground. And we're going to take a second vote on, another vote on that tonight. Okay. So may I have a motion for approval of the March 2nd town meeting preparation?
I make a
minutes?
motion to accept those minutes.
Okay, is there any discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is approved for the March 2nd minutes. I just have to interrupt myself and say that Shelley is not here in person, but she is here via telephone tonight. The approval of the minutes for March 6th, the organizational meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second them.
Okay, is there any discussion on those minutes? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are passed. And now we move down to the March 9th public hearing meeting. And that meeting did not have an agenda because it was a public hearing meeting. And we did not have an agenda for that meeting. And at the end of the meeting, before we closed, it was requested that we vote on the amended bylaw for conditional use of the natural burial grounds. And we did so, we voted on that during the meeting. Later on, we were informed that actually because it was a public hearing and the purpose of the public hearing was purely to discuss the issues, but not to vote. And if we wanted to vote, we could have voted after that meeting ended that night, or we can vote now with it as a part of the agenda. So we're going to do a vote on that now. And so anybody, Mike, you made the motion last week. Can you repeat it? Do you remember?
I made a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, and the amendment was to add to the bylaws that natural burial grounds under conditional use would be acceptable in that. So, any other? You said
In the resource area.
in the resource district, yes, thank you, Mike. So is there any discussion on that? Okay, we can take a vote. All those in favor of passing that added to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So the ayes have it, and that amended bylaw now is accepted. So thank you very much for that.
You also have to approve the minutes. of
Excuse
that.
me?
You have to approve the minutes.
Yes, and
of that
now we
one.
can go on and approve the minutes of the public hearing. Is anybody,
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
No second.
okay? Right. Any discussion on those minutes? No. So all those in favor of accepting the March 9th minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those minutes pass. Thank you very much. The next item is road business, and we have road foreman and road commissioners report. So Jay Wilson, would you begin, please?
We updated more signs on the Depot Road, Dover Road corridor. I think we're waiting for 6 more signs, and then that road will be completely done. And then of course, once the warm weather comes, we'll do the painting for the stop bars and the speed limit painting. The sand salt shed project has received the V-Trans comments for the engineer, and now is on to the environmental review process. The Depot Road Box Culvert project is on to the Army Corps of Engineers and the state wetlands permits, which the engineers are working on. We have posted Parish Hill, Baker Brook Road, and South Wedge Road areas for mud season. We received the building inspection report from VLCT for the garage. He didn't find anything too exciting, and everything is either that he suggested is either done or in the process of being done. And Pete's Tire Barn was the low price on the greater tires when we figured out the installation. They were about $120 a tire cheaper. And that's it.
And that's it. Okay, then you just, we have to have a motion first.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on Jay's report on the road conditions and road?
Only thing I'm gonna say is, we've got some dirt roads that aren't the greatest, but they're all passable. They're in pretty good shape. These guys have been working 7 days a week on these roads the last couple of weeks. And I appreciate it. And they've done a good job. You've got a few complainers, but you always have them, so.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so let's vote on accepting the road foreman's report. Please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes appear to have it, so we accept the road foreman's report. And thanks, Chris, for adding.
Did you put the tires on the grader yet?
Not yet. Just gonna order them.
Did you have a question?
Just asked her.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your report, and thanks, Chris, for your comments. So we're up to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please.
I've been working on revising the appropriation letters, thanking people for volunteering. These should be finished and sent out by the end of the week. I've completed 16 overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. On last Wednesday, there was a V-Trans audit here with Megan Brunk, Mark Pickering, Tyler Birchmore, Christopher J., and myself. As a result of the audit, there's a form that requires the select board signature, stating that we certify that our standards meet or exceed the requirements from the state, that we have a current inventory of highway-related conditions and estimates cost of repair for standards on bridges and roads. I will then email it to Megan at V-Trans tomorrow. At this point in time, all activities that were previously scheduled for Williamsville Hall have been temporarily postponed. Do you have any concerns at this time as to following the other towns in limiting access or suspending meetings by keeping the office staff to help by phone or emails?
Okay, can we move that into when Jay talks about the emergency?
And that's the end.
Okay, thank you, Juanetta.
Make a motion to accept their report.
I'll
Thank
second.
you. Second. Is there any discussion on anything that Juanetta said? Juanetta, you said that we have to sign this,
Yes.
and so this is the budget.
We had previously adopted it last year, that's the result of the audit that they gave us.
Okay. So we have two places to, okay, Chris, do you want to start? Any other discussion? So can we vote on accepting Juanetta's report, please?
We just did that, didn't we?
Mhm.
I thought we just accepted the report
I thought we were
Mike
under
made a motion
discussion.
and Angela seconded it, but
for for Juaneta's report.
Yeah, and then, this is a discussion. So
Oh,
we didn't vote on it yet, right? We have
to
the
make a motion to sign the annual financial plan for the town highway?
Yeah,
No, a separate
No.
report too.
just the.
Aye.
Phillips.
Okay. So we have this Winetta, and
thank you.
we move on
Mhm.
to scheduled members of the public. And Jay Wilson is here. He's emergency management coordinator, and you're also on the committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Carol Hasselbeck, town clerk, is here, and she will probably be adding or suggesting some things. And also, Winetta will be discussing your questions. Okay, Jay?
So the town's emergency plan doesn't address this kind of, it's more suited for when we have to shelter people or infrastructure's damaged, so this is a whole new thing. So there's been, oh God, I can't tell you how many hundred of emails have been floating around about it, but the only suggestions they had for the town at this point was to potentially close the office to the public and to consider whether or not you want to still hold your meetings in public or do them electronically by phone or whatever. Other than that, we did make sure that if for some reason the office has to completely shut down, Melissa is able to still do her work from home. And I guess we determined the rest of them could, either come in as needed or whatever to do there, so. We're gonna meet tomorrow night at 7, just to get together for a few minutes. But there's really, a lot of it's being done by the Vermont Department of Health, and that's where people should be getting their information, is from their website. There's a lot of internet information out there, but it's best if you go to the Vermont Department of Health and get your information from them. Other than that, I just didn't know what your thoughts were on whether closing the office would be appropriate or.
Okay. Anybody have a comment, question? Carol? Mike?
Would you close it just so they can't come into here, or is everybody still working in their office in here, right? I guess if that's what you want to do, maybe if people come to the thing, just check with them, make sure they don't. I just don't know what to believe about this whole thing right now anyways. I mean, I know it's serious, that's for sure, but Jesus Christ, everybody can't stay home.
To be available by phone and then put a sign on the door that you're closed to people coming in.
And if attorneys absolutely have to come in to do a title search, they have to make an appointment with me and only have one of them here at a time.
Yeah.
And then clean up after,
That makes
sanitize everything after they're finished. But,
Well,
because
do
that
people-
protects them as well as us.
Right.
Do people generally call you before they come, or they just come on their own?
Most of the time, people just come. However, today I was getting phone calls. Are you
Oh.
there? Can I come in and do my dog
Oh, okay.
license? And the Vermont Bar Association and some realtors associations and stuff were asking people online, are your offices open? Should they call? What should they do? Now, our land records are online. They can go back to the early 1980s online through Record Hub and do most of their title work in their offices. And that's what I'll tell them, but if they need to go back further than that, then they'll have to make appointments.
Yeah.
And then if it turns out at any time that you're totally closed, everybody would have to put that on their voicemail.
Yeah.
Juanetta, as somebody who works here, how are you feeling about keeping the offices open to work in?
That's fine. I'm good.
You're good?
We're good with it.
I mean, as far as a dog license or something like that, if you had to, if they'd give them an extra 30 days or whatever, if you don't want them, I'll just flock in here, you know.
They can mail me a check and I'll mail them the license. They can call and find out if the dog is up to date on the rabies, and if they are, all they have to do is send me the check and where they want me to send the license, and I'll do that. Otherwise, and I definitely don't think we should be charging a late fee if they don't make it by April 1st. A lot of the towns are extending the date till May 31st. Instead of April 1st, I say we just go with the flow and see what happens. But definitely not start charging the late fee on April 1st, because there are people who are not gonna wanna come in and not gonna want me to mail them things, so.
And truthfully, I'm one of those people who gets a dog license, and I'm glad you reminded me, because, you know, we're so inundated with all the rules and regulations we're supposed to follow now. It has slipped my mind, and I'm sure, you know, other people would forget too. And not want to be late, but you just don't think about it because there's so much else to think about.
And we will, have Bauman put a notice on the website that
Okay,
the
that's good.
office is closed to people coming in. Call us and we'll talk you through what you have to do. And,
I also think that it's important for employees that are working here, if they're experiencing any symptoms, and if anybody in their family are experiencing symptoms, they stay home, so that it doesn't pass.
Yeah.
What about, is there any plans if you need to clean the office? You know, if somebody did come in that was ill, do you have any plans? Anybody in mind that would come and do that?
For us, they just started a cleaning service. Industrial cleaning service, let me tell you what.
Well, how are things going here in the office? Are you telling people that you need to have social distance? Are you wiping surfaces?
but I think we're doing all of that, sure. People come in.
So that's good to know.
Yep.
That kinda gets me with this whole thing, I mean, yeah, it's bad, but everybody's worried about catching it. But they're all flocking into the stores by the Grove fighting over a roll of toilet paper and can of water, you know, I mean, thousands of them in there. They wipe right off the shelves quick as it hits. But they're all worried about catching this disease, you know, well, this is throughout the whole country. Walmart and every one of them flocking in, it looks like Christmas time going on around there.
Well, it's important to remember that anybody can become a carrier and not even realize it. And that's, you're right, people are concerned about themselves, but we have to also be concerned that we might unknowingly be a carrier, so we don't want to be close to people who could catch something that we have, even if we don't know it
First
yet.
thing is young children can carry it, and they don't even really get it, but they can carry it on to somebody else.
Right, exactly. there any more discussion about this? Jay, when you meet with the committee tomorrow, would you let us know the results?
I'll be attending the meeting too.
Oh, you will?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We did cancel bingo just because felt that was probably a gathering that didn't need to happen,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, all the cancellation, what's it for, just 2 weeks or something, is that what this is, I don't know.
Schools through April 6th at least. Yeah, I think they're kind of, I mean, it changes daily, but at least it's a couple weeks.
I think right now it's to the beginning of April, and then they'll decide what's happening at that point.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Well, that's what they're saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
There is something here. I have something I can read now. This is called 15 Days to Slow the Spread, and it's the President's Coronavirus Guidelines for America. Listen to and follow the directions of your state and local authorities. If you feel sick, stay home. Do not go to work. Contact your medical provider. If your children are sick, keep them at home. Do not send them to school. Contact your medical provider. If someone in your household has tested positive for the coronavirus, keep the entire household at home. Do not go to work. Do not go to school. Contact your medical provider. If you are an older person, stay home and away from other people. If you are a person with a serious underlying health condition that can put you at increased risk, example, a condition that impairs your lung or heart function or weakens your immune system, stay at home and away from people. So those are the guidelines. Anything else that we need to add? So I think in summary, what we're saying right now is, right now, the town hall and the employees in town hall can come to work. Anybody who wants to come in for an appointment with Carol, if you're listening to this, please call her first and make sure you're in good health. And anything else that?
Oh, with all the offices, taxes, zoning.
Yeah.
All the offices within the town office.
Exactly.
Call, make an appointment to come into the office, and then
Exactly.
they can screen them the way they wanna screen them out, and
Right. We have Melissa, who's the treasurer, we have Winetta as the assistant, administrative assistant report, and also Merle, zoning administrator. So the best
And
thing
the
is to
listers.
call first, and the listers, of course.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, sure.
That someone should be posting something on the door of the building.
Yes, that's a good idea, Shelley. It was mentioned already, but thank you for repeating it. That's, okay. Anything else? Okay, so I think that's it for now, Jay. Basically, things change from day to day, as we all know, and we'll just have to be careful, listen to the Department of Health reports that you can get online or on TV or the radios. So, that's it for the scheduled members of the public. Thanks, Carol, for being here, and Jay. Okay, we do not have any, oh, are you, yeah. We do not have any unscheduled members of the public. We do have a visitor here. Okay, old business. Town Office Building Committee. Do you want to discuss that? I think there's only 2 out of the 3 of you here, or do you want to postpone that?
We can reschedule it, because I did give the plans to David Cotton today. He's gonna do a proposal. I told him what the budget was. He does have to file certain standards with the state for access for handicap development and different things. So if we could reschedule that for another another meeting,
And can we
Okay.
invite him to come to that meeting?
maybe by phone.
Perhaps.
What did you ask?
To have him come to the rescheduled meeting
Oh, that's a good
to
idea.
discuss.
Yeah, of course.
And
Excuse me, so is there something that has been decided on the building committee?
Nothing that's been permanent other than the plans that you were already given back 2 months ago on the proposed,
so this is essentially the proposal.
yeah, but
Okay.
there's certain guidelines the state requires being a commercial
Is
building.
there, yeah, but is there a proposal that we need to vote on? I just saw a sketch or something.
No,
Whatever.
David's gonna be working on the proposal.
Okay.
Okay.
Have we committed money to that?
We have in our building fund for the town office, a certain budget that's already been allocated for it. We're
Was
not,
that voted on then?
it's been put aside year after year after year.
What we're
Right.
actually trying to do is just trying to come up with a rough estimate of what we think it might cost, and then we're gonna put it all out to bid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, so, you know, it's just a three-sided wall with a foundation and the roof and everything, and, what we was actually looking at too, we weren't sure if we wanted to put a room up over it, like this one's got, or just have the stairways going up into this with a cathedral ceiling, which we could almost lower the roof a little bit at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know we've been talking about it, but I didn't ever get understand there was a formal vote or anything on it.
no, we haven't, we just.
We're not there yet.
We got that, like the committee did, we're just trying to come up with a rough idea what we might cost to just throw something like that up, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, there's no vote.
And then we'll put it up to vote and see if we've got money enough to do it, or if we gotta borrow money to do it, or whatever.
Right.
I think we've got probably close to money enough to do it, but
So have we agreed to expend a certain amount of money on the preliminary proposal?
I don't think anything's been agreed on or voted on right now. This is just the beginning process in the new.
Yeah, but is there any cost associated with the proposal, I guess, is my question.
haven't had one so far, no. Not yet, not yet.
So we haven't agreed on any of
No.
the preliminary drafting cost?
No,
Okay.
no.
Any other discussion? No. The next one is the volunteer committees. Whenever, do you have the list there? The vacancies for the different committees that the town has, the openings for positions or committees.
Animal control is available.
Okay.
Planning commission? 2.
Wyndham Regional is another one.
Is that, because I signed up for one of those positions, is still a vacancy?
There's still
Yeah.
one, cause there's 2 positions available, and you took one and Pete resigned.
Right.
Planning commission.
Yep.
Has 2 spots available.
Town Energy Coordinator. The Senior Solutions, Doris has resigned from that one, but she will stay on as the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. So that Senior Solutions has a vacancy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at this point. That are vacant. Yes, 5.
If anybody watching television would like to have something to do to support the town of Newfane, we do have the vacancies that Lynetta just named, And please feel free to come in. Just call first at this point to see that the office is open, or you can call Winetta at 365-7772, extension 4. And you can ask her about the positions that are available and let her know if you're interested. Okay, and that can be put on line again, right?
Yes.
In Town of New Paltz. Thank you, Winetta. And also, thank you for writing those acknowledgement letters. That's really important. Do you want to say that again?
I'm revisiting and revising the appropriation letters to thank people for volunteering, rather than just, will you resign? I'm thanking them, and
That's very nice. I think it's very important to acknowledge.
yes.
So thank you for that. Okay, so the personnel policy, you said that we need to.
I forgot to do that today. I'm
We
sorry.
adopt it and sign it. Do you want to do that today or not?
I forgot to do it today.
Okay. Well,
Do it at our next meeting?
We could do it the next meeting.
Thank you.
Just one other thing, doesn't do with this, but I just wondering, is
Sure.
school board still having their meetings for the budgets and stuff?
We were just talking about that, whether they'll postpone the meeting or.
Because it's supposed to have like a public meeting up front and then the votes of next day or something, is it, or 2 days later?
As far as I've seen, they're still on and haven't been rescheduled.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Regarding the appropriations, I know Renetta was talking about appropriations letters, but it reminded me that there was a vote on the floor at the town meeting of special appropriations, and there was an increase, and I'm just wondering if that got resolved as to which organization was receiving money.
Winetta? Is that something that Melissa is more aware of?
It is something that Melissa's more aware of. I know there's going to be a deficit of about $2,000 because the figures that they came up with amongst themselves at town meeting didn't match the appropriations. And there's a question as to whether they were including the appropriations that didn't request funding.
Mm-hmm.
Are we appropriating for that?
I believe there was only one that was excluded that didn't get any.
All the
Send a
ones
letter.
with zeros shouldn't get nothing, right?
Well, the only one that was mentioned that I recall was New Pain and New, because they didn't send in a letter, and Lynn Forrest had stood up and said that it should be this without them, because I do recall that,
Right.
but I don't recall any of the others.
I would make a suggestion that when Melissa comes back, Winetta,
Mm-hmm.
maybe she can attend a select board meeting and we can work on it then. Is that okay with everybody on select board?
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't want it to go, we forget about it or whatever.
Because I see 5 in here that did not have a request.
That's what Winetta said.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will be addressed when Melissa is available to be at our meeting. Okay. New business, water quality at town office. And that's something that I'm bringing up, if it all can be fixed. Because particularly at this time, where all one hears about is how many times a day one has to wash their hands and make sure everything's clean and use water for washing and unfortunately, the water in this building in Town Hall is not the greatest right now. It is, I don't know how you would say it, it's filled with sulfur, it has a lot of sulfur in it, and it's odorous, and it's very unpleasant. And
Has it been tested?
Last fall, we had treatment done, but I don't know that it was actually sent out to the state for testing. I know there was work done in the well itself.
So first of all, we have employees and people who work here every day. Then we have the public who comes in here to see people, and in case they request washing their hands or using the restrooms, it is very unpleasant. And so my thought and hope is that maybe we could have a plumber come, if that's the way to start. And apparently we have a town plumber, is that correct? That we could call and have him just come in and check it and see what he suggests. So I would like to know if people are willing to do that.
Well, I have a question. Who had done the treatment and what treatment was done on the water?
I can't think of his name. Melissa recommended him because she used him before, and they did some chemical in the water itself.
Okay, can we get a report on that?
I don't know if she has a report, but we can get a.
We could probably check the invoice and see what was done, but.
Right.
Yeah, might as well check that first and see what they did do to it and what it does need.
Even if you had to call the plumber and ask him to write out what he did. So in layman's terms, so we understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could probably, first thing you do, if nothing else, just go get one of them things, a test kit, and you fill the bottles up and you take it to that place in Keene, they test the water for you.
In Keene?
You can test it for minerals and for.
They'll tell you what's wrong with the water, if it needs and what it does need. And at that point, then you put it out to whatever it needs, you know. And if it's gotta go out to bid to hire somebody to do it, or if it's just something simple or what, you know. Maybe you gotta put a whole filter on it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Filter system with the salt and all that stuff to clean the water.
Well, I know that's something that people do. I don't know if that's the only choice we have. I don't, so I really think, so if you want to, what?
There is concerns, you know, for water in this area. I mean, it does have issues.
Right.
So it's not abnormal. I don't know if it's something that's happened over several years, it's changed, or if it's always been that way.
I don't know what it is, but my feeling is that people work here for many hours each day, and I think that it would be great if we could have clean, acceptable water for them.
Well, if the water's tested and if the water's good, unfortunately, there's a smell to it, and, you know, we can look at, as a select board, we can look at what we can do for it, but there is water that we pay for drinking, you know, and, you know, any kind of, you know, preparation for food or for lunch or whatever. But I'm just wanted to get the facts of what's going on currently, what's been done, and what could possibly be done. And then we can vote on it, you know, as to what we want done.
So we should start with the report from the fall and go from there.
Yeah.
Yep. Do we have to make a motion about this? No.
No,
I don't
because we
think so.
just need the report from the
Right.
fall, and then we make a motion when we want somebody else to come in and look at it.
Okay, any other comments or discussion about this? Okay, thank you. We are up to correspondence.
The highlighted part down at the bottom is, at the bottom of the page, the highlighted.
Yeah.
That's,
this is the
yeah.
one.
And then there's two
You know,
paper
I'm in a
clips.
meeting, I can't talk on the phone every minute.
Hope that ain't his girlfriend, no, you don't know.
Renetta,
Yes.
this is all the, I just need
All right,
the,
I gotta go. Well,
I just need the original letter, not all the comments and after.
No, it's all this right here.
But she's the most
This
important.
is.
No, Dave, that's not,
fine.
that's not. the
Hope you weren't
letter.
expecting dinner tonight, Chris. When you get home. That just went out the
This is
window.
Kirsten.
Good thing Rex is on the
Yeah, but
way.
she's responding, this is, was the same.
I got some dinner
Yeah,
out in the garage
this
anyway.
is Kirsten writing to
Deborah,
but
but that's not the one for select board.
this is the one that she forwarded to us from her. And then this one was Lisa Harris.
Yeah, I hope that old virus don't get too bad, 'cause I can imagine being quarantined in my
That's
house for
the
2
one
weeks.
for-
All bundled up there.
That's the one for executive.
I know,
session.
but not the. Oh, yeah.
So I just
Yeah, sit on the
highlighted
porch
this
and watch guys go by.
from Lisa Harris. And then
But after you
what
get
she's
locked
saying
up
about
2
the
weeks,
ramps
is
and
the old
stuff.
ladies,
Okay.
you're
Well,
running
you
for
know
one
what?
of them cars that happens.
This is not the letter we got. I don't know why it's written to Deborah, I don't know.
She forwarded to me from the email. We never got a letter. This was just forwarded.
Okay, well then this is really correspondence.
Okay.
Okay.
And
What's
then
this?
that's the thing from Brattleboro.
Okay. This is a letter to the select board from an organization called Compassionate Brattleboro. And it's written by Jim Levinson for Compassionate Brattleboro. Does anybody?
Is that the one from Lisa Harris?
No,
No,
No.
I said from Jim Levinson.
Yeah.
I think we've discussed this in the past. This is about being compassionate, stating that Newfane, do we want to be part of this compassionate Brattleboro?
I'm compassionate.
That Newfane, as a town, would join in with compassionate Brattleboro. As you know, the town of Brattleboro voted overwhelmingly in 2017 to join the International Charter for Compassion. 125 cities and towns around the world, a movement initiated by Karen Armstrong and the Dalai Lama. And it continues with, while much that we do uses Brattleboro area, there may be considerable value in having towns in the area sign on officially to the charter. This will permit many joint endeavors and also provide these towns with a recognized means of addressing local compassionate issues. Might you be interested in considering this? I know this came up in the past.
I'm not really sure what they're asking, and
Old Dalai Lama.
I'm not really into the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to join that or not. Probably not.
I think what we'll do is have this
If the worst come to
available.
worst, they're compassionate, they'll let us in on the. Jesus.
I think what we'll do is leave this for the select board to look at it privately, because it's something that was asked a while ago, and we didn't join in at that time. Perhaps we might want to join in, but I think people should read it on their own.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there is a letter from Lisa Harris that was sent to Deborah Luskin about town meeting day, and that there was a problem. She said, Lisa Harris responded to Deborah, because Deborah reached out to her and said that she heard there was a problem, that there was snow, and the ramp was not cleared. And so Lisa responded to Deb and say, I wasn't actually able to attend town meeting as I was sick. But then I voted later in the day. I noticed that the accessibility ramp for the hall had some snow in front of the entrance. It might have been tough for a wheelchair to make it through it, as well as some of the less mobile on foot. So the concern was
The snow in front of the ramp.
that there was snow
I
and
think they
ice.
kinda handled it a little bit that day there.
Yeah.
And there's one or two people with wheelchairs, and I know, I think I see Jay and a couple of them out there one time helped them through the snow.
Yeah,
I mean, it was clear off to one side, there was a little bit still
yes.
on the ice, but
So
it seemed to me that everybody seemed to get through everything all right that
Yeah.
day, all right, but.
I mean, what I noticed in going up the ramp and up the steps was there was a lot of salt on the steps and on the ramps to make it easy to go up. And that doesn't mean, as Mike said, that there wasn't any snow or ice, but it was taken care of in the best way that could have been done that morning.
Well, they assisted the people with the wheelchairs, so.
Yes.
No, it definitely should have been cleared off the
I
rest of
know,
the
I
day,
know
but
people
the ice
actually
was
were
bad.
assisting wheelchair people, and
Yes, they were.
didn't have any complaints.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that we can say is we will try our best again next year, and whenever that building is used, I know that people who take care of the building are very committed to make it as safe as possible, so I'm very sorry that that happened to some people, that they didn't feel safe, and we will do our best again next year. Any comments about it? Other things to say? Okay, I think that's it. We have one other item on the agenda. I'm gonna put the correspondence away, and that is, we are going to go into executive session.
So there's another one, Kristen Turner.
Yeah, I mentioned that name.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Kristen Turner, and that there were two people who wrote about the conditions.
Oh.
Lisa Harris. I just had the one for Kristen Turner.
Kirsten. It's Kirsten Turner.
Kirsten Turner, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it now. Here, wait, I have it.
Okay.
Kirsten Turner. Hello, Deborah. This was the scene last evening. Access to the handicap ramp was covered with ice, so my wife had to pull herself up the stairs to vote. Anyone in a wheelchair would probably have needed help to get through the snow and ice to the ramp. We recall that this happened the last time we voted at Union Hall. While we did not attend town meeting and likely will not in the future, if the ramp and the path to it were clear of snow and ice, then people who use canes, walkers, and wheelchairs would feel more welcome. Thank you for all your fine work. Kristen Turner, South Newfane. Sorry, I mentioned the name, but I omitted reading the letter. Any comments about that? Okay, again, we will try our very best to make everything safe. So the next item on the agenda is executive session. And thank you, Jay, for being here.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
Okay, I need to read.
Oh, I have to read the.
Yeah.
Gotta hang the phone up.
Okay, the reason for executive session is, basically,
Okay. Members of the public, did you have anything from public?
I already addressed with you guys prior.
Well, it wasn't official, so,
Oh,
so just real quick, if you'd like to, so you can get your time on the TV.
oh, well, appreciate it, Mark
That's what you
Fornell.
came here for, right?
Dover resident. I came here to learn, this is honestly.
I was
But,
joking.
no, I know. I just came up with one discrepancy, which was a line item under principal's office for other professional services. It had account listing 5343, and I believe it should have been 5341 for other professional services, which I spoke to Mr. Martin earlier today about when we went over the budget together, and thanked him for his time and helping me understand what the certain line numbers represent and how they apply to our budget.
Okay, and then Matt, you're gonna get an answer for us.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or if it's,
Yeah.
because Mark just looked it up online, there aren't any, or I think Tammy, I'm sorry.
Tammy did.
Tammy.
that Lori just
Might be a new account.
budget.
Yeah, so we'll find out, and Matt will send a note home with your kids or something.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, so you just let him know, and, okay, thank you, thank you. Hey, Andrew.
Hi.
Hey, Andy. Review and approve the minutes of the February 17th and March 4th meetings. So for some reason, we also got a copy of the February 11th meeting, which is actually the school district annual meeting. And I noticed, Andy, and I forgot, nobody ever really approves them, right? They just kind of, the annual meeting minutes, you just kind of file them away, right?
Well, no, I have Bob Backus sign them.
Okay, has that been done?
Yeah, for last year, not for this year.
Okay, so you just deal with that. We don't have to do anything with the.
No.
Okay. So if anybody wants a copy, I have a copy of it, if you wanna look at it. I mean, I glanced through it, and it made everything as clear as mud. What was that one article that we had?
Changing the date?
Yeah, change the date.
That one.
I think it captured it pretty well.
Yeah, there's like 3 votes there, so that
Yeah.
definitely, that was fun, huh?
Yeah.
So I have the February 17th meeting, and then the March 4th meeting. So is there any, I think, Mark, you had some names that were,
Yeah, the February 17th, there was no administration at that particular meeting. So Bill, Tammy, and Matt to be taken off. Other than that, it seemed accurate.
okay, so let's do that one separately then. So can somebody make a motion to approve the February 17th meeting minutes without?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick moved.
With the changes?
With the changes.
Okay, I second.
Mark seconds it. Is there any more discussion?
No.
Yes, Matt.
I just noticed under next meeting, it says March 4th at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Oh, that was the one that was on a Wednesday night.
yeah,
Got
that
it.
was the one,
Yeah.
the reorganizational meeting.
Okay.
That's when we met.
Got it, thanks.
It does, I'll bring that up in a second.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the February 17th minutes, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Appears to pass unanimously. I have the Wednesday, March 4th minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion that we approve the March 4th minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are
More questions.
approved.
Speaking of minutes, is there anyone taking tonight's minutes?
Yes,
The cameras.
The camera.
and then Peter's gonna write it off the camera.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Matt, you're just gonna take some notes, or, no? Okay,
I'm not taking notes.
Okay.
okay, cool.
You want me to take some notes?
Nope, that's fine.
One,
Okay.
one thing of note, our the agenda is saying, our next meeting is at 6:30 in Wardsboro.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
6, so.
We always warn the meetings, and our meetings say 6, so that was just a typo. So under correspondence, I have one letter from Matt. Dear members of the River Valley Unified School District Board, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to Mrs. Kraft's letter to the school board dated January 30th, 2020. I met with Mr. and Mrs. Crafts during the week of February 24th, where we discussed some of their more specific concerns, including the role of actions and how we can improve communication in that area. As you may know, the IB program places a strong emphasis on taking action as compared to just researching or creating materials on a particular topic. Students are asked to take action, to do something rather than just talk about it. We certainly do not want students to shy away from the complex topics, but rather to dig into them and work through them. Regarding students being graded on who they are, the Crafts were referring to our analysis of student progress towards demonstrating the characteristics associated with the IB attributes. As part of the IB program, we use a group of behavior attributes that guide our daily work, help clarify behavioral expectations in public spaces, habits of mind, and habits of work. These attributes are rated on a slightly different scale than other academic standards in an effort to distinguish them from those skills. A 3-point scale for this indication how often a student demonstrates the behaviors associated with the attribute. Never, sometimes, most of the time, for example. This system is meant to help identify the behaviors that represent the attributes or values we hold highly and encourage students to strive for most of the time. In her letter, Ms. Crafts questioned the strength and priority of the team of teachers here at the Dover School as compared to past staff members. In terms of the strength of the Dover staff team, certainly the team remains strong and dedicated, placing children at the top of our priority list every day. They prove this through their dedication to children, long hours, and high-quality lesson preparation and delivery. Ms. Crafts and her family, along with all other Dover school families, enjoy that benefit every day. Ms. Crafts mentioned that some traditions had ended when Mr. Davis retired. Of course, we all miss Mr. Davis, but when veteran teachers leave, often the richness they take with them was a result of their personal investment in individual skills. Unfortunately, there are times when beloved traditions must be replaced by other activities. New staff members bring new ideas and new traditions. This is a natural part of the growth and change of any organization. It is true that the Dover School has a long tradition of strong core values and broad general knowledge of the global village, as Ms. Crafts noted. While I was not present during the decision-making period, my understanding of at least one reason the community chose to pursue the IB program was to further develop those traditions and to define the academic program within the structure of the international accreditation offered by the IB program. The expenses associated with the authorization were justified on the basis of the community's ability to offer world-class education and to play a role in marketing the wonderful work being done at the Dover School on behalf of the local economic development. This, in addition to the ability to attract families in support of developing the local workforce and overall economic development. Finally, to provide the next level of challenge to a school community doing well as measured by the basic usual measures schools are typically measured by. Much of the staff turnover during the past 4 years has been on account of added staff, as in the case of the added 5th grade teacher, expected retirements, and unexpected moves. Most of the changes were anticipated when I was hired, as noted by the hiring committee. Every new hire during my tenure has been enthusiastic about assimilating the IB instructional style because they understand the value of and the opportunity presented by teaching within a program that is considered the gold standard globally. In terms of enrollment, with the exception of last year to this year, enrollment has been relatively steady over the past several years. In terms of test scores, there have been many factors that may have influenced this change. Due to the small class sizes, changes in assessment and staff turnover will be very difficult to attribute declining test scores to any one thing, including the addition of a formal structure to the academic program. As a school, we responded to the trend in SBAC scores in the following ways. There's 5 bullet points. We implemented a math achievement plan which yielded a 15% increase in math proficiency on SBAC scores in the first year of implementation, 2018-2019. We added a benchmark assessment system that gives us a significant amount of skill level data for each student. In 2018-2019, our fall to winter benchmark performance was excellent. This year's results are even better, indicating that in January, 87% of our students are in the low risk category for achieving grade level expectation in math skills by the end of the year. And math has never been one of our strong subjects, has it? Our staff participated in significant professional development in math instructional practices over the past 2 years. We are seeing the results of that investment now. We have made significant changes to the unified art schedule as well as daily classroom schedules, ensuring there is dedicated time daily for core math and ELA instruction as well as WIN time, which stands for What I Need, in every classroom K through 6. This time allows teachers to work with small groups of students on specific gaps in basic skills. We're in the process of implementing the supervisor union's academic support team model of targeted intervention. Regarding Ms. Kraft's comments about teacher burnout, I must disagree. I believe our teachers are stronger and more reflective now than at any point during my tenure. Admittedly, during the final years of IB candidacy phase, the staff was working extremely hard to meet authorization requirements and the workload was formidable. Since the formal authorization in the spring of 2018, most of that tension has been released. The following steps have been taken to manage the institutional stress we face at school. 1, the WCSU has provided trauma-informed schools training for all employees over the past 2 years, which has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by staff members and systems to address those challenges. Second point, we have 2 delegates representing Dover in the WCSU Trauma Catalyst Group to address specific institutional stress facing our employees. Third point is the Catalyst members and I meet regularly to ensure this work reaches our staff effectively. Our delegation has regular staff meeting time on a monthly basis. And lastly, the staff members participate in regular wellness activities as directed by our health PE teacher and spend a significant amount of time collaborating, working together on various school and community projects, leveling out the tremendous load teachers face. Frankly, I don't know that we've ever dedicated more resources to stress management than we do now. This Dover School faculty is fiercely committed to the well-being and education of all students. Teachers regularly work 9 to 10 hour days, often spending weekends, holidays, and vacations preparing their lessons, not because they feel pressure to do so, but because they are driven to provide the best education possible and they have a very high expectation of themselves and their work. In terms of the school website, there are some areas of the website that are out of date. Most, if not all, of the pieces that are out of date have been remedied. This is more due to a lack of administrative systems than teacher overload. Teachers and tech support staff have been engaged to help remedy this problem. While I was not present when the program was initially described to parents, I can assure the board that I observe classroom instruction almost every day, and the IB program is being implemented with fidelity as required by the International Baccalaureate Organization. The IB program remains generally the same. However, the concept of student agency fostering more independent choice and input into their inquiries has been added recently. The change in Think Like Planners is purely teachers' changes in the name, approaches to learning. The skills have not changed, however, it may be that what Mrs. Kraft sees as different than originally explained. Reflection and change are a required part of the action cycle and certainly are required for improvement. The designated core instruction times I mentioned earlier are dedicated to teaching basic skills. There's also time dedicated to IB projects within the school day. Teachers do an excellent job of balancing student needs with time. It is best practice to provide students with some sort of schedule so they can anticipate and be prepared for what is coming during the day. The fact that we may label inquiry time certainly means all the reading, writing, math, science, history that may go into a given unit. We also use win time, what I need, because it allows us to dedicate even more time to gaps and basic skills as needed. This year, spring of 2020, marks the end of our second full year of implementing the program as a fully authorized school. Parental and community understanding of the IB program is a regular topic of discussion among the IB coordinators and principals. The IB program is complex and requires a significant and ongoing informational campaign to help community members fully understand the language and concepts. This is something we've tried to establish, but certainly could use more time and resources to implement. We feel the students are doing an excellent job of assimilating the language and concepts of the IP program. They may not always be able to communicate their knowledge with their families, but we continue to try new ways to improve home-school communications. Mrs. Krasnode is commendable to try new things, a position I fully support. The school community should feel proud that they decided to take on implementing a world-class academic program in a small school with small resources. We believe in the power of reflection. The program will undergo a 2-year review this spring, at which time we'll have more data about how parents, students, and staff feel the implementation is progressing. As always, please let me know if you have any further questions, and thank you for your time and continued support. Matt Martin. So we do have it on the schedule to discuss this, and you were waiting for, you were going to do a survey. So,
yeah.
And that goes out soon?
We expect that to go out next week.
I think we're on the schedule of the first meeting in May.
It's originally the second meeting in May, but there was a response.
Right, because we wanted to do it in Dover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be possible for you to email that letter to the whole board? There was a lot there.
Yeah.
I'd just like to be able to read it.
I didn't read it very well.
You read it extremely well, but you read it a lot faster than my mind can process every word.
I only stumbled over every other word. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
Everybody good? Anybody? Okay, old business, equity, calendar for discussion. So you should have a thing that looks like this, and it shows goals for the year. And one of the things was, Laura had asked us to look at local equity definition, and we also talked about unity. So that's supposed to be in April. So Matt, just make sure that between you, Tammy, and Bill, we have that for one of our next meetings so that we can discuss that.
Got it.
The other thing we wanted to talk about was working on our web and communications presence. So I think, so we have website design, we have web and communication presence as a goal for April. And we just asked that this stay on the calendar. We have all that stuff from last year. When Mark wasn't on the board, he was helping us. So can we just get that back, and maybe for our next meeting, we can do those two things, just at least start on those. Now, isn't Wyndham Central working on some new web stuff too? Because I'd asked about email addresses, I think, and you guys.
Tammy, have you heard any? I haven't heard any news on that project, but I can ask Bill. We can ask Bill about it.
If you let me know what he says also, because I'm starting to put a mock-up together. I had planned on having ready for today, but my dog ate my homework.
Okay. The other, okay, B22A complaint policy, discussion of possible action. So we had at the meeting on we did public complaints about personnel policy D10. So that's been moved to warn.
You know what?
On the 17th.
I have to apologize. That was a typo in the minutes that I forgot to bring up. That policy is actually B22.
Okay. So it wasn't policy B.
It wasn't D10. D10, I don't think, my book at home, but the small folder right in front of you is all the policies. I don't think there is a D10.
Okay, so it was B22.
Yeah. And that was warned.
So that was warned, so that hasn't been voted, approved yet.
Can I make a motion
Yes.
to approve that?
Yeah.
Then I do.
So does everybody remember policy B22, which was complaint?
Public complaints, yeah.
So we have a motion to approve policy B22. It's been warned, since February 17th, so it's been over a month. Matt or Tammy, did you guys get any comments from anybody? No? Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second to his motion?
Second, sure.
Okay, so Rick seconds a motion, and it's to approve policy B22. So if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. B22 is now a policy. It's been approved by the board. Matt, will you just get one that, I don't seem to have one. So could we just have one so we can you can just write that it was approved on this date?
Is this public complaints?
Yes.
And I had it as B22A.
No, that's the other one. There was one specific to staff.
I just have 22 copies of 22A in my
Okay,
packet.
we
so
just need to,
That's on the-
right, it's not in the packet, so we got missed.
You just need a
Okay,
blank copy of it?
I need a blank copy of it.
Okay.
It was personnel complaints.
Personnel, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Auditor appointments, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, we can address B22A.
Oh, I'm sorry, B22A, complaint
Sorry,
policy.
Andy.
So, complaint policy, so we asked that, there wasn't a general complaint policy because it used to be a little bit less specific, but now it's specific to staff members. So we wanted a complaint policy if somebody had a complaint other than a staff complaint, like they thought the color of the school building was not proper, or, you know, that the school bus shouldn't be yellow, whatever. So we have, so they took B22 and just added a little A after it, so now that's our complaint policy for public complaints. So everybody should have a copy of that.
Yeah.
And should have had a copy for a while. We are practicing social distancing, so. You're on it? Cool. So, B22A, is there, so we have to warn this to be posted, and then we get to vote after it's been posted for a couple weeks.
I'd like to move that we post it with one change.
Okay, why don't we discuss your change first?
Under resolving complaints,
Yeah.
the last word of that sentence should be complaint, not complainant.
Yeah, and I thought that was why we.
fixed.
I thought it was supposed to be fixed.
Okay, I'm gonna do it on this one and give this one to Matt. Okay, Matt?
Wait, so what, the word should be what?
The complaint should be in writing, stating the issue and supporting facts, not the complainant should be in writing. It's
Yeah.
the,
Okay.
It's the last word of the first sentence under
Under resolving.
resolving
complaint.
complaints.
oh, well, there's two.
The complaint should be in writing.
The complaint should be.
Yes.
The complaint should be encouraged first to bring a complaint to the principal.
Which is
Right,
correct.
that's
The
correct.
complaint should be in writing, stating the issues and supporting facts.
So that
so-
should be, the complaint should be in writing.
Right.
The last word of the sentence only should be changed to complaint from complainant.
Well, it's not the last word,
It's
it's
not
the
the last word
second.
of the sentence.
It's the second word.
Last word of the line. I
Yes,
apologize.
Yes.
Yeah, the last word.
All right,
Okay.
that's
Line.
what confused me. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Somebody have a dictionary for me?
Okay, so Mark, with that change, are you willing to make a motion to approve, to warn this?
To warn, I am, yes.
Okay,
I
so
made that motion.
Mark moves to warn it. Will somebody second that?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously that carries. Matt, I'm gonna leave that here for you.
Thanks.
Okay, auditor appointments. So we asked at our annual meeting, we talked about auditors and whether we needed them or not. So we asked Bill to look into it. And it's interesting.
Yes, Bill or Andy?
Well, we asked both of them, I think, right?
I think you did.
So Bill came up with it, because we're a union school district, we need auditors. But if we were a town school district, we didn't? Is that what you got, or
I
what did you
don't
get?
know what Bill got.
Okay. What did you get?
Here's what I got. I got that, and this is me playing lawyer here. Now, you folks have an auditing firm come in once a year, do you? Right?
Yes.
Takes care of all the SU's books, including yours, including everything you do?
Yes.
All right. So basically, you know, the statute says you gotta elect 3 auditors. There's also a statute, so school law is newer than town law. A lot more town laws, right? So when they decided to make all these laws pertaining to schools, they adopted this little law here that says, when in doubt, look at the town laws. If we didn't cover it under school laws, the same laws that apply to towns apply to schools. And the town law says that at an annual meeting, you can vote to eliminate the office of auditor. So basically, you know, if you ask 2 different lawyers, they'll give you 2 different opinions. If you want to be sure that you can eliminate the office of auditor, or you want to be on firmer ground, I would ask an attorney whom you pay for an opinion on that. It's still going to be an opinion. The bottom line is that the people's interests are taken care of by the auditing firm whom you hire. And if you were to decide to vote to eliminate auditors, worst case scenario, somebody challenges you on it, and either you go to court or you say, okay, we'll appoint auditors and move forward.
Which it seems like it's gonna happen anyways, because nobody seems to come forward.
Right. So it's kind of, unfortunately, there's no case law. Nobody's ever taken a school district to court for eliminating the office of auditor, but, you know, there's something to hang your hat on if you wanted to try it.
Okay, so do you know a person by the name of do you know a person by the name of J.P. Isabel at Vermont.gov?
Yeah, JP. Yeah.
Okay, so Bill sent this to JP also.
Yeah, right.
And JP, so you did really good, because he mentions via 16 VSA 706J.
Yeah.
And says it says a town school district does not elect auditors. However, for a union school district, it seems that 3 auditors are required to be elected.
Right.
Because I think he says for that shall.
Right.
So if nobody runs, it's just like anything else, I think. So we should just probably appoint 3 auditors and maybe put this on for next year to discuss about voting it down, referencing.
Yeah, I would say you have a lot of latitude here, okay? I would say JP's gonna give you a very conservative opinion, as he should, right? I'm sort of telling you, you can do this, and under your circumstances, I feel comfortable telling you that you're looking out for everybody's interests by hiring that auditing firm to come in once a year and take care of the books, right? JP's not gonna tell you that. If you decide not to appoint anybody and leave those positions vacant, still no harm that I can see to the people's interests or to the fiscal responsibility. But that's up to you. You want to appoint auditors, go ahead. You know, the downside of either not appointing auditors or eliminating them is that somebody challenges you on that. And what are the consequences of that? Well, you then appoint auditors, or, you know, or not, whatever. But the books are taken care of is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's your decision.
And we can comfortably go before the voters of both towns, I think, and say that we're comfortable that our money's being looked after. Nobody went to Bermuda for a 2-week winter vacation.
How about Bahamas?
What
They may have gone to the
They were
Bahamas.
pretty comfortable with that this year, right, when we voted.
Right.
So, and
Yeah.
they also voted not to elect.
It
Well, it's not that
their
they didn't vote, but
They didn't vote
nobody,
not to. Yeah.
nobody came forward, and Bob went through.
Well,
They
I thought it was more
actually,
than
they
that,
voted
though,
to
wasn't it?
bypass the article.
They voted to bypass the article, not just to not elect someone.
Actually, you know what?
Is that correct?
Got it right here, guys.
You got the minutes right here.
Dr. Backus explained the allowable methods of appointing. Dr. Backus knows voters could choose to not to nominate anyone. It was suggested to pass over the nominations. Mr. Captain noted there had been nothing due this year. So Ms. Rand moved to pass over Article 4. So they just passed over.
They passed it over, so it wasn't that anyone came forward. So you're saying we can not appoint someone this year, and then next year we could put on to no longer have auditors? If we put that on the warning next year?
Yeah, so basically it's your decision. I don't think it's a big deal if you leave the positions open and don't appoint anybody. Technically, you should probably, within a reasonable time frame, appoint auditors because they weren't elected. But in this particular situation, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You have an auditing firm who's going to come in and do the books better than any elected auditors you could elect at town meeting. So if you leave them open, in my opinion, though you might not be following the letter of the law.
Yeah, well, I think because the voters determined to pass it over, but it wasn't just someone stepping forward, they basically gave us the okay, that it's okay not to, for us to appoint. That's the way I see it, but.
For us to appoint.
Well, I am.
To appoint.
Sorry, he's
Yes.
been raising his hand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So since the auditor position is a paid position, I believe it's on the board, right? Would that then become a surplus for the school system, or would that then, those funds just be allocated for the professional who are hiring to come in and do the books?
No, it would just be, we wouldn't spend money in that line item.
Okay, so then would
Not
that
every-
be a
not every
surplus?
line- Just because there's money in a line item doesn't mean it's always gotta get spent. So
Okay.
you know, if I could predict what's gonna happen a year and a half out, I would not be here.
Well, no, I understand.
We would miss you.
has a crystal ball.
Right, so.
And
so-
last year, the auditors didn't do anything.
Right,
Even though
as
we had them.
Randy Capitani said at the meeting.
Right.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, so the questions to the board, is the board comfortable without appointing them, appointing auditors, or do we wanna ask the three auditors we had before if they'd like to be appointed again and do nothing again for the year?
I'm pretty comfortable. I
With
would
not
say
having them?
I'd like to at least attempt to appoint if people have an interest and put on the warning next year, asking the people whether they want to eliminate that position.
Okay, Dwight?
I feel comfortable not having them because the people kind of told us this year that they were willing to pass over it because they didn't do anything.
Okay, and you agreed with Dwight? Where'd you come down, did you agree with
Yes.
that? Okay, so we're not gonna appoint anybody this year, and if somebody makes some,
And
like
then-
Andy said, if somebody holds our feet to the fire, then we'll do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario is we have to appoint someone.
If someone
That's the worst
challenges
case
us
scenario.
in the court.
Right.
Why would they do that if it wasn't any purpose? Is there any?
Okay.
Some people just like to bring things up.
I think you made a good point at the meeting, you know, what was it, fence watcher?
Yeah.
Where
Oh,
Cole,
that was my
I mean,
favorite.
these are all
Where Cole.
on town meeting day as positions that are still
Oh,
having
we
to
can-
fill, but yet nobody weighs coal anymore.
And those are all money, you know what I'm saying? If they let you guys get away from those things, right? You get
Well,
money.
we had three auditors last year, but they didn't do anything, so they didn't collect any
They
money.
don't meet, they don't get paid, so.
Right, it's only when they meet. It's like the moderator doesn't get money every month. He just, if he wants to put in to get paid when he has a meeting.
But we do budget for it, that's the question.
Yeah, but that just carries over in a surplus, or if it makes us less of a deficit. Andrew, thank you. It's really good when we
Thank you,
can get
Andy.
together and discuss. So to get Andy out of here, I'm gonna skip around a little bit. One of the, well, just because I asked him to stop in and we're running a little late. One of the things that Andy had brought up at a couple meetings, I think the meeting in Wardsboro was about the advisory committee. So Randy referenced, which he brought us a copy of, our articles of agreement in Article 17. Will take appropriate steps to include residents from all member towns in policy and budget development. So it says the board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. So I think Andrew felt that could have addressed some issues that had gotten brought up, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Why don't I let you?
So that's page 2 of the thing I just handed you. And basically, you know, it occurred to me, during the informational meetings, given some of the questions, that this might be a way to involve parents and members of the community in the budget process so during the year, so that the questions didn't come up right at the end of the budget process when you're not prepared to deal with them. But other than just having read the articles of agreement and it popping into my mind, that's all I really know about this. So I figured I'd copy the article for you and let you folks and the principals do what you will with it.
So one of the things is, this was originally put in when there was 3 schools and we were spread out a little further, you know, when Marlboro was still considering. And some of the things is, we have allowed a lot of public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development because we don't do anything behind closed doors. So every time we discuss the budget, starting in September, you know, we were on TV, and it is in open board meetings. We do really work hard to make sure we hold meetings in different towns, and you know, that was one of the things we kind of faced when we were a 3-town community, because then it would be even longer before we get back into towns. We do we try to share information on the website, even though I know the website's been a little tough, and videos. So I'm not against a school-based advisory group. I just wonder if we would get any more participation or if everybody would wait till the end. So I'm not sure what other people's thoughts are, but it's definitely something we can either ask about, we can see if there is interest from people to do that, and or not. Well, no, my thought was, how do we get people to understand when we're, you know, it's, I think it may be more of a reaching out to get more people interested before the budget's finalized, while we're actually talking about budgets. And maybe we need to hold some specific meetings in September when we give instruction to the superintendent's office and the administration about what the budget wants to look like, and make a point of making sure that we advertise that. I don't know if that may not be better, a better solution, but then, you know, everybody can always say, I couldn't make that. You know, you never get a chance for everybody to make meetings. So we in Dover, and I don't know if you guys ever did in Wardsboro, we did actually have a budget committee at one time, and it was basically the same people. It didn't bring any new people in, but again, that was a long time ago, and I think we should retry things, and it is something that we are allowed to do. So, Andy, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a really good point. I'd like to hear, if you have nothing else to add, I'd like to just hear from our administrators and see. I know, like, we used to do coffee with the board after, you know, morning sing on Fridays, and then that kind of, you know, people stopped coming. Is there other times that we
tried that too, coffee conversation. We tried to offer it after our all-school meeting, and they were well attended, maybe 2 or 3 parents in the beginning, and then as time went on, it was me waiting for parents.
Right. Having a conversation with yourself.
Sure. I think maybe because a lot of parents work, I know my wife wanted to meet, go to the other board meetings after school sing, or at the coffee meetings, to discuss and understand more of not the politics, but more what's going on in our community here at school. If we did have a different time, and maybe if it was announced, one thing that's really great about this school, and I believe Wardsboro too, is that not only do we get an email, but we get a text that says, hey, look at your email. This is what's going on. I wish that more boards in our community, especially the Water Abatement Board, also did that.
Yeah, just be specific to us, because we have no say or control over any other board.
If maybe those meetings were advertised, or if we were getting the text for maybe later in the evening on different dates, we might have a better turnout because of different parents' work schedules and some parents being single parents, having to work, I think maybe it's just the time that doesn't work for a lot of parents, where we might have a better turnout. And if we could try that, and then we were texted and given the emails like we are most of the meetings here, that it might be more advantageous.
Matt, do you send out a text that there's gonna be a school board meeting?
We don't announce the board meetings by text. It is on the calendar, on the school website.
How hard would that be for us to do? Would that add an
Pretty
additional
easy.
burden to you folks, or would that be pretty?
It's pretty fast and pretty easy.
Can we send that out and then just let people know where the agenda is?
Sure.
And maybe, maybe that kind of answers a little bit of what you're saying. The other thing is, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question. So you're thinking, I mean, as you're talking, I'm thinking during budget development, say in the fall when we're, starting to think about the programs. Is that what you're thinking in terms of time?
No, I'm thinking all board meetings.
Just all of them across the board?
Right, because again, there may be something that somebody's thinking about and may not have to do with budget. And, they may say, God, I want to go, and it just gives them a little extra reminder.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good point about not everybody, I don't think we're gonna be able to have 6 different meetings so we can have, 6 different time periods for everybody, but I think we can definitely get it out there more to the staff or more to the public, and if that's a way that, some parents get it, I'm all for reaching out to parents.
Question for Matt. That texting service system that you use, can non-parents be included on that if they wanted to?
They can be.
Okay. Just come to you or Tammy?
Yeah, we can make custom lists that we include in that or not include.
I like the idea that, obviously getting the agendas out, but I think if we can have, if there's a certain theme that we're hitting on at that meeting.
Well, yeah.
That was just, you were getting at before, whether it be transportation or the, development of the budget. So just kind of hit that one theme home, like this is your chance to talk about this topic. I know that happened to me in the past, when we just go to a meeting hoping, and the agenda's there, I get it, but sometimes it's hard to know. If a parent's told, we're gonna be talking about transportation today, we're gonna be talking about the budget today, we're gonna be talking about development of school programs, you might get people to show up for that.
Then we have to pick which
Well,
items on an agenda.
it's the agenda in addition to this part.
I think we can ask our administration to just kind of they're gonna have a feel for what people think are important in their schools. So we'll just, they can just say, hey, look, one of the things that's gonna be discussed is something,
Right.
but please check the agenda for a full list.
Yeah.
Is
That's
that
a good
too
idea.
hard, that's not putting too much pressure on you guys, is
We
it?
just need to coordinate, because we don't work off of the same exact system, we just need to
Right.
coordinate times, so that we're all sending it out at the same time, so everyone's getting the same information at the same time.
And that kind of fits what you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to, just because Andy has brought it up a couple times, I think he got brought up at our annual meeting, is let's just see if we can weigh out, is there any interest in the building, in residents and parents? I don't know if it include residents. Yeah, it says residents and members. Is there any interest in meeting with the administration and or a group to talk about what's going on in the schools, and just we'll gauge the interest? I know sometimes we send something out and ask for volunteers for something, we get no response, but this would be a good chance just to gauge how many people would be interested and would maybe participate.
So can you say that again from the top, just so I can?
Just that, the board is thinking about a school advisory committee, that could meet maybe with the administrators in each building to, Andy's got a copy of it. Is that what you just gave him?
I'm giving them a copy of that article from the Articles of Agreement that it talks about school advisory committees, so just for their information.
Matt, it specifically says a building-based school advisory committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just suggest that with surveys going out, that might be a nice place to put that, if we could
Okay.
put that information in
Well,
a
you guys
survey. And
do
then
surveys, so,
we could put that
yeah,
information
I
in
just
that.
think, let's gauge what interest there is,
We were wondering a little bit about that work being redundant to the board. there any concerns about that?
Well, let's see how it goes.
See what the interest is first.
I mean, I guess if you get no interest, then
Yeah.
it's a moot point. And then I just think it's the charge of what the committee does, the advisory group is. And I know there's some, West River has those, so we can maybe, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe we'll, if there is any interest, then we can look into what West River does and see how that fits for us. Is everybody okay with that?
What's in the articles is pretty specific. I mean, it's open meeting laws. It even includes making videos, making them available online. So that would be an expense that we would incur. So I just think
Well, we do, all those 4 things, that's what we do. We've been doing that from day one.
Right, but we're talking about separate meetings now.
No, the advisory committee would meet separately for that building, but we wouldn't meet separately with each advisory committee. The advisory committees would talk to the principal, and the principal can bring whatever that advisory group is to us.
Right, but this is what the advisory committee has to follow, based on the articles. That's what I'm saying.
No, we can
We have
adjust
to
that.
amend it,
Right.
yeah.
So we can do whatever, because I'm sure the West River group did the same exact thing, had the same exact article, but they just put some guidelines to help guide the group more than this, or more specific. So let's just see what the West River group did, because they had the same exact article. And I know they are doing advisory groups, but they're also 5 buildings, and they're in a little different situation than us.
Different towns, yeah.
Andy, you good?
I didn't read it that those meetings necessarily had to be televised.
No, I
I
don't
thought they
either.
were talking about,
It has a colon at the end of that paragraph.
yeah, but if you read that sentence, it's not referring to those meetings.
Right, it's the Unified District Board will provide public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development by practices including holding meetings in different member towns, we do that. Holding several budget information sessions, we do that. Sharing information on the board and school website, we hope we're doing that as best we can. And making videos of board meetings available online.
It's a poorly written paragraph.
It's poorly written.
If those are separate, I think it's written I think the way it's written, that those are meant to be included in the paragraph above it.
No, I
don't agree. But it's poorly written, I agree with that. I think it's just kind of listing a list of items that the board needs to.
So that whole last sentence could be a new paragraph.
Right.
And, I don't know why it wasn't, and if, the whole thing was kind of a blur. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying, is I think we're doing everything that we said, it's just there's not a committee that is meeting with the principal to advise on the building, specific building.
Yeah.
And we've never told anybody they couldn't come to us and give us advice or their thoughts or.
I was only referring to if we have this committee.
Yeah.
Unless we change this article, they need to follow this.
No, I disagree totally. But let's have it may be a moot point, there may be nobody that comes along. Hard to tell, hard telling, not knowing. The other thing Andy did for us is, Andy at the end of the last meeting, I think it was somewhat talking with also, can't think of her name, in Wards, Jackie, the town clerk, was that there was some concern about the election of a person from Wardsboro for the school board, and then, could we vote both school board members at the school district annual meeting instead of in Dover at the town meeting, by ballot in Wardsboro, by floor vote at the town meeting. Because even though they used to vote from the floor, it was at the school district meeting the night before.
So basically, when we were warning the town meetings and your annual meeting, the process was real clunky and didn't work awesome. Everybody had to sign everybody else's warning. questions about whether, if the moderator for the school district was not also the moderator for Wardsboro, how would they open a separate school meeting to then elect their director at their town meeting? And there's a lot of clunkiness to the way we elect our school district directors. In Dover, if I wasn't your clerk and you needed to run an election separate from town elections, as long as I'm your clerk, that's not going to be a problem. As long as I'm the clerk in Dover, even if you elect somebody else for your clerk, it's not going to be a problem. I'll take care of that. But there's a lot of clunkiness to the system, the way it works, and I was thinking, gosh, it would be so easy and simple if you just elected your directors all at your annual meeting from the floor. Simple, no problems. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and that's why I'm here. And I've kind of decided it should be clunky in the way it is. Because I don't think that's a great idea. Wardsboro didn't come up with a director this year and from the floor.
Usual too, they have to stop the meeting and then enter into a new meeting.
Yeah.
What was the term they used? To suspend the meeting and then enter into our meeting and then go back into.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but clunky is a good word.
It's clunky. And how do you improve that? I don't know. I in Dover, I love to have people petition to be on an Australian ballot because they need to be invested at least enough to get signatures on a page. Whereas if you just show up to a floor vote and you don't feel like standing up in front of everybody and putting yourself forward in that way, nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows to vote for. I like doing it the way we do it in Dover. I don't know what would improve Wardsboro, and I don't personally think it should be changed, as clunky as it is. But I put that on here for you guys to talk about because you can change these things. And what I gave you on page 3 and 4 is what you need to know in order to change these
And
things.
this is the stuff you gave us when we were discussing the original change.
I gave you this stuff already. I just cut it all down to specifically voting for your directors. If you want to change something there, you can change something. And you don't need a vote at a town meeting. You guys can change it as the board. And I wanted you to be aware of that, know how to do it, and discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do.
So historically, remember when we formed this district, the state required us to make the first election had to be by ballot. And there was 3 of us because we were electing a whole new board. And then because Wardsboro had always voted from the floor, there was some discussion. We talked about it for almost 2 years, I think. Because the first year wasn't because we didn't have to elect the first year. It was 2, 3, and 4 year positions.
Yeah.
So but we felt that, Dover and Wardsboro could be separate. We would respect each other's town's uniqueness. And that's why we went back to the floor vote in Wardsboro. But according to what Andy's saying, we can change it back to a ballot vote. That may make town meeting in Wardsboro less funky, I guess, or less clunky.
So going to a ballot vote in Wardsboro at their town meeting might be problematic, and you want to talk to their town clerk about that because they don't currently do that.
They don't vote anybody.
They vote from the floor for everything in Wardsboro. So for me, it's simple to put another race on the town meeting ballot. It's nothing to me. But in Wardsboro, it would be then they'd have to be open from 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and get their BCA together to hand count votes, and it would be a big production for them, whereas for me, it's no big deal.
And if they had if we had a special school district meeting just for Wardsboro voters the night before like they used to, because there's nothing other than just voting that position, there may be nobody shows up.
Sure.
if we try to go, I mean, so, yeah, it's what's the,
So can we vote from the floor at our annual meeting for Wardsboro?
I believe you could do that, yeah.
I would think that would be the best approach if it's
Yeah.
for us.
well, so I had one question about that though, because one of the things Andy had mentioned was, we can give, if you're from Wardsboro, we have to identify who the voters are.
Right.
And one of the things that, remember in the first vote, when we voted the ballot for the budget, they had to be commingled, so you couldn't tell who was
Yeah.
voting for the budget and who wasn't. So I just wanna, if we were to do something like that, I would wanna make sure that we can protect, because it isn't, we don't wanna know who voted up and down a budget, and so we don't wanna say, okay, all the Wardsboro people sit here and all the Dover people sit here, so we can vote that one article. But then when we vote on the budget, we can say, oh, everybody that went aye is over there, and everybody that went nay is there.
When people come into the room and you're checking them off the checklist, you can have slips of paper, red for Dover, blue for Wardsboro. Jackie hands out blue slips of paper to voters. I hand out red slips. When it's time to vote for your director in Wardsboro, blue slips are in the air.
And you're still identifying what town people are from.
Yeah, it's
Just,
But just for that one article, because that's the only time. we
Why
would ever-
wouldn't you want to identify what town people are from?
Well, I just thought, because of when we voted the budget, remember, one of the things is when we commingled the ballots
I got you.
on the budget vote,
I got
we
you.
didn't want to be able to say, hey, Wardsboro
I got
or
you.
Dover voted the budget down. We didn't want to pit.
So you only do pieces of paper when you elect your officer, you do voice vote for the budget.
Right. So it
Or
could be
a
very
call for a
simple
paper ballot.
that, Jackie gives a piece of paper to the people from Wardsboro, and we have that article be, elected from the floor, the Wardsboro school director, and just the people with the orange or whatever colored paper are the only ones that get to vote, and we keep the Dover vote as a ballot like we have, because, like you said, it's not a big deal.
Right.
And
I think an easier approach is we only really need to vote if more than one person is nominated.
That's right.
So if two people are nominated, then we could do it by paper ballot, and when you go up to vote, they can check your name off the registry list, knowing you're a Wardsboro resident.
So, well, let me ask this, before we go any further, we've got 3 people here from Wardsboro. So are you folks interested in changing the way we vote again in Wardsboro?
I think we've been having a tough time to get anybody. I mean, I don't know as if going back to a ballot, to be voted on.
Back to a ballot.
But would you think at the annual school district meeting?
I don't know if you're gonna get anybody to come forward there either.
Well, I think you would. Because historically we've met the night before, and there was hardly anyone from, let's say, parent age at this meeting, at the town meeting. So we certainly would have more people who are invested in school at the annual meeting.
It seemed like historically, we voted it from the floor, and historically, we appointed somebody, almost every single time.
Huh. You didn't?
We appointed somebody.
Well, I went to
that was the night before.
The night before meeting.
Right.
Because I went to the last couple, and I remember going,
Yeah.
you were in there, and you refused one time, and Rick refused.
Yeah, but we've had better luck.
Yeah, because you guys agreed. Thank you.
But I mean, it's definitely a concern, not having someone and seeing the clunkiness in the process. It's almost like it's got to be a setup. Like, someone's got to show up that meeting knowing they want to be on the board. Whereas you'll have more people at the annual meeting. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it would be better.
Saying that's why if you go around and you have to collect the signatures.
Oh, it's usually
you're
just
making a commitment to run for that seat.
Yeah, but like Andy said, then that creates a whole new, because then the town clerk has to have the
You would need
Wardsboro.
your town clerk on board. If she's on board, that's cool. You can go that way.
Yeah, I would agree with you too on that point. If you go by ballot, then you know for sure going in.
We got 3 people for this
Right.
board.
Oh, I see what
because
you're saying.
3 people had to go around and collect signatures.
Tammy, do you want to, as a Wardsboro resident?
I kind of agree with Dwight. I think the audience for the possibility of a school board member would more likely attend the annual school board meeting versus the town meetings. And just the history that I've gone to the town meetings and the school meetings, it seems like we have more parents that go to annual meeting, or someone that might be interested in becoming a school board member.
Andrew, I hate to do this to you, buddy. Would you be willing to talk to the Wardsboro Town Clerk?
I would.
And see if they would have any, if she would have any interest, if we could maybe make like the last article just for Wardsboro, however we need to do it, but see if that is an option to vote from the floor at the school district meeting for just the Wardsboro person.
So what do you want me to ask her?
Would she be willing, is that something she'd be willing to work with, that?
The Wardsboro director is voted from the floor at your
District
meeting.
annual meeting.
Ask her opinion.
Yeah.
She's not gonna,
You won't mind that.
yeah, I'll ask her that, for
Well,
sure.
just to make sure,
Yep,
we're
absolutely.
assuming.
Good
that.
idea.
No, what about
Yes.
the ballot? Can you
And
ask
no,
her?
well, hang on.
Oh,
So that's
sorry.
question number one. And then the second question is, would she be willing to, if they were to be elected by ballot on some day, because it doesn't have to be town meeting day. She could do a ballot any day, couldn't they?
Well, at that point, right, it might not be your town clerk that does it. If it's on town meeting day, it makes sense for your town clerk to do it, right? If it's not on town meeting day though, wouldn't it be me as your clerk running an election for you?
Oh, you don't have access to to the voters list, do you? Can you look into that too? How would that work? Could we do a different day?
Could you do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Could you do it?
Could I do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right, and how would you do that? You'd have to find a place in Wardsboro.
Why do you
set
want
up.
to do this now? Just out of curiosity?
Well, because one of the comments Rick just made was that, if somebody has to go get 10 or 12 signatures, you're more invested, and you may get some people that are interested in running.
Why wouldn't you want to do it on town meeting day? Dover does it on town meeting day.
Because I thought we just said that Jackie didn't want to do that in Wardsboro because she would have to be
I
there.
didn't
at
say
7.
she didn't want to do it. I would say I
Okay.
said she had to be on board.
Can you ask her if she would be on board for that?
I will.
Yeah, so there's two options we're looking at.
Thank you, Andy.
And we've got a long time. I mean, it's nothing.
You can ask for a raise.
Indeed.
Well, that's why I feel bad, because we told him we wouldn't overburden.
You probably
If he
told me
agreed
to be
to-
here 5 minutes tonight too, right?
No, I told him an hour.
No, I'm more than happy to do this stuff for you. All right, so in the event that Jackie, or I think Jackie's retiring, it would be Michelle, was averse to running an Australian ballot at their town meeting, you want to know what would be involved for me to run an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right.
Maybe for both towns on a different day, or Dover, at Dover's town meeting in Wardsboro at a different day,
Well, so
or?
my only thought, though, again, too, is I'm not gonna drive to Wardsboro to vote.
Yeah.
But I'll drive to Dover to
Yeah.
vote, and I don't, maybe Tammy doesn't work in Dover, she lives in Wardsboro and works there, so for her to drive to Dover to vote doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right.
So I guess it's kinda up in the air, so we're interested in, how does a floor vote work the night of the annual meeting, cause it's in a
Alright.
different town?
Alright.
And then number two, how could we do an Australian ballot for Wardsboro?
Wardsboro.
Because
Alright.
Dover, like you said, is pretty easy.
All right, I will figure that out and get back to you.
Now, the only other thing too, Andy, and I don't know, and maybe it's something that we can, and I'm just throwing it out there, is maybe we have, maybe we vote from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the school director the day of the annual meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
My only
10
question-
10 a.m. maybe to 7 p.m.?
Okay, I didn't
Maybe
know if
we'll
he had to
work-
be at 7, or that's
It's
just.
gonna be like 9 hours, has to start at least by 10 and end by 7.
My only other question though is, would we then have to also though, because does that mean before we start the annual meeting, we have to count the votes so you can swear the new members in to sit at the board? Or would it be that they take office?
No, it would be dependent upon the term of your,
Right. So we-
typically you serve through that annual meeting.
Right, but that's usually because your annual meeting's before the vote's done. So what I was always told is that I was on the school board through till 7 o'clock until the voting stopped. And then I no longer had a position until I got enough votes to win my spot back.
Jeez, I wasn't aware of that.
So,
Because you have
but-
to fulfill your duties as a member of the Board of Civil Authority counting votes.
Yeah, so I don't know, that was a Mary Lou thing.
All right.
But that's old too, maybe that
I'll ask
changed.
Mary Lou, see what she says.
You won't.
All right, I'll figure that out too.
Yeah, just,
All right.
that's, but again, if we,
Yeah.
if we set the term, to be the day after, whatever.
All right.
So just, I mean, it's a lot of
All right.
odds and ends there, but I think, you know what, we thought we had it nailed down, and I guess we didn't, so
Right.
we'll keep going until we
Okay.
get it right, or the
All
state
right.
changes their mind and makes us combine with Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Okay.
Not New York.
No.
Oh, shucks.
Are you good with that, Andy? Are you
I am.
as clear as
Yeah.
mud?
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to try to screw Andy up with? Okay, we really appreciate this, so Andy, this
Thank
is
you,
really
Andy.
helpful.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. Good.
So we'll talk, when you get the information, just let me know, and we'll schedule you again at a time that's convenient.
You got it.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
So we got principals' reports. I think we had some written reports from you folks, didn't we?
Yep.
So other than what's on the written report, does anybody have any questions about what's in the written report?
Several of the items have changed since this was written.
Okay, well,
It's
go ahead.
amazing what happens in a week, I guess.
I'm sorry, what?
Several of the items on the principal's report have changed since it was written.
Okay. So you guys wrote it together, the report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So who wants to tell us about the changes?
Parent conferences will not be held Thursday, March 19th. They will be done via video conferencing or such remote services for teachers.
Just under that, the third grade students from Woodsboro will not be attending Saturday classes.
So is that program put off, or?
It is supposed to run through March and into part of April, and as of now, school is dismissed, so that will not take place.
So if they have school in May and June, though, that probably won't?
Probably not.
What about like the training?
The NSTA
Yeah.
The conference was canceled.
canceled.
Not surprised. Not a surprise.
Okay. So other than that, does anybody have any questions on the principal's written report before we move forward? Do you want a copy of it?
No, I have.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing on that, do you have anything to add?
I would just love to draw your attention to the incredible progress that Wardsboro and Dover students have made this year so far. We're super psyched about it, and I hope you are too. If anybody has any questions about that page that didn't print very well but came through in your email in color.
Oh, I have it, it's really pretty.
Oh, you got the color version,
Very
yeah.
colorful. Yeah, no, I actually thought, I was impressed with the numbers.
We would love to answer any questions you might have about
I didn't have any questions, but.
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said, is there anything in your written report? So everybody was good with your written report. So is there anything besides your written report we need to know from the administration?
Anything to add?
I think maybe later on the agenda, some things might come up.
Yeah, so I was thinking, we got this COVID-19 update. So I think we'll deal with the response you gave to the press and stuff then. Okay. Principal Superintendent's report, Bill gave us his cabinet report. Which is, again, was before all these changes.
Yeah.
And Bill's not here, but he talked about the current bill in the Senate. So the Senate did pass out a 4-page bill. Do you want to speak to that, or?
Go right ahead.
So I read it, and unless I read it wrong, it does nothing for this year. It just says that there needs to be a report done. I thought we had the report, and that it needs to, and that for next year that they need to act on this. And there's nothing even about the cap, having something done with the cap. But what it does do is it gets a bill to go between the two chambers, the House and the Senate, so that somebody.
It gets it to go to the full Senate.
Full Senate?
First.
Oh, so this hasn't been voted by the Senate?
It came out of the Senate Education Committee.
So Senate Ed, so what's gonna happen is if this gets passed in some form though, it at least then gets a bill to the House that the House gets to look at and can also be amended by the full House. So it's important for, even though it doesn't have everything we would like to have seen, it does have a possibility that we can add stuff to it, correct?
Yeah.
Not we, those, them.
Representatives of ours.
Right.
I have two things. One, is that bill changed from a week ago? What they actually passed out of committee, it's the same?
It's the same thing we passed out. I believe it is the same thing that they passed out of committee. It was handed to me.
No, I mean, what they passed out of committee, I haven't seen it since, for a week now.
I don't know if it's posted on the site. I think I sent it to you, Rich, as a copy, right? And
Yeah.
Senator Bruce actually handed me a copy of it.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit. The other thing is, last Wednesday, I was appointed to the SBA as Wyndham rep. And this was a big topic of our meeting. We did, what was passed, what got off the floor is a recommendation to the legislature to work fast but thoughtfully, and not too fast. The two Wyndham reps, Dan MacArthur and myself, were the only ones to vote for something that said get it done for the next budget year. Everyone else said no.
Are you good with
That, I'm good, yeah. So that's where we are with them. They will be testifying.
Everybody good?
It's a constitutional issue,
I,
so.
I said that,
Yeah,
and
that's fine. I
it
mean-
was kind of dismissed.
Well, it's easier. It lets a whole lot of people off the hook and buys a lot of time if kids who are being hurt have to sue for this to be fixed.
And it takes us a lot longer to get something done.
That's right.
Could probably hold a whole meeting on it.
Okay, everybody good? Any more discussion on that? Laura, thank you for keeping us up to speed on that, too. I really appreciate it.
Rich came up and
Had some Kool-Aid.
had some Kool-Aid.
It's good Kool-Aid.
We are on,
I haven't heard anything today either. I'll let y'all know. Okay, pardon?
so I'm sure everybody's very busy.
We have two, I meant to these other principals, but they fit under superintendents too. The IB coordinators gave a February and March update. Did everybody get those? Is there any questions on that? Cool. Budget development presentation debrief. So we have, we talked about it a little bit, but I asked Lori to send us along with this, also a financial review. So we know that we gotta work on the budget, and Mark said he would work with Anita a little bit when we do the new budget for next year. And I think we're all in agreement to add the 4 pages to the book to expand on this a little bit and make it a little bit more user-friendly. So I think we're all good with that.
One recommendation I will have is we take the account numbers out and put line numbers in.
Yeah, because the account numbers really don't mean anything to anybody but us.
Right.
And then that moves everything over to, I think.
Yeah, good point.
Matt, could you send an email to Lori just stating that, to kind of keep in the back of her mind for us?
What would you like that email to say?
Just that we want to take the account numbers right out of the budget.
Got it.
That we use, that we print. I mean,
Add
not,
line.
for her, I know it's important, but for us,
And add line numbers, you said?
the account numbers.
But add line numbers?
No, but that allows you to shift it over
Oh, okay.
so that things can spread out a little bit, so it's not feeling so jammed up.
In what we printed in the brochure, the report did not have line numbers in it. Because Anita had to account for space, so she left the account numbers in.
So that level can actually have a number, just so we can, like, people can say,
Yes.
hey, on page 3,
line X.
35, what is that? And it's easier for us, because I struggled a lot, a couple times, trying to find numbers, and especially because our books were different, but again, it's, really, it's a new experience for all of us, it's different.
Rich.
Yeah, hang on one sec.
Yeah, thank you.
What was, lost my train of thought, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
No, it wasn't you.
If I just backtrack a minute, we said something about children being hurt in a report. Was that the superintendent's report? I'm sorry?
I missed your question.
No, we were talking about, so we were talking about the state's education financing system. And that has been in place for 2 decades. And a new report came out and highlighted that there is a piece that is really unjust. And so we are working with other districts to try and get that changed, because it's not allowing enough resources to go to poor kids and rural kids. So that was me that was saying that, and that's what's happening, and we are working on it.
Can I get a copy of that, or can I look up that?
A copy of what?
So there is legislation,
So I have to go to
it would be on the Senate.
the Senate.
Yep, that just came out of the Senate Education Committee.
The report itself is available on
Yep.
multiple locations, including Laura's website.
Yep, you can find, it's called the Pupil Waiting Report. And that is available on my website.
And it's only 150 pages.
That's all right. Article or, what is it, 4,600? That's a few hundred pages.
Act 46.
I had to study that,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you all set?
Yeah, no, it caught me and I just kind of missed it.
Can I make just one more comment?
Sure.
If you're looking up that, there are, in the back of it are the actual numbers that they ran. They are for the 2018 budget year. There are new numbers that are going to be coming out very soon for the 2020 numbers. So comparing apples to apples, you want the 2020 numbers. The 2018 was before some of the Act 46 mergers, so it's hard to compare apples to apples.
Okay. I know the AOE did a lot of revising also, the website.
They're
4,600 as well.
Yeah, they're both available on the AOE's website.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, update work plan, so we kind of glanced at that earlier in the meeting, but this plan of action for 2020. So this is what I think we want to look for. So in April, we want to measure progress. District advisory councils, we're going to have some discussions on that. Matt, you're going to send that email out. Matt, Tammy. Web communication presence, we have that to work on. That's a board and administrative thing, so we'll work together on that. Matt, you said you took care of a lot of that in your letter. to, or some of the stuff was taken care of, and I know Mark has put some links together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then, local equity definition unity, so make sure that Bill has something, you got, yeah, in April, that's Laura, what you had requested. Transportation is a real, we gotta, start talking about transportation now, and we have that in April too, but we need Chris to work on that with us, Matt, too.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get, he's not going, Chris isn't going to be trying to work on the RFP with West River until May.
But we need to have a discussion before that, because if he's gonna put an RFP together for West River, we may wanna do something together, so we need to. So before he does that RFP, I mean, I guess I can call.
He was going to put in, he was gonna give me a call before he puts that together.
Okay.
And we can either convene the whole transportation committee, or I can bring it to the board.
But make sure
he will
before
let me
that
know.
goes out, because that's what's been our problem every year, is that they put it out and then it's too late.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times about it already.
Okay. Matt, make sure he understands that we need to.
So my question is, you said, before he puts that out, ... Before he puts it out, what would you like him to do? Run it by you?
We'd
bring
like
it
to
the
know,
board?
we'd like to know what the whole transportation for the entire district's gonna look like.
So the RVUSD board would like to know the big picture before the
Right, so
RFP goes
that,
out.
are there any chances for us to get involved? So between you and Mark, will you make sure that happens, Tammy? Because you're part of the West River thing too, so. Okay. And then budget development, you know, just, I think, we need to just get Lori here to talk about how you put the budget together and let people know ahead of time, to look at the budget. May, we're talking about equity definition to begin the discussion. And the goal is to create local equity definition. In June, we'll do equity definition and work for June, July. Goals and measures in August for the principals report. And then identifying budget priorities and formats in November. State of the school from the principals in December, and then in March, we have 2 budget informational sessions. So you got this as a worksheet, so if there's any other things we want to see in there, you know, make sure we get that in there. Lead water update, I think from both of you in your principals' reports, you had that we're all set. We're just waiting to retest, but everything that tested high has been replaced, so you don't have to worry about lead, but now you gotta worry about this other stuff. Yes, sir.
I just had a suggestion.
About lead?
Well, no, it's about water. And for my family at home, we put aerators in our faucets, 0.38 gallons per minute, to save cost for our water use. And I don't know what the schools are doing, but I'm hoping to like we're doing solar panels for renewable energy, to save on water and maybe to help teach our children about saving our natural resource, possibly installing, and it's a nominal fee, it's only like 3 to 5 hours a piece.
Hang on a second, I'm gonna shut you right down.
Okay.
So it's a good point. We're a public water system, so we can't just do whatever we wanna do. The state of Vermont tells us what we can and can't do. And it's through regulations from the federal government comes down, and that's why we tested for lead and copper. And we're required, when we went on the fire district, when we went to sewer too, that we had to do everything we could to use as little water as possible.
So measures have already been put in place.
Yeah, so a lot of that's already been done, and we can't just do something that we think is good without getting approval from the state, because we are both schools are public water systems. So we have to have a public water system operator. They have to file certain reports, and the state mandates what we do and don't do. So.
Right, so that would be Bart.
No, that's
He's the
BART.
chief operator. No, that's different.
Sewer is different than water. BART has nothing to do with the water systems in town. There is no public, there is no community, there is no town of Dover water system like there's the North Branch Fire District.
So this school system's not on North Branch Fire District?
The sewage is, but not the water. The
Right,
water.
so this is, I'm talking about water leaving not the water coming in.
Right, so the
water
way, the
leaving.
way the fire district judges water is by what comes in, because they don't measure it as it goes out, they measure the water as it comes in. But the state has required us to be on low flow or whatever we've had to do in the past. It's because the state regulates our water coming in, okay? The state also regulates the water going out through the fire district, not Bart. Bart has rules he has to follow.
Right, I didn't know if there were any measures like I'm taking at home that we could
We-
use here in
we've
the
done all-
school.
We had to do those when we hooked up to the sewer, when we
2 years ago, or
we hooked up to
whenever
the
it
sewer
was.
many, many years ago. It was like 25 years ago. It was before I was on the board.
Okay.
They ran a separate sewer line up just for us. The town voted to put money away for reserves. And
Alright.
then the water system was updated, but that has nothing to do with the fire district. That is a separate organization that oversees the fresh water. And it's through the state.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Cool. You got contracts for us?
Then I have that other policy.
Yeah, I've got that down here somewhere.
This is from earlier in the meeting, 22 regular.
Oh,
You asked for it, so
oh.
we could put the,
So we adopted it on 3/16/2020, right? Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, are these in executive session or are these in?
Contractual? I think those would be executive session.
Executive. Okay, I don't know why they had staff contracts, actually. So we'll move that into executive session because it's contractual and personnel. COVID-19 update, so we got from Bill before things closed up. Oh, I'm sorry, one other quick thing. So the PFSAs that we were supposed to test for, what is it, PFASs.
You don't want lead testing?
No, lead is different. This was the other stuff that we tested for. Didn't all the schools have to test for PFSAs, which is like the stuff that they had in Pownell in the water system?
Yes.
And we were all okay, right? Both buildings?
No, yes.
I haven't heard otherwise, I'll have to dig in.
Okay. Just so I get this magazine, Vermont Rural Water Operators. And the Mount Holly School, the small rural public elementary school, less than 100 students, has cumulative levels for 5 of the PFASs at 323 parts PPT. I forget what that stands for. Its assumed source is FFF. It is financially strapped due to consolidation issues and is looking at cutting bus services because of lack of funding available for the PFAS response. The school also has no funding available to hire an engineer to go through the 8 response action alternatives mandated by the state drinking water program. And the school has asked Vermont Rural Water Association to step in and be their advocate. See news coverage to the school. So it's interesting that this, a school can just say, oh, well, we can't do anything because we don't have the funding, but yet, when we try to do that with our water system, they didn't really care. So if we ever have an issue with that, we should probably follow what Mount Holly's doing.
Yeah, I think more schools should do what they're doing.
Yeah, no, they should.
Yeah.
Because they keep throwing us rules, like with the lead, they did put money aside to fix the lead issues.
Yeah.
But this PSFA stuff, they haven't done anything, and it's getting to be a pain in the, for other people. COVID-19, so Bill sent out a few things for this COVID-19. Did everybody see the school closure information about during a novel coronavirus outbreak, which was revised on March 10th? So I guess this is what you guys used, Matt, when you met today?
Well, we didn't use that today because the agency and the Department of Health have released new updates since then.
Okay, so this is no good now.
I wouldn't throw it away, but.
Well, I don't need it because I'm not closing school.
Yeah, they've been updates.
So on Saturday, Bill wrote that at 3:15 on Saturday, Governor Scott said, basically, to close all the schools. So as part of that, you guys met with Bill today. So all the administrators met with the superintendent. And tell us what you guys are doing. Either one.
Sure. So we met today to discuss the current state of affairs, given the governor's announcement about school closures. We clarified the fact that we're taking the route of school dismissal, which means that we can still provide some services while children are not in the building. In particular, we're looking at consistency of learning, dealing with meals and specialized services for students receiving specialized instruction. I think it's a wonderfully coordinated supervisory union effort. The team is strong and is working together, sharing ideas, working on consistent notices and notifications of our families, trying to have a consistent program of supports for all of our students, district-wide, supervisory union-wide. They're essentially using tomorrow and the rest of the days this week to prepare for longer-term materials.
Who is that?
Teachers, sorry, thank you. Teachers will be using, well, actually, they've been working since we got that notice on Thursday. So they were informed on Thursday that there would be closures and that we would have to prepare kind of a short-term reaction, what to do this week, and then a longer-term reaction for what to do in the coming weeks. Again, I'm very impressed with all the principals report that staff has been, for lack of a better word, enthusiastically embracing new ideas about how to deliver materials, using new technology platforms, utilizing the high-speed internet at school, utilizing the many free resources that have emerged in the last week that companies are giving away to teachers and families to help make that transition more seamless. I think we found we have pretty good resources between our two schools to supply families with what they need in terms of technology, printouts. We're making plans now for dealing with food and getting the meals out there and figuring out who needs food and how they're going to get it. And then the last step that actually is kind of coming together, I don't know your experience, but we had a meeting via video conference today with a family for an IEP, and we had people coming from all over the place in that meeting, so we're trying to observe the recommendations of the Department of Health in terms of, not bringing people together in groups. Did I miss anything?
No, I think Matt really covered everything. I would echo what you said about, teachers really sort of embracing the moment and really, doing their best in a last-minute effort to get materials ready for students so that their learning continues during the dismissal. Teachers, again, are, like Matt said, they're going to be trying some new things, maybe some online learning, maybe some Google Hangouts and chats. Google Classroom will be utilized, so they're really being creative and open to new ideas.
So, questions. And I know this is emerging, so I'll just tell you.
Evolving,
Yeah.
yes.
One of the things that I am most concerned about is, I think there's a great opportunity with online learning. I'm most concerned about our kids being able to access that. I think I heard you talk about maybe equipment, making sure that's available, but it's the infrastructure piece that I'm most concerned about, and particularly in Pittsburgh. And so, is there anything more about that you're able to share right now, or is that something that you're trying to get your arms around?
At this time, we're gathering information. Matt and I developed a survey that asked questions regarding families' internet as well as their access to devices. And we are, again, still collecting that information, but we would be able to report out on that once all of that information is collected by us.
Please keep me posted on that.
You'll use that, you follow up on
Yeah.
that? Yeah, go ahead.
Follow up on that. We have roughly half of the responses have been received to that from our Dover group. And the connectivity was a little surprising to me, and I know you'll be interested in this number. At this point, I'm reporting about around 55% of our families reporting adequate internet connectivity, which is lower than I thought. And by adequate, we're saying 50 megabits or more.
50?
50.
50?
Yeah.
What was the choice below
That's
that?
available in Dover.
What was your question?
What was the choice below that?
Just inadequate, less than 50.
50 is not available in
So
Dover.
I know you all are dealing with a lot of things. It seems like one of the things that might be helpful is if we can figure out some, so it's DSL, that probably a lot of, anybody that's got it in Wardsboro, in Eastover, that's what we have. I know when the 50, I was like, what are you talking about?
50 sound high to you?
Yes.
50 is really high.
50
I
is
can't do
really
it.
high.
If you have
That
fiber,
does not
you
sound
can
weird to me.
get up to a gigabit.
So if you were to ask 10,
100.
or 5,
Yes.
5, then I would be surprised. Okay, so a lot of people have DSL. And that's fiber, what you just said. 50 is fiber.
It's also could be
Over
cable.
the telephone line.
Could be cable, but it's not DSL.
So maybe it's important for us to kind of retool that question.
I know you're doing a
And
lot
try to
around
gather
this. If there's something that we can do to be helpful or that can be done at the supervisory union to push that out.
Yeah, more so than speed, you want to know if they are comfortable and if it works, what you're trying to do is working.
Right, the overall group our group feels confident that things with text or internet sites, web pages will be fine. They're worried about video, streaming video.
That's, and I think that would be
Conferencing.
appropriate
Things like
at with DSL in some of the rural areas to be worried about streaming.
Right.
But kids will be able to access.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that 100% of our families did check that they do have internet access. So all of our families do have access to it at least. Whether or not it's adequate is a whole nother ballgame.
What about, Matt, was that a separate question then?
Well, we decided to send the surveys out independently so that we could get a sense from each community what the needs were.
So it'd just be interesting, so you don't know how many of our families actually have access to internet?
So we have results that say, I think I have one report of the 46 responses that said, I do not have internet.
Okay, that's good.
But we don't know if that's availability or they just have chosen not to have
It could be that they've just chosen not to do it. And we don't know that. We'll have
Or
to follow up
financial
on
reasons.
this.
Just for your information, the two primary internet service providers in Dover are Duncan Cable, which is 12.
25. Isn't it? Cable's 25.3.
No, coax. Coax. DSL maxes out at 25.2 around us, and Duncan maxes out at 12 down, 3 up.
Really?
Yes.
I think consolidated, if we get 7 down.
Yeah.
And 1 up.
Right.
That's what I get.
It depends on where you are,
Right.
but it maxes out at 25.2 for consolidated. And then obviously it has to do with distance from their central office, but what you can get. But you're not gonna get 50. Rich thinks he's on fiber, but.
I am on fiber.
Oh,
I know
your
I'm on
your
fiber.
office.
No, I'm
Yeah,
in your
my
office.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's different. Fiber runs down 100, but it's not available residential.
Oh, well, it's home.
Which is fine. It's just, you're gonna want stuff to
Are you
lower
inviting all the kids over to your office?
No,
Yeah.
because
If you need
we have a
help,
sign
let
that says
me
do
know.
not
I
come
know you've
in.
got a bunch of other stuff.
There's
that
a
you're
dog there
dealing with, but if you need help,
yesterday,
let me know.
this morning, not letting dogs.
No, not today. He didn't come to work. Hang on a second, folks, because we're gonna start losing it.
Do the teachers, are they still coming to the schools so you guys can collaborate on how this is working, or are they going to be working from home?
Teachers, yes, teachers will be coming into the schools.
They're still
and
coming
They
into
are making themselves available to families as well.
I think that's
Great.
great, because they can kind of work together and working on plans for each other.
Go ahead.
Really,
Finish up.
I'm really happy to hear about the meals and some of the socialization you were talking about, with the interaction, because I think that's going to be a big issue. The kids aren't socializing and working together, so that's really great to hear. What about,
While you're on that though, so one of my understandings is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're still serving the meals, and because we've given homework or given work out to them, or we're working with them, although school isn't in session in the building, we can count these days as school days, correct?
That's why it's considered a dismissal versus a closure.
Okay, so everybody understands that? Okay, because that doesn't mean we're going to school till August.
no.
Yeah, okay,
No,
go ahead.
That's only, hey, what about, is there like a plan for physical education, like to the kids?
There is actually,
Yeah.
our PE teacher at Wardsboro was able to send something out last week that our teachers got a hold of. So some of our teachers have put that on their Google Classrooms, and then we've also put that hard copy within packets for students to do as well.
That's great.
With a log and
This is fantastic. You guys have done all this work so quickly. Really.
it's really come together quickly.
Yes.
No, I'm all set.
Okay, go ahead.
On a positive note, homework is already being handed in, so this is great.
Why'd you bring homework
Working out well. Yeah.
Work to hand in.
Your story about your daughter is a good one. How she's got her room set up.
Oh, yeah.
A classroom now.
She has her
She's got a desk
in
and
a classroom.
Well, those are things you can probably share on social, like what kids are doing in their own rooms and things like this.
Well, but we also have to be careful what we share too.
Yeah, that's right. That's true
Yeah,
too.
we wouldn't.
So just so everybody knows, Lauren, who's usually here with us from the Valley News, couldn't make it, but she did send a letter to Matt that Matt responded to, and I think it's a really good. I just want to read some of the responses. So although attendance was generally low, we did have school today at WCSU, except for Marlboro. The leadership team met today and decided not to have school tomorrow and begin preparations for the dismissal period as described in Bill's letter. And my understanding was like 38% of the kids were here, so a lot of students chose not to.
Yeah, less than that.
So that's why they chose not to extend it tomorrow too. Since there were so few students in attendance today, we couldn't send much work home. Beginning Wednesday, we will be implementing a pickup and drop-off system for schoolwork over the coming weeks. Most families will receive clarity on this by tomorrow if they haven't already, so I think that's really a good move. At this point, we will hold our River Valley Union School District meeting as planned at 6 p.m. tonight in Dover. While the public can still access recorded versions of the meeting through BCTV, I expect we'll begin experimenting with live streaming, other stuff. So one of the things they said, so I was on Friday, I did check in to see if we should have the meeting. Everything, and even if you review the governor's press conference on Friday, it was a lot different, yeah. So I did again today. Mark actually emailed me and somebody else, and I said, well, hang on, or Lauren did. And I said, I'm not sure, I'm waiting to get hold of Bill, but you guys were meeting. I never got hold of him till lunchtime. He felt that we were okay because we're a small group, we could spread out enough, except for you guys. And then, and we should be in pretty good shape. We may want to reconsider other meetings. Matt had a possibility of doing some stuff, and Laura said she can call in, but because we didn't warn it, and because if we allow one person, we have to allow everybody, I said no to it this time. I think what we should do is, before we have our next meeting for April, is, maybe like next week, let's just see what's going on and what the recommendations are and what we're doing, and figure out if we do need to meet in April, the beginning of April, and how we do that. But I know we can do it, we're allowed to, but we have to give a number. We have to allow a number for anybody to call in, not just the board members.
So I would hope that the superintendent is working on that at a supervisory union level for all of the boards. And if not, I hope you guys could convey that, although I'm sure he's watching.
No, he won't be watching.
It's not live.
No, I mean, he'll watch it at some point.
And then Wardsboro students will be able to access meals through, this was the meal question, through the West River School District.
So I can explain how that's going to work a little bit. There'll be 3 locations where students or families can pick up meals. That will be Jamaica Village School, Newbrook Elementary School, as well as Leland and Gray, and that is from 11 until 1, Monday through Friday. And it will contain either a bag lunch or some sort of a meal for lunch, as well as the next day's breakfast. Then they would come back the next day and get those other 2 meals.
How far is Jamaica?
Jamaica from Wardsboro, or from
Like
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not for our, for the
Oh, okay.
students in Dover, okay,
Just
hang on a
curious.
second. Matt says, you want me to just read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening with the Dover students is they need to call the school by 9 a.m. on the day they would like a meal, and between 11:30 and 12:30, there'll be a bag lunch available at the school for them to pick up. If they can't pick it up, if there's an issue with picking stuff up, they need to just, at 9 a.m., let Matt know or let somebody here know, and they'll make alternate arrangements. So just so everybody knows, for Dover, I'm having an emergency management meeting tomorrow to discuss what we're going to do in Dover, because it's not only just students, but there's people that may be self-quarantining that we need to take care of, or seniors that don't want to go out to keep from getting exposed. So we're working on a couple different things. So Matt, I've been asked to come to the meeting tomorrow. So if he can come too, so we can work that out, and then if we can help you out a little bit too, if it's not too far out of the Dover area. I'm not sure who I'm going to get for volunteers and whatnot, but
I will.
Okay, well, so we may have some possibilities, if students can't get, or families can't get somewhere, so.
I know one of the concerns that Chef Chris Parker, who's the chef at West River, had was that immediately he doesn't think the need is going to be great, but as time goes on, the need might be greater.
More.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions. One, looking backwards. Is Dover going to be offering breakfasts okay, so it won't just be lunches that they'll be picking up?
So I think it's the same as West River. The plan is to put breakfast food in the lunch bag,
Okay.
so that they can have breakfast for the next day when they pick up their lunch on that day.
Great.
And it'll be cereal, it'll be, things that we can transport and store.
But something like that.
It'll be sometime, yeah.
Another question. If students don't have internet or adequate internet at home, can arrangements be made in the school facilities, especially with teachers being there, for them to come either use computers there or interact?
At this point, the answer is yes, unless they declare, something different.
Okay.
That's the plan for families that might need internet access. Families can also drive up if they want to be quarantined and access the internet from the parking lot.
All right, fantastic.
Which is an option, yeah. And if we need to make that more available, we can as well.
Thank you.
My bag.
You all set, Mark?
I'm good, yeah.
Have we beat this virus into the ground, guys?
Not yet.
Not enough.
Okay. So part of this too, this Blizzard bags thing was, there's a link to it if you got it electronically. So Ken McFadden requested for Wyndham Central that we discuss this. So I guess what this is some schools have done it where they have it set up so that students have a pile of material, or the staff has material preset, so that if there was to be a blizzard and school would be closed for a couple weeks, the children can take it home and they don't count all the snow days.
For a blizzard?
Well, in the old days, we used to get that. I mean, it seems like I remember power being out for 2 or 3 weeks in Townsend, and so we had no school just because there was no power. So anyways, that's something that they were talking about that Ken wants to bring up a policy about. So I think that's going to come through central office, through Wyndham Central, and I don't know. I guess that's kind of what you're trying to do now, right, Matt?
Yeah, that is essentially what we're doing, is planning for instruction without attendance.
He's a member. He's a member of the West River Board. He used to be chair of the Newbrook Board, and he's been on for quite a while too. So in part of this is we have a new policy to consider, and Bill sent this to everybody. F31, emergency closings. The school board, through its superintendent, may order the closing of any and all schools whose operation on a short-term basis would pose a serious threat to students or staff. Implementation. Such emergencies may be caused by weather conditions, equipment breakdown, bomb threats, or health problems. The superintendent will also have the authority to delay school opening, dismiss early due to inclement weather or other emergencies. In all cases, notification will be given to staff and the public according to a predetermined plan developed by the superintendent. The board chair will be notified as soon as practical by the superintendent when school is closed for emergencies. Days lost due to emergency closings will be rescheduled so that the school will be in session as required by state law. So, did anybody actually read this or look at this beforehand?
I didn't get it till, no.
You didn't get it?
I don't think
It's
that
part of the packet.
Was it?
Yeah.
The last
While we're
packet.
sitting here.
Okay.
So my one comment is during Irene, a lot of schools were closed, but because we felt in Dover it was important for some normalcy, you know, we opened school just when it was supposed to be. And I think it made a lot of difference because parents could bring their children to school and then go do whatever they need to do to take care of stuff at home. So I'm okay with this, but I think we need to, some schools are different. I mean, we don't get affected by flooding as much, up here on the hill. I don't know, Tammy, what the Wardsboro building, if during Irene, I don't know how
It was
close.
just access.
You couldn't get there.
Access
Yeah.
to school.
Well, you could get here from Dover, you just couldn't get here from out of town.
Yeah, some of the back roads.
We had every road within a day open that you could at least transverse, and believe me, they were all out there because that was one comment that was brought up during those meetings was, can't we keep people off the road for a couple days? So anyways, my only concern would be that we need the ability, because we may decide it's more important to be open than it is closed, just to be able to feed kids and do some stuff. So I don't think it's a bad policy, but I would like to maybe modify it a little for the river valleys. So since people didn't really get to see it, why don't we just look at it and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? So we can all be on the same page. Is that okay with everybody?
This is not anything he's gonna need at this point, right?
No.
I think the governor trumped him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the last sentence doesn't apply now because we're not closing, we're dismissing. So this policy wouldn't apply anyway.
Right. So is everybody good with that, or anybody?
Yeah, good with it.
Rick, you all set?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had this thing called Come Together Now. It was, I don't know if anybody remembers the John Lennon song, so, Matt does, yeah. And if you know the history of it, there was a politician running for office in California, and he asked Lennon to write him a song for his campaign, so
He has the right person.
he didn't use it, so, then he actually tried to sue the Beatles for it. But one of the things I just wanted to ask about, and it's nothing that we're gonna put together right now, but just to get on kind of our radar, is, I asked about like graduation. So in Dover, historically, we've always had the school board attend the Dover graduation. I think Rick told me that Wardsboro was similar. And, so if we do graduation on the same night, does the board from Dover attend the Dover side? How do we do that? Do we have a graduation, maybe up at the Grand Summit that we do both schools? And then there was things like, we heard during budget time about the ski program, that there was nothing to do if you didn't ski, but yet Tammy does something in Wardsboro with snowshoeing. So could we bring Dover students over to go snowshoeing and then take the Wardsboro students to Mount Snow in our transportation, and then in the bus that the River Valley owns, and then, bring them back and drop them off and pick up our Dover students to give them something to do. I was just, are there other things where we can start doing some more stuff together as one unit versus two totally separate schools in totally separate parts of the state? So it's nothing that I want to make any decisions, but I do think for graduation it's definitely something we should start thinking about. And I'd like to get, recommendations from our administrators and also, from parents, 6th grade parents, what they think. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, in your principal's report, Tammy, you talked about 2 programs that your kids were going to be going to. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Is that something that could be expanded to both schools?
Well, Starbase is really far. It's in Rutland, and it's 5 individual. It's an amazing program. but it's five-day trips to Rutland. From here, it's nearly 2 hours. It's on the north side of Rutland.
Okay.
So it's really not feasible. Wardsboro's an extra half an hour closer, so it's much more feasible. So I would love to go to Starbase, but it's just, I think it's too far for us to do. The other program that was canceled was a teacher training program in STEM. Right? That was the other. I don't think there was another
Program
student
for the students we're going to be going to.
program.
I read this stuff last week and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, I think it was only the one, wasn't it?
Might have just been the one. Okay.
Anyway, Starbase is awesome if you ever get a chance. It's an amazing program.
Take the board.
It's super cool.
Are they doing
Yeah.
QA this year? Is that gonna happen?
Well, scheduled still. It's still on the
It
schedule.
may be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think those two are good examples. The ski program, I'd be very much in favor of combining those two, having ski and ski together would be great. And
And
graduation
again,
makes sense too.
it's not an end-all be-all, it's just to start us
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
You know, again, I was told, I'm still a little upset that it says Dover School District on the buses and not River Valley's Unified School District, but I was told that's gonna get fixed this year.
I mentioned to someone, they were talking about going to Brattleboro, and I said, for secondary school, I said, you just pick up the bus in Dover, and they didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your bus. So maybe
So,
some-
yeah, I think, you know, again, we're still in some growing, you know, we're learning, we're growing, and we're figuring things out.
Yeah.
So, okay, so just we'll work on that and we'll get that on. Matt, can you just make a note, make sure that gets on the calendar so it doesn't get forgotten?
The graduation. And
Well, no,
sharing
just the combine, you know, more commingling of the schools, I guess.
Joint activities.
Come together now, and then you can sing it for us
Be
next
all
time.
together now. All together.
That's a whole
That's another
difference.
Beatles song,
Yeah. And then the financial review, I just thought that we're close enough in the year. Lori did the financial review. Since we're running late, I don't want to go through line item by line item. But if you look at the last page, we're on target for a flat or possible small deficit revenue expense if we use the full $200,000. So
I like that Boston accent in there.
yeah, wasn't that good?
That's pretty good.
It's because I couldn't get to go to the St. Patrick's Day parade yesterday in South. But anyways, you know, I like, she does really good with the available balance and, you know, kind of encumbered, because a lot of times we would look at things, especially when we used to have the teachers' contracts that they would get paid at the end of the year for like the last 2 months, so you're like, wow, we're doing really, really good. And then all of a sudden, you know, $200,000 goes out like that.
Or tuition bills came out late.
Yeah, so then that happens a lot. I think the tuition bills look pretty good, if I remember, when I looked at them.
Where are we, that's in, total secondary expenses.
Yeah, somebody hasn't, we haven't been billed by a couple, it looks like. So, but anyways, she's projected out that we should be pretty close, and, you know, I think in one of the emails I saw that there's gonna be pretty shortly no more purchasing anything by staff. You know, if it's not essential, we're gonna hold off buying it, just because the budget's, you know, gonna get close. But that's a lot better than being told we're $500,000 over budget right now, so.
That's, so in light of that, Matt, that seems like that could be somewhat problematic, given,
What?
don't buy anything, given that we're asking our,
Anything non-essential.
not, so, right. So are we are we likely to see any savings with the shutdown? So I know we're paying people to work, which we should, we're feeding kids, which we should. Can you think of anything that we might be saving?
No fuel in the
Save some fuel.
transportation.
Yeah.
Oh, the bus, okay.
And instead of the janitor, the custodial staff having, to, at least in this building, work on the drive the buses, we'll have more time to do some other projects that have been sitting, so we should get
Okay.
some
Well, I'm
stuff
just,
caught
I
up.
mean, because we're gonna need to probably expend some unanticipated dollars if this
We
goes
should
on.
see some savings employees in our custodial.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's again,
Are
it's.
you worried about that at all? Or do you feel like you have enough? Well, it's so new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about resources.
No.
No. I think we have what we need.
I mean, I'd be
To
more
innovate.
concerned about things like, do you have enough cleaning stuff? Because can you not get,
It's not here.
you know, did every month you order disinfectants, now we can't get them?
We do have enough cleaning stuff.
I think
We have
probably
enough.
leave that right there.
We could help if you're low.
No, don't.
That's a call.
Okay. So,
And Lori did say if there's any questions, please email her your questions and she'll answer them.
we're gonna have her at a meeting in the future, or we'll have her on, however we do, we'll have her on my flip phone or something. And, you know, we can ask questions then too, but I think I wanted to just get a feel for where we were with the budget to make sure we weren't like really looking at some bad stuff going on. Now, the other question's gonna come up too, though, is a lot of people I know are coming up that have second homes because they don't wanna be in the cities that have been quarantined. Are they gonna want services for their students?
I haven't had any inquiries about that so far.
And again, you know, big change, tomorrow we may all wake up and everything may be right as rain.
It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Again, we wake up and it's Stephen King there behind the camera.
That's right.
Okay, so I got a couple executive session items. We have a contractual, we have personnel, we have contracts.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're in executive session. You don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so,
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
We need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook. Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form.
As submitted.
As submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, it's unanimous. And then the second item is,
Since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay,
Second.
we have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? Okay. You think we should separate them out by building?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
we have to-
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then
Perfect.
the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll split.
Okay, and then the last thing, we want to just do two resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's going to resign effective the end of the 2021 school year. From the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract as she's relocating. And then this is to the River Valley Board. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement as a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher at the end of the 1920 school year. And Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it. Yes, absolutely. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're out of here. Excellent meeting, guys.
Ideas presented in 464 and 808. And it is coming to the point where I think we need to try to decide as a committee what direction we want to go on these issues. And so we've teamed these bills up together to intentionally allow us to have a conversation not only about policy and whether we think there's a reason why we need to make a change in, for instance, use of force policy, but also issues around training, training in cultural awareness, training in de-escalation, and of course issues around data collection so that we have the information at hand in order to understand what the experience of Vermonters in their interactions with law enforcement is about.
What's the bill?
464 or 808? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Are you being our legislative counsel now?
He's trying, but I don't think it's so good.
Doesn't have the plug yourself.
How do you do those? I'll work on it.
Yeah, can you do a split screen, bring them both up side by side, view side by side?
It's been a while. Do you really, are you just being a wise guy?
I think he's being a wise guy. I don't think we need to look at the bill language right now. I think we need to have a discussion about what we've heard, what we think makes sense, and what we want to begin to move forward with in terms of getting language on the page. So this is just an opportunity to have some open discussion. Jim.
So, we've had obviously a lot of testimony and a lot of different viewpoints, but the first part on the data collection, was it my understanding that we have this information, but it just doesn't go to this group? The E. That's already collected but not necessarily shared. Is that, maybe I can call a friend in the room?
Lifeline. You got a friend in the room? You like a lifeline?
How? They think I not that much, I'm not sure.
Who would you like to call?
I would like to.
Nobody in this room.
My friend from the state police.
Sure. Tell me your question again.
Okay, so I thought my understanding was that the E, the underlined part, was already noted somewhere on different reports, but not necessarily given to this group that's looking at all the data.
Okay. So that is not one of the mandatory bits of information that's captured at traffic stops in the traffic stop data currently, right? There are
reason for stop, so all those things, whether a search was conducted, but use of force at a traffic stop is collected by our department in a separate way. It's not part of the data collection effort tracking racial demographics of traffic stops. We are collecting uses of force at all levels, whether it's a traffic stop or somewhere else. I cannot speak for other departments about their collection of uses of force.
Wouldn't that be pretty, I don't know, common sense, standard, that
Yes.
you, anytime you have a use of force, local police, sheriff, state police, that you would note that somehow?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, how big a deal, and is there any harm to sharing this as part of this report, this collection?
You know, just off the cuff, I would say that it should be being collected. I don't know that this is the best place where it should be collected, but it should definitely be collected. In my personal opinion, every department should be collecting use of force data. Whether it's on the ticket or else, I mean, the traffic stop is just one instance where force could be used.
I hope you have any thoughts on data, since we're on data right now.
Yes, I did meet with Representative Donahue, and we came up with some additional language in E that we were just looking at. We were concerned about the means by which the stop was achieved and whether a chase might have been involved for achieving the stop, and some other language around use of force, whether it resulted in bodily injury or deadly force. So there's some additional language we thought might be added to that section.
And this pertains to just roadside stop data, but I think we are understanding in the broader context of putting both of these bills on the table that some of the issues are not around a roadside stop, but around other interactions with law enforcement that we may want to collect data on. I think we would want to broaden the data collection to be other interactions and the use of force on that.
May I shoot a lifeline question also?
You sure can.
If you're on foot or in your car or anywhere, if you do an attempt to evade, it comes out as a separate charge, right?
If you're on foot or in a car and you attempt to elude or you don't respond to lawful orders, is that a charge?
Yeah, sort of is that. It's kind of a backdoor way of asking if that data is already kind of available in a lot of situations.
I mean, I would think the majority of the time if you attempt to elude, but there is some discretion there. It's not, we can't say for sure that every time there isn't a decision made to go another route. Like if you're attempting to elude and you're caught and you're DWI, maybe you're only charged with DWI. There is some discretion.
Other conversation about data collection.
We also spoke to including language around collecting data for a person acting in a manner that created reason to believe a mental health crisis was occurring. And that's specific language from other statutes around mental health, came from the Mental Health Council. But that kind of data needs to be specifically named. And finally, the thought was that this data report shall be reported annually to the legislature, in addition to the council.
I guess I have some concerns about trying to capture more data when the data that we have, that we're getting currently, we don't have any consistency in how we capture or report it. Aren't we just going to go through an exercise that really isn't going to do what we want it to do? I don't know who I'm asking this question to, just sort of throwing it out there, because even a local, because this isn't, we're talking local and everybody, and we don't really have a good, robust process in place even now for the data we're supposed to be capturing.
I think we heard that it's an evolving process, that the first year they tried to collect, they had some things written, handwritten on the back of an envelope sort of thing.
Right.
So this is definitely an evolving process. And shining some light on it, and also putting into statute exactly what we want to be collecting is the opportunity that we have before us right here. Other discussion on data? Okay, well, I'm hearing a proposal that we work in some way to incorporate some of the issues around people who are in apparent mental health crisis. And so I think probably what we should do is actually get with Ledge Council and see if we can get some bill language on in front of the committee. Take a look at this.
I would have to see the language, but I'm inclined not to support that. I think that's way too broad, personally.
Let's see what it looks like. Anything else on data? All right, so we have training in de-escalation and cross-cultural awareness as two concepts that were put forward in the bill. Any committee discussion on that? Any thoughts that you have based on what we've heard for testimony thus far?
Just to clarify, what do we have for policy in this area today? Anything?
Well, I wish I had that off the top of my head.
Well, there's a lot of overuse of force, obviously.
I think we had some testimony that there is some training, and I forget how many hours of training off the top of my head.
I think they said 4 hours.
Yeah.
Small number.
They were looking to double it. One of them was looking to double it to 8. Instead of 4.
But I'm more specifically on policy before we get into the
So
training.
that's a separate issue.
Right.
Directing the creation of a policy around use of force is a different question than training in those.
Right. Yeah.
If you want
I mean, I think it's a two-step process. You have a policy and then you train to the policy, but I'm trying to understand, what do we have for policy in this area today? I'm going to assume we have policy surrounding use of force and some type of de-escalation, but I maybe the major can help me again.
And is it, do different agencies have different policies? As opposed to this legislature
You're right.
directing a unified policy on when it's okay.
That's a good point, yeah.
Sorry, what I'm looking for is the breakdown in the training that's provided at the different phases of the academy. Go ahead to the site. So for Vermont State Police recruits in the pre-basic phase, this is just BSP, 16 hours of less than lethal or non-lethal use of force training, 26 hours of firearms training, 2 hours of fair and impartial policing training. Basic training for all law enforcement in Vermont, 36 hours of firearms training, 46 hours of less than lethal use of force, 8 hours of communication and de-escalation, 4 hours of use of deadly force, 4 hours of capsicum spray, less than good use of force, 8 hours of working with people in mental health crisis, 4 hours of fair and impartial policing, 4 hours of community policing, 4 hours of responding to hate-motivated crimes. In the post-basic for all law enforcement, there's 16 hours of TASER certification, 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis and de-escalation training, 20 hours of firearms training, 28 hours of I'm sorry, this part is just for state police, 28 hours of less lethal use of force training, 20 hours of firearms, and 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis. And then for VSP, 8 hours of fair and impartial policing. And then in service for VSP only, 4 hours non-lethal use of force training, 12 hours firearms training, and then ongoing, the average trooper per year attends, average 30 troopers per year attend an 8-hour updated class for 2. And I can print this for you, and then you'll just have it in front of you.
That's actually not a bad idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
So
let's get that on the committee page.
That's a lot of non-use of force training. What sort of form does it take?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The non-use of force training, it's a lot of time. What sort of form does it take? Is it out the backyard playing karate, or is it classroom instruction on?
So I can't recite it exactly. I think it's a combination of practicals, so control procedures, how to make high-risk car stops, how to use de-escalation tactics, how to go hands-on if you need to with using other than your firearm. So it's a combination of classroom and in the field.
Madam Chair, if I may just something to that. That's part of what the move on now is to create
places provide much more training in this and the use of force de-escalation. And use of force de-escalation are actual hands-on practical exercises where the police officer is actually thrown into a scenario where the major can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but thrown into a scenario and the officer is, or trooper in case of state police, is required to evaluate the situation, take the appropriate actions, and they're graded on that at the academy. And just for the record, the municipalities, most municipalities, unless you're very large, and I can only assume that happens to be very large, like maybe a BPD or something, don't receive as much training as the state police do in this, because they have a pre-basic, and I believe your post-basic is a little more intense, and they receive a little additional, they receive more training. So this additional, get off a little subject here, but we're getting this additional 4 weeks would assist the municipal departments greatly in requiring more time. I just wanted to emphasize that.
So while we're talking about training, is there anything that you, committee, have heard during testimony that makes you feel inclined to specify something with respect to training?
Well, just to pick up on what JP just shared, I remember there was some reference to trainer approaches, and it didn't seem like there were many of them. So how might you increase that in a way to allow some of the smaller agencies to have more exposure to training?
I mean, I think the challenge that I've seen just in all of the discussion that we've had around all of these issues is that, there's probably a wide difference in the way that Vermont State Police handle some of these interactions versus some of the small municipal agencies. And yet we're being asked to consider law enforcement as a whole because we recognize that our community members who have interactions with our local law enforcement may be experiencing different things than what they experience when they are pulled over by a trooper on the highway.
Well, I mean, with respect to the training, I mean, I understand the policy part, and I'm fine with what's in the bill, but then the training component is supposed to be based on a policy that we don't know what it is now because they're going to have to draft it based on this bill. And I guess my question is, there might be a cost to that, which would be unknown.
So all of our municipalities.
Right. I mean, should it be more that, the training council should come back to the General Assembly with a recommendation on training? I'm just, because, I mean, it's a difficult situation as they have to, they come up with this policy, a model policy, and then they're supposed to take training on that. But we don't know what the model policy is at this point. And I mean,
chicken and egg.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the policy issue. I mean,
I agree with that sentiment. I mean, 4 hours to put in the bill is 4 hours. I don't know what 4 hours gives you. Maybe it should be 2 hours. Maybe it should be 8 hours. And I think until we get a recommendation from, having a policy and then the recommendation of the folks that do the training of what's required to implement that policy, I think might be premature. Plus, there is budgetary concerns and there's been a lot of discussion whether we go to 16 weeks to 20 weeks, and does this tip it to the 20 weeks, which has a huge budget. It may be good, and we may have to spend that money, but I would think we ought to know that.
That's a model policy, and do all agencies follow that policy is the question that I have.
Well, you get a report back about that.
Right.
So we would have some idea of who's following it and who's not. I mean, I just worry about, okay, you know, there is all this training already. I mean, it probably, and I don't know the answer to this, because this is not an area of expertise for me, that it could be tweaked to be consistent with whatever policy is come up with, and it may or may not require an additional 4 hours. I mean, I'd rather see a recommendation about training than just saying, okay, we need 4 more hours.
And if I might, I agree 100% with what Representative Gannon had said. If the term does training council, who has the ultimate responsibility for setting training requirements for all sworn police officers in the state of Vermont? If they come up with a policy, a specific policy, give us some actual hard data expectations of what the cost might be, the type of training you're going to receive and everything. And I have to say that, you know, having been a retired police officer, for all the years I spent, and most of them are on the road, 4 hours is not enough for what we're looking at here. So it's going to require additional training to do the job that our citizens are asking us to do. But if the council can give that recommendation, that would be wonderful, and certainly assist us in what we need to do here as a legislature, and specifically this committee. So I agree with you 100% on that. And the director, I'm sure, would arrange that. The figures and everything would be close.
Does that make sense to committee members?
Just to add to that, talking with my local police force, which is small, sending their staff off for training creates a hardship on the force. So I think we should have the courtesy of knowing that and of letting them know how many hours it's going to be up front before we mandate this.
Oh, sorry. I got it.
So this is an amendment to 464. Who drafted that? Was that
Just trying to be transparent.
I can't remember.
Who are pretty
Can you work with the drafter to make that change?
Yes.
All right. So, other thoughts, questions, suggestions, concerns about these issues? Nobody's dying to. All right. So Hal, you will work on putting together some bill language for that proposal, and John will work with Bryn to adapt to the policy language. Anything else? All right. I promised you a quick break, and so let's take a 10-minute break and come back to talk about the State Ethics Commission.
point out that the sun shines